DOJ said your problem is with corruption and brutality, and you're operating really a criminal enterprise, and therefore you need to address the underlying problems. And Alabama's response was, well, the DOJ says the prisons are no good, so we got to build new ones. Well, so they get a massive contract. Yeah, exactly. So we always call it the Alabama Department of Instruction, because they don't really change anything unless they have the opportunity to build something. And that's really good for all the governor's supporters and all the other people who are, in the construction industry. And, they've now started construction on these massive new prisons. Alabama's a tiny state. It's like, smaller in population, I think, than Norway. And they've got a tiny budget, and yet they figure out how to put together a multi-billion-dollar prison construction plan. They can't fund it at first. The governor announces she's going to build these new prisons, which the DOJ did not ask for, and are not going to solve the problem. And they admit, by the way, that they're not going to affect overcrowding, which is a huge problem. Prisons are operating like 200% capacity. And, when they're asked about it, the head of the Department of Corrections, they ask him, is this going to affect the overcrowding? Or is it just the same number of beds? And he goes, no, it's the same number of beds. It's not going to affect overcrowding. So they're building these massive new facilities. The governor can't get them paid for. She can't raise the money in a bond offering. So they go after the COVID money that they've got from the government, which is not designed to build prisons, right? It's very hard to argue that building prisons is something that's going to relieve some other kind of health problem or whatever. And then I think they get fined for that, or you have to pay a fine if you use government money for a thing that's not supposed to be for. And then when they start construction, they still can't raise the money, but they start building the new prisons even before they're authorized by the legislature. That's how clearly it was communicated that these prisons were going to happen. In other words, we had a crew in Alabama that was watching this site of this one massive prison that they were planning on building, and there were just bean fields, and it was quite beautiful, actually. And one day I get a call from somebody, and they say, we got to start filming because there are 25 earth movers here. And I said, well, that's impossible because the legislature hasn't even approved the new prison construction. And they said, well, the prison construction companies know what's happening, and they're already spending hundreds of thousands of dollars just to clear the site. So the fix was in on this new prison construction, and the governor announced that it was going to cost $900 million to build 3 new prisons. So far, they've broken ground and are far along on the first prison, and it's up to $1.3 billion. So when you open that door, a whole lot of commerce comes in, a whole lot of companies come in, And they asked them why was it so expensive? How did it go from $300 million for one prison to $1.3 billion for one prison and counting? And they said, well, it's inflation, and meanwhile, I'm pretty sure that the government's not going to say that we got 400% inflation at the moment. So it's kind of institutionalized thievery.
Yeah, it's organized crime.
Yeah.
When you are in charge of deciding what's crime,
Yeah.
you're running a state like Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, money in the justice system is a very perverting factor. I made this series called The Jinx, and
Great fucking series, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you watch this going, what?
Yeah.
Is this real?
Yeah, me too. I mean, he's an incredible person to watch. But one thing about him is, that family's worth $9 billion. This is not like a regular rich person in America. This is an extra super duper rich person in America. And he's killed 3 people over 30 years and just walking around, gotten away with it. Meantime, you have, young women, moms in Brazos County Jail in Texas. Our mutual friend Jeff Ross did a documentary there, and he interviews the girls that are in there, and he says, what are you in here for? And 2 of them say, I'm in here because I stole baby formula. So, that's money means a lot.
That's gracious. Yeah.
stuff is all over the place. It's the perverting of the system with money. You see, because for example, these big prison companies like Geo Group and Core Civic make money by having full prisons. They're private prison companies, but there are lots of there are a lot of companies that provide services to public prisons, to state prisons, like Cisco and all these companies that sell food there. But everybody makes more money if the prisons are full. And so you have the head of Core Civic just did a shareholder call not too long ago. And he's Hinninger, I think his name is. And they said, what do you think? What's the outlook? And he said, with all the new immigration, prisons, and all the prisons, and all the increased, emphasis on law enforcement and on incarceration, this is the most exciting time in my career. So, you're really building this prison industrial complex every day, especially right now, I think. And all these people they're all doing bad stuff. There's a company called Securus, which is run by Tom Gores, who is a big team owner, owns the Detroit Pistons, and some other teams, and is a private equity guy worth about $10 billion. And his company Securus does communications for the prison systems, and they made deals that have now been sort of exposed, but they made deals with sheriff's departments where they had jails, and they said instead of letting kids visit their parents in jail and actually get to see them and hug them and maybe have some kind of normalcy, let's install video visit terminals. So the cover story was the video visits are going to be great because you don't have to drive across the state to see your loved one. But the contract specifically said that they had to replace in-person visits. So when a kid went to go visit his dad, even if he was 20 yards away from him in the prison waiting room, he had to use a video terminal, which cost $12.99 for 20 minutes. And he was not allowed to see his dad in person. So that's an example of, that's in the contract, that's in the Securus contract that said that they have to eliminate the in-person visits. So when you allow that for-profit motive to be driving things in these like state institutions where theoretically we should, have some kind of like moral approach that makes sense for society, or, can help community or build our relationships or help people stay in touch with their loved ones when they're incarcerated. When you add that for-profit motive there, the system is just designed to exploit. It just is natural that all those people have to get, they all have, and so there's a kind of a value to every visit. Every time a visit, every time a kid comes and visits a parent, it's worth $12.99. Well, why do it for free if you can get $12.99 for it?
It's one of the darker aspects of human nature in regards to our relationship with money. That so many people, if unchecked, if you give them the opportunity to make more money at the expense of other people, they do it. Yep. They just do it.
Yep.
They do, especially under the framework of a corporation. The framework of a corporation allows you to have a diffusion of responsibility because you don't think that you're the one doing this horrible thing. It's this thing that you work for, and I'm just doing my job.
Yep.
And also, if you're involved in a corrupt system, and this is your job, and you think of these people as all good people that are part of the corrupt system, it sort of minimizes the horrible feelings that you have about that corruption. You just dismiss it.
I really believe, I've heard you talk about diffusion of responsibility before. I think it's such a huge part of what drives all this, is that you have people who don't really have to ask themselves the hard question. Am I the person that's exploiting somebody? Am I the person that's overcharging a mom? Am I the person that's charging somebody a crazy amount of money for their medication, or allowing somebody to die from medical neglect? Because once you have a corporation and you look at that org chart, you can see the org chart as like, oh, that's a nice orderly way of getting commerce to move forward. But it's also 1,000 points of responsibility. Every one of those persons just takes a tiny measure of responsibility. Well, I'm just in the accounting department. I mean, I don't make the rules. I don't make the laws. And you see that, in the healthcare industry, people recording their calls with their healthcare providers or their insurance companies saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I really can't answer that. It's not my job. Somebody else makes that decision." And so when you have these massive organizations, there's a way for very bad things to happen, and it's like the death of 1,000 cuts.
And it's also everybody's trying to maximize profit. And when you're trying to maximize profit, you just find some ways to justify things. Like your main job is not to help people. These prisons are rehabilitation centers. Trying to make you actually profit off people becoming like functional members of society once they get released. That would be amazing. Then you'd have an incentive to make people better people in prison. Like imagine if their profit was based on people being rehabilitated, re-entering society, and becoming, functional proper members of society where they contribute.
Sure. Yeah, I mean the incentives are they're so twisted. Yeah, they're so twisted.
It's like that saying money is the root of all evil. It's not the root of all evil. It's the root of most of it though. It's like a giant percentage of it. Yeah. Maybe it's 75% of people. The rest of it's like what, lust?
Yeah. I mean
anger, jealousy. Yeah. That's the root of a lot of evil. Whatever the other percentage is, but money 60% maybe, let's be charitable. The root of a lot of fucking evil, man. And when you can do it inside of this framework of a corporation, it's so twisted because it's ubiquitous. It exists in almost all industries. There's always, whether it's this is the reason why people celebrated when that healthcare executive was shot. They were like, hey man, fuck you guys. Like, yeah, finally one of you guys got it. I lost my dad. I lost my mom. I lost my sister. That kind of shit is in every fucking industry.
Yeah.
Whether it's military-industrial complex, whether it's the health insurance complex, whether it's the pharmaceutical drug industry, when you look at the Sackler family and what they did with opioids. I'm sure you've seen the Peter Berg Netflix painkiller series. Yeah. Fucking incredible. It's just incredible that guy's just walking around. You're responsible for the death of who knows how many people. Because who knows how many people that have relationships with people that got addicted who also lost their lives, also lost everything. Because you're dealing with a brother or a mom that's completely lost and addicted. Your life is hijacked now by this situation. You've lost your dad, you've lost your mom, you lost a spouse. Fuck.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard you talk a lot about mental health, and obviously there are a lot of causes of mental health problems, and that includes social media, it includes sort of alienation, it includes a lot of things that are present in society. But the prison industrial complex and the experience of having somebody incarcerated has a huge impact on mental health. I think people don't realize when you have 2 million people locked up in these facilities, and many of them are just being traumatized every day, whether they're seeing somebody get killed or they're constantly in fear for their life. The idea that those people are going to somehow be okay when you want to let them out 10 years later and they're going to rejoin society, you give them $50 in a bus ticket, and you say, hey, I hope you can become a taxpayer. Meantime, they don't have enough money to pay for one Red Roof Inn for one night. They can't do anything when they get out of prison. And then we say, wow, why is there such high recidivism? I guess that means they're bad people, so let's put them back in. So the mental health implications for the people that are incarcerated are huge. And the people who are in their families, as you say.
Imagine the anxiety. You don't have any family members, and they're going to give you $50. And now you're out. And you have to figure out how to eat, how to get a roof over your head, and try to figure out a way to earn money.
Yeah.
With $50.
Yeah. And there are ways to do it. If you go into all this sounds very dark and horrible, and it is. But there are a lot of positive developments that you can see when you give them a chance to grow in society. So for example, like I love what you say about community. About the importance of building community and seeing the country as our community. And if we're torturing people that are in our community, if we're being cruel to people that are in our community, what does it say about us?
Right.
What does it say about Christianity? What does it say about about God? What does it say about forgiveness? And clearly, we see that there are so many instances where people are trying to do something better. There's a woman named Erica in Alabama who was a mental health professional, and she described to me what it was like to try to give mental health services to people who are incarcerated. And I was trying to figure out, looking at these images of the places that they keep people in these cells, these solitary cells with just a little tray slide, and they're in there for in a 5x8 room with no windows, and they can be in there literally for years. And I said to her, well, can you tell me, like, when you do a session with somebody and you're trying to, talk to them about their suicidal ideation or their various problems, what does that look like? How does that work? And she goes, well, it's a little uncomfortable because I got to be on my knees. And I said, wait, why are you on your knees? She said, oh, well, I have to be able to talk through the tray slide. And I said, so when you're giving a mental health counseling session to somebody who's incarcerated, you're not allowed to open the door. You're not allowed to see, assuming that person is not like having a violent fit or something like that. You're not allowed to sit down across from them and have that conversation. She said, no, but it's okay. I just put my mouth up to the tray slide. And I just thought, when you think about the idea that that's going to be somehow something that will give relief to somebody who's really struggling with a mental health crisis in prison, we're doing the absolute minimum. We're checking the box that says, yeah, once a month this guy has a psychiatric evaluation. But nobody's taking a picture of that and showing what it really looks like to have this nice, young lady, this idealistic young mental health person kneeling outside of a mental cell with, bloodstains on it, talking to somebody inside
through a food slot. And that's probably the only interaction this person has with human beings other than the cards.
Yeah, it's
not very cool.
Yeah.
And you're alone in that cell, which is also terrible for mental health. But there's nothing worse for mental health than complete total isolation with no access to anything.
Yeah. Have you ever had experiences with people, friends or family who've been incarcerated?
Oh yeah. Quite a few.
What's that been? What's that been like?
Well, I had this one friend that I used to do martial arts with when I was a kid, and when I was probably around 16 or 17, he wound up going to jail. I didn't know him that well, but I knew him as this guy who competed in tournaments, and he would show up and train with us. He was just a pretty tough guy. He went into jail and he came out, first of all, much bigger. He was just like stacked with muscle. All of his tattoos he burned off, so he had scars, like these big keloid scars over all of his tattoos now. And he was a completely different person, like a violent animal, like a terrifying guy to spar with. If you spar with him, you were in him. There was nothing, no holding back. Sparring, for the most part, when you like people, you're hitting them only a certain percentage of your strength. This guy was not doing that. He was full blast with everything. He was like a caged animal. And as I got to be closer to him, I actually became closer to him after he got out of prison than he was before. Because I just spent more time sparring him and hanging out and training with him and, being in these group classes with him. He started telling me these stories about what it was like in jail, just fighting for his life. He had to take on 3 guys, and he picked up a broomstick and he was beating these guys. He's just telling me these crazy stories of guys trying to kill him in jail. He was in there for 3 years for drug selling. And then he went right back to selling drugs. And he eventually got arrested. I've told the story before, but it's kind of crazy. They found a guy that had every bone in his body broken with hammers, and they kept him awake by injecting him with cocaine. They kept injecting him with cocaine, and then they cut his arms off, they cut his hands off, and they cut his head off. And they found his body, but it's like all of his bones have been shattered. And this guy that I knew as a kid got arrested for that. They never wound up trying him for that. They brought him in for questioning. He definitely knew something about it. He knew either the people that did it or knew something, but it was all drug related. He was selling cocaine. And then I lost touch with him.
That's pretty strange.
Oh yeah, I knew quite a few guys like that. Because the world of fighting, like people that are interested in entering in competitions with people, you get a lot of trouble people, a lot of very angry people. You know, a lot of them that come from violent households. They were beaten as children, or they were bullied as kids. Depending on what, I came from the most mild of those environments. I didn't have any abuse of it. I lived in the suburbs of Boston, lived in Newton, which is a really nice neighborhood. I just was interested in martial arts. And then I was fascinated by this idea of bettering myself through competition because I was so scared. And then all of a sudden I'm around like hitmen. I knew one guy who was a hitman for Whitey Bulger. And I trained him. I would teach this guy how to do martial arts. And he was an assassin. Yeah, amazing. It was very strange. I knew a bunch of organized crime figures, mostly with the Irish mob. A lot of those guys came trained, and especially because they knew some other guys that we knew that were a couple of, one of my friends who was a professional boxer, and he lived in South Boston. He was very tight with a lot of these guys. So some of these guys came to train with us. It was very weird exposure for me. I'd never been around any of that. I never had anyone in my family that went to jail. No one was no one was a criminal. No one was a drug addict. There's nothing really crazy. Yeah. Then all of a sudden I was around a lot of these people that either went to jail eventually or had been in jail. Yeah.
Because I think there's that question of, people say, well, if you don't like the prison system the way it is, or if you don't think people should get locked up forever, then you're just soft on crime, and obviously, you're some kind of snowflake. But clearly, there's a role for prison. There's a role for jail. The question is whether we should be putting people into institutions that just further damage them, further re-traumatize them.
Right. You're just making them harder. They're going to be worse criminals if they get out. If and when they get out. Yeah. And there's no emphasis on rehabilitation. So that's the thing. It's like if you're releasing them back into the street, like what are you doing to the rest of society? If you're taking a person who's committed a violent crime, making them way worse in jail, and then releasing them, this is like a slow it's slow release bomb. And then also they have no options because no one wants to hire an ex-convict, especially someone who went to jail for like aggravated assault or something like that. So it's very, very difficult for these people, and very, very difficult for society to make a decision. You want to make a quick fix of something, you want to protect people, just keep them in jail, keep everybody in jail. But there's zero emphasis on how to take a person from a completely broken childhood, broken home, violence, drug addiction in the home, all the chaos, completely being accustomed to violent crime because it's all around you, it's in your neighborhood, to imitate your atmosphere. And then what do we do with these people? There's no emphasis whatsoever on it. It's just using them as human batteries to generate money. And that's evil. That's what's really crazy. And this is where people have subverted this idea of incarceration being some sort of a rehabilitation or correction, right? They call them correctional facilities. You're not correcting anything. You're just making money. You're just making money off of people. You're taking advantage of the fact that no one wants to pay attention to it because society generally looks at people that are criminals and that have committed violent crimes as like, oh, well, fuck them. Push them aside. And look, there's some people that I agree, yeah, fuck them. If there's people that, killed a bunch of people and raped a bunch of people and constantly robbing people and breaking into houses and violent, yeah, fuck those people. fuck those people, but that's a small percentage of what's in jail. A large percentage is nonviolent drug offenders, and that's where it gets really weird. It's like, so a person is deciding, you can have the drugs that we sanction, you can have the drugs that we tax, you can have these drugs, you can have these prescription drugs, you can have this drug that you buy at the liquor store that we call alcohol, which is clearly a drug, you can buy your cigarettes, you can buy your coffee, you can get all these drugs that we like. Adderall, you need Adderall. Andrew, I think you have a little ADHD, maybe you should use some fucking speed, and we'll sell you that speed, and we'll tax that speed. Anything else, we'll put you in a cage because you're not following our rules. And it's like a grown adult telling another grown adult what they can or can't do with their life is responsible for what, 50% of the people that are in cages? That's kind of crazy. It's almost time for spring break, so maybe you're headed to the beach, or maybe you're taking the kids on a road trip, or maybe you're just taking some extra time for yourself. No matter what, you deserve a break and reset, and AG1 can help. AG1 is your daily health drink. Just one scoop combines your multivitamin, pre- and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants to help support a healthy immune system and digestion. Plus, it travels really well, so you start working it into your routine even when you don't have a routine. Just slip a few travel packs into your luggage and have a nice flight. I've talked about AG1 for a long time, and it's not just me. I know a lot of people enjoy it. It's very easy, it's very convenient, and you deserve to take care of your health. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a bottle of omega-3 vitamin D3K2 and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's an $111 value at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
Yeah, and
Pretty crazy.
yeah, I mean, there's this kind of illusion that everybody that is in prison for something that we don't think the average person doesn't think they should be in prison for many, many, many years, drug crime or being an addict, basically. Um, that those people, that all those people have been let out already. That somehow, like, prison activist people have said, well, all the people that are in there for drug crimes should be released. Um, but it's not really true. You have an enormous criminalization of drug addiction. So you're already making people sort of feel hopeless. Then they're turning to drugs, and then you're putting them into cages. So like Steve Marshall, for example, the AG in Alabama, says, well, we've already released all of the non-violent criminals, right? So the only people that are locked in there are the worst of the worst. But
well, that's clearly not true just because of sales from your documentary.
Yeah, of course. So you have, he was put into a maximum security facility for entering an unoccupied building. That's because there's sort of an inflation of this concept of violence. So they will, in Alabama, I think there are 44 different crimes that are considered violent crimes. And they include crimes that you and I would not consider violent. So if somebody threatens somebody verbally, like most people do in arguments with, people that they're mad at or whatever, but doesn't assault somebody, that could be considered a violent crime. If somebody enters a building, whether they steal something or not, that could be considered a violent crime. And so it makes it easier just to, as you say, like, I like that image of the battery. I think about it as like, sometimes like the Matrix, that, for Alabama to do what it's doing, it's got to have 20,000 people in suspended animation, because that's how you can use them for labor. That's how you can use them to sell them stuff. That's how you can charge them for fees and fines, that you need that many people.
I think they did a terrible thing when they allowed private prisons. I think it's a terrible thing. I think, like, if you think about the people that founded this country and the people that wrote the Constitution, they had a great understanding of how tyranny can emerge. And so they tried to create a system in 1776. Crazy to think that we're still following those same rules today, but they had a great understanding.
We're not following those rules.
But the checks and balances, and make sure that one person couldn't accumulate all of the power. Whoever first initiated initiated the policy of allowing and paying for private prisons to exist in this country did not think it through like that at all. Did not think of incentives, did not think of how people always, when given the chance to make more money, figure out a way to justify making that more money and come up with rules or regulations or carve-outs, caveats, some reason why they can continue to accelerate. And then you don't think about the fact that prison guard unions and these private prisons, these people that own them, actively work to keep some laws on the books that maybe the general public would not want to be illegal anymore, certain things. And they do that just so they can keep their prisons full, so they can keep making more money. So then they take the money that they get from these private prisons where they're using people as human batteries to make sure there's still laws in place that are ridiculous so that they can keep arresting people, so they can keep filling up their buildings and making more. And the fact that nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw that coming.
They saw it coming.
I don't even know if they did. You know, I mean, they probably short term were just saying, oh, this is a good business. We'll get into it. Then the business, like, we got to grow this business. Just like everything else. Like if you're selling tires, you know, you got to make better tires, sell more tires. We're trying to say, well, yeah, we want to be number one in the tire business. Well, they're trying to be number one in the human battery business. Yeah. And that's what's fucking insane about allowing that in this country. And how do you put that genie back in the bottle? I don't know. But I think it's very sick.
Well, the genie's figured out a way to get into a whole new bottle because a lot of people say to us, well, this film that you made, The Alabama Solution, is obviously about Alabama state prisons. Are those private prisons? And we always say, no, those are state-run institutions. But they kind of function like private prisons in a way because they're able to make deals with Securious about their prison phone system, and that makes millions and millions and millions of dollars that's extracted from the poorest people in the country, right? Who are being charged like high, daily and even per minute fees for being able to communicate with their families. Then you have companies who are selling the food to the prisons. You have companies that are doing healthcare contracts with the prisons, and so there's so much money in that they sort of, even though the state owns that piece of land, it still kind of functions the way that private prisons function. So we've sort of just given over the care of 2 million Americans to companies that are accountable to their shareholders, maybe, but the shareholders don't know.
Well, they're certainly not accountable to humane living conditions. That one scene where kinetic justice, that gentleman, what's his real name?
Robert Earl Council.
When Robert Earl Council was in solitary, and you see the rats swimming in his toilet.
Hey, Rabbi, what kind of
Some
noodles
rats
are
are swimming in his toilet, and he has rats in a water jar. And what do you say? Like, catches
11 caught in one night.
Yeah.
And why are
Yeah,
they
they
there?
have a big
Because he tries to put his food in a bag that hangs on the door of the cell, but then they write him a disciplinary for doing that. But if he takes his food out of the bag and he puts it on the counter, then the rats are going to get it during the
They're
night.
just everywhere.
Yeah. So there are rats involved. There are rats throughout the prison.
And so he has to sleep in this room where these rats are crawling all over him at night.
And people, just to get into him for a second, I mean, he is frankly one of the bravest people I've ever met in my life. This is a guy who was incarcerated when he was 19, and he was selling drugs in his neighborhood. Somebody is trying to chase him down with a car and almost runs him over, and he shoots the person through the window, and the guy dies. So this is now 30 years ago. In any other condition, you would have thought that's a self-defense case, right? It was clear that he was trying to prevent somebody from running him over with a car. And yet, here he is 30 years later with a life without parole sentence in an Alabama prison. And he's spending his time trying to organize non-violent labor strikes. He's trying to do hunger strikes. He's trying to use every method that he can use to call attention to the problem that 20,000 other people have. And he's using a confident cell phone to talk to us. knowing that he's probably going to get retaliated against by the authorities once the film comes out or once they know that he's organizing a labor strike. Um, he would be an unbelievable asset to society if he were out in the world, right? He's advocating for nonviolence. He's obviously smart as a whip, and he's incredibly motivating to other people. You know, he's got that entire prison system listening to him when they want to be violent because they're so angry at the treatment, and the prison system starts bird feeding them, starts to cut off their food rations to force them back to work. And Kinetic, Rob Earl, is the person who says, you know, that's not going to solve anything. You don't want to do that. So, you know, you see this huge level of humanity, talent, thoughtfulness in people that are locked away, and we just assume, well, if they're in prison, that means that they're bad people. In the meantime, there's so many other people on the outside who don't get locked up for doing things that are much worse. You know, so it's a very confusing message to be sending.
Well, especially for someone like you who did the Jinx, and then you do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. You know, I worked for a long time on the story of Robert Durst, and when we discovered evidence that showed that he had killed his wife and his best friend and his neighbor in Galveston, dismembered him, we found the only evidence that proved that he did those things. And suddenly, I was in a dialogue with the LA District Attorney, the LAPD, talking about how to get him arrested. You know, and even if I don't believe in the way that we incarcerate people, it's clear that there's a role for prison, and there's clearly a guy like Bob Durst who keeps killing people needs to be taken out of society.
What kind of person is he?
Well, he died, and he was locked up in a facility in Northern California. It was sort of a facility for senior citizens who had medical problems. So, you know, a lot of really rich people, as you can tell from, you know, there have been a bunch of cases on this, really rich people hire consultants to help them navigate what prison they're going to end up going to. They can negotiate for better conditions. And so you end up, you know, with that sort of situation where a guy who maybe has stolen $100 million and not paid his taxes or taken money from his workers or committed some horrible act of fraud ends up in a prison farm, ends up in a pretty nice facility where, you know, he has access to lots of things. And then you have poor people that are locked up in places that have rats in their cells and vermin. But yeah, I was always sort of amazed that Robert Durst was able to get away with what he got away with for so long. And
why do you think that is? Well, you know, how much did you know about it before you started the documentary series?
Well, I knew a lot because I had made a narrative film called All Good Things about sort of Robert Durst's origin story, his relationship with his beautiful wife when they were both young, before all the bad stuff started happening, and he became the guy that he became. There was this kind of strange love story between this kind of difficult man and this very lovely girl, Kathleen McCormick, and I made this film. Ryan Gosling played the Bob Durst character, and Kirsten Dunst played his wife, and really investigated that story so that we could tell the tale of what had happened to them in an accurate way. And while I was doing that, we reached out to Robert Durst, to the real Robert Durst, and I said, you know, we're making this film about, I guess we spoke to his lawyer, so we're making this film about you, about your client, and we'd like to talk to him, get his input, make sure that we're trying to tell the story out.
What was the premise of the film?
It was basically the story about him and his wife when they first met, this rich guy and this girl from sort of the other side of the tracks, and then how eventually that relationship got toxic. Eventually he kills her, and then later his best friend, Susan Berman, who knows about what happened to his wife, starts to become problematic, and then he kills her, and then later he moves to Galveston, Texas, and disguises himself as a deaf mute woman, if you remember this, and he ends up becoming friends with his elderly neighbor, and this guy named Morris Black, and they go out shooting on Pelican Island and so on. And eventually they have a little altercation because he figured out who Bob Durst was and then was sort of on the run. And he dismembers that man. He kills him and dismembers him.
This movie with Kristen Dunst, when was that released?
I guess we started working on that around 2005 and it came out in 2010. So in 2010, it's about to come out in theaters, this film. And there was a big article in the New York Times about how accurate it was and how much we had done to, make sure that the details were right and so on. And the real Robert Durst reads the article and calls me out of the blue. And, I had tried to get in touch with him before without any success. And he actually calls the distributor of the film first, Magnolia Pictures, and he asked for the president, Eamon Bowles. And Eamon and I would use Bob's voice like when we would talk to each other because Bob had a very recognizable voice. So when I would call him, we would hang up and I would say, bye-bye. And that was always sort of Bob's tone. And then one day somebody calls Eamon's office and says, this is Robert Durst. And so his secretary walks in the office and says, air quotes, it's Robert Durst on the phone thinking that it's me. And he picks up the phone. He's like, hey, Bob, I'm not surprised you're calling. I think we did a hell of a job on the film. And there's a long pause. And the guy says, who am I talking to? And Eamon says, oh, who's this? And he says, this is Robert Durst. And so he reaches out to me. I knew that he was trying to reach me so I could record my very first phone call with him. And I call him and I say, listen, I'm keen to talk to you. I've been making this film about you for the last 5 years. And he said, well, I would like to see the film. So I arranged for him to see the film. And he calls me immediately after he sees the film. And he says, I want you to know I like the movie very much. The movie kind of shows him killing people, right? And I said, well, why did you like it? And he said, well, you did a beautiful job explaining what I was going through as a child and the difficulty I had in losing my mother. Kirsten Dunst was just like my wife, Kathy, and I cried 3 times. And I would like to do something with you. I would like there to be something out there from me, my ability to sort of tell my story. And I said, all right, well, why don't we sit down and I'll ask you a bunch of questions. And he said, that's fine. Okay, let's do that. So I ended up sitting with him for 3 days. I've just finished a movie about him, a dramatic film, which is now in theaters. And I sit down with him and interview him for 21 hours. And you think you do long interviews. He's 21 hours with this one person. And he is fascinating, absolutely extraordinary. He is incredibly honest about things that most people would never be honest about. He talks about how, he had some violent arguments with his wife, or he says, that he says crazy stuff. I mean, he explained to me that I said, I think you were kind of offensive when you went to visit her mother. She had this mother who was in her 80s, and you went to visit her mother. And, I think you did some odd things. He goes, well, yeah, I visited those people and they were, that woman, she reads Yankee magazine and she asked me how I liked her daughter. And I told her that Kathy had come out of the shower and my penis was hard. Like, you said that to her aging mother? Yeah, I mean, what am I going to do? Sure, that's what I thought, or you say to him, well, what did you say? Why did you tell the police that after you put your wife on the train, you went to the neighbors to have a drink when that clearly wasn't true? Oh, yes, I lied about that. I said, well, why did you lie to the police? Well, I needed to be somewhere and I wanted them to stop asking me questions. So, I told them that I went to the neighbors. I said, well, it was so easy to disprove. They just talked to the neighbor. Well, yeah, but, people don't usually do that. So he's very candid. He speaks very, very openly, almost like having a level of sort of Asperger's.
Did you believe him at any moment while he was telling you this? Because obviously he's proclaiming his innocence, right?
Yeah, I mean, he is so good at telling the story his way, and he tells you so many facts that are true that when he occasionally lies about really critical things, I think a lot of people just didn't pay attention to that. I did because I already researched the story, so I knew when he was trying to tell me something that was bullshit, that it was bullshit. But I did have to put myself in a position of giving him the benefit of the doubt whenever I could. Partly because that was the only, you got to just get into that mode where you're trying to hear his version without debating it the whole time.
Right.
Because otherwise he's not going to tell you his version, and he's going to want to hear his theory about all this stuff. And in the course of that, he really indicts himself. I mean, he sort of came into it with the attitude that he wanted to tell his version of the story so people would stop thinking he was a murderer. But during the course of it, he admits to so many bad things that, you just pretty quickly assume that he is guilty.
How old was he when you first started following him?
I guess he was in his early 70s.
So he's probably already experiencing some kind of cognitive decline. And then you have the years and years of hiding all this, which wears on you.
Yeah, and I do think I think he had a compulsion to confess.
Yeah. I think most people that aren't complete sociopaths, they get to a certain point in time where it's almost too much, and they want to tell people.
Yeah. I mean, and that ultimately what happened with him, as you may remember, is he defined this evidence. The evidence I thought was determinative. I thought it was something that police would ultimately use to convict him for murder. But
What was that evidence?
so there was a famous note that the killer of Susan Berman, his friend Bob Durst in California, had left behind when he shot Susan Berman. And the note said 1527 Benedict Canyon cadaver, and it was sent to the Beverly Hills Police Department. And that very seldom happens, but people speculate and go on, well, why would somebody who killed somebody have sent a note to the police? Well, maybe if he liked the person, if it was his best friend, this woman Susan Berman, and it was Bob Durst that did it, then maybe he wouldn't want her body to lie there. She has dogs, she didn't want the dogs to mess with the body, so he may have just killed her and then left this note. But then later, when he was asked about it, he said, I have no knowledge about that note. So when we're doing our investigation, we discover a letter that he had written to Susan Berman that has almost the exact same words on it because it's addressed to her at 1527 Benedict Canyon. So we can see the handwriting on that, not just a handwriting sample, but a handwriting sample that's saying exactly what it said on the letter that
Right, with the same misspelled words, right?
Exactly. And he writes 1527 Benedict Canyon, Beverly Hills, California, misspells the word Beverly, puts in an extra E at the end. And, of course, this letter that we find, he also misspells the word Beverly. So nobody had ever seen, or the police hadn't known about this letter. So we find it, and then I immediately start planning a way for me to show it to him in the second interview. And he had always said to me, like, oh, if you ever need me to sit down again, I'm happy to come.
What's your favorite series of podcasts ever? Joey Diaz, Theo Vaughn, the compilation. It's phenomenal. Why? It's just, it makes me feel cozy. It's just, all right. I do the shit. To take my daughter. Really? Oh yeah. And then he's like, got some tapioca in my sheets, girls. Really? Oh fuck, tapioca, everything. Really? Why not? Dog. I don't know if J-Ski will ever hear this, but I love him so much. He is smart. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He knows what's up. I love me some J-Ski. All right, but how's it start? It starts with I, it's like I'm taking on vacation. I don't go on vacation. Fuck no, I don't go on vacation. I had to take the daughter since it's such a perfect snapshot. Fucking love snapshots. Really? Yeah, no. Why didn't Joey Diaz do JR? He was in fucking. Oh, he did the fight companion. But why didn't he do the fucking real show? Maybe because he's not doing anything. What's he doing? Raising a daughter. A podcast about. I can't do it. Daughters. Give me that playlist, son. The Chronicles. What's he say? I don't go on vacation. I don't take fucking vacation. I don't go on vacation. Then he's like, got a fucking blunt or joint.
Fuck me, Benz. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation.
I love
I
this.
the child now, and I gotta
Got a wife and a child.
I can't
Got a
just
wife and a
take this was
child.
not with my wife.
He had a wife and a child, son.
That's where I'm from. Never fucking never took her.
Never took him. He's so dumb, bro. I love
I'm
it.
good at dilly dally when I go back. When I go back to
It's
Europe,
about
I fly in. I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant. I do radio. The next day after
Shemai,
I go to the cemetery. I put flowers on my mom's grave.
I don't know.
And I do my 4 fucking shows. I get the fuck out of the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city. That's it. I try to see some people in between. A school teacher was too. Really? Yeah, I still go to school teachers.
Never took her?
So they go to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the house where he wanted to meet me later on.
How tall was she?
Early, so I couldn't meet him at 10. Like,
How tall was the child?
So, we never really took a break from the podcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I'll tell you, I hate fucking doing podcasts when I'm tired. I don't like it over, as Jimmy Schumer says, the short script. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. The 5.5 hour flight with the fucking. Oh, that's miserable. See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie. Right. And I get stoned. Yeah, the family. When you have the family, I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking bench. I had one of those vapor pens, and I just filled it up. It was just brand new. I took the inhaler with me, and it has been inhaling now. So I took for the pot for the refill. Oh, it's gas. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane, and it kept me there. And I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari when I went over to see the tree and the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out, so I had this brand new 2 gram oil from uranium, and I opened it up before I got on the plane. I charged it up. First 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits, like they just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane, like 2 hours into the flight. I look at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let it happen. So I go, let me go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listening to Pink Floyd. No, you're not. That's how fucking crazy I am. Now listen, it's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond and Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3 or 4 red stars. So you got a little magic in your system. Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. It made a big difference. I got agitated at the 2 hour mark. At the 2.5 hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished,
Right.
you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane. Because there you are sitting there, these drivers jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers. And you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
You want to get up. So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin, I had a main cabin select, it's the one behind first class, so we could all sit together. Because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself. She'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, you know. She's just a little bit.
How tall do you think she is?
She's up to.
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's not
So
very tall.
I got up, I go to the bathroom, I close the fucking door, and I'm in this bed, and I see clouds near mine. I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke, and I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sound.
With your iPod on.
With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going on, and I open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. I put my dick in my pants, which I really did piss. And then I fucking wash my hands. And I thought, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no.
Wow.
I go, do I look like I was smoking in here? And she looked at me, she goes, does it smell like smoke? And she took, well, they take everything out of the garbage. They do everything. They look for the cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now, what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there?
I was standing there going, I don't know what happened. I backed up when I came in, the plane shifted, and I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people were knocking on my thing and they're like, we don't smell no smoke. I wonder what made it go off. And I'm sitting there going, they fucking know. They're just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there, they were cool. And then at the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my mother, listen, they called me in the bathroom. I'm going to get arrested, so take the car keys. I'll see you at the house.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way. I'm like, shook her head. What am I going to fucking say at this age? I'm 50. What are you going to say to me? You're I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LA. Wow. Nobody said dick to me.
Now, did you think, though, somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA, there was going to be people?
Oh, fuck yeah. They've been before. I've been approached at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool, or is it just fucking cool?
If you get off a plane, you have no some weed in your nutsack.
Yes.
It ain't fucking cool.
Yeah,
But if you get off the plane and you're cool, you know, like the one time I was in Columbus, I had weed in my pants. Some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back. I go, hold on 1 second. He turned around. He said, fuck you. I said, fuck you. So I kicked the chair and he went and told the story. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
Oh, and then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy, too. You're like, oh, you're the bad guy. You start saying shit in your head. You're the fucking bad guy.
I put that seat back again. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got statements from both of us. They let us go. And a year later, got on the plane. That same fucking guy's on the plane. They go, how you doing? I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking...
So in all your years of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette in the plane?
No. Wow. In 1983, I was flying.
You used to be able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you can smoke in the flight.
In Russia, you can't have heard.
Really?
Do anything in Russia? But I heard that you can, though.
You can smoke in like certain areas. You can smoke on a plane. But I'll tell you what I did see one fucking time though. Fucking broke my dick. I don't even know what I was going to say.
Smoking on planes. Russia never once smoked on a plane?
No, but in 1984, February 1984, I got on a plane in Aspen. And it was Aspen, Denver, Jersey. On the way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that had a brown bowl of weed. And I'm like, you want to get high? That's when you can smoke cigarettes on a plane. He's like, let's go do it. We went to the back fucking thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in there. Weeds took 2 puffs. The fucking whole plane smelled like weed. Wow. They were pissed. Who smoked marijuana on the plane? We're going to search that new shit. I walked out there with that soldier saluting the cops and shit. Yeah, I take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I get a soldier high. I get him doped out of his brain if I had enough dope for him.
They fucking press heavy duty charges on you one night. I got so fucked up at an airport. I had 12 ounces of blow on me. And I was coming from New Jersey.
So 2 people from New Jersey get busted with coke more often than others.
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal. And I was living in Aspen. And coke was was 1,800 and 1,800 an ounce.
Right.
And I'm like, are you fucking people kidding me? I'm paying 800, and they're fucking beautiful ounces, and I can cut it and still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem, that I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and it would start snowing. I started taking connecting flights from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport with 12 ounces of blow geeked out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar just drinking, fucking doing lines in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at the bar. Me and him started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and all.
That's fucking, yeah,
Dude, that's the dark side.
Oh my god.
That's the worst, bro. You're just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? It's been a week without an animal.
I know, I'm just
And you're back from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh, no, fuck you. Don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah.
My boy joined jiu-jitsu 2 months ago, 3 months ago, at the end of his first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for fucking years, and I'm still scared to go to the tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
He took third fucking place.
No way. Out of 3 people.
That's still, bro. You know what place I took? No fucking place. I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks. And there you are, fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have
Commendable, bro.
You could have been 4th place, right? You could have got disqualified.
You could have showed up.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Bud, and everyone would kill me. So I'll just go.
See, I would have killed you. I understand.
What was the match like?
I wanted to see you play out the hand.
I was never scared of it. Like I said, I wrestled in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die, or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something. But that's not even the end of the world. I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me.
Were you pretty like? Did you smoke first?
No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high. When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I just laughed.
It's a different world.
Is it? Could you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times. I almost had
Oh, damn.
because when you start breathing in heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I was breathing heavy. Like I was having a hard time.
Yeah, he said, yeah.
So if I would have done an edible, the edible takes your mind away. All of a sudden the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just from listening to your mind.
That's not even true.
Sometimes just here, I start having like a little bit of a panic attack.
Really? Yeah, the edibles. Let me tell you something. Edibles aren't copacetic very well. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, I like smoking pot, but for me, it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
And it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get that uncomfortable feeling, that's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible. It's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel I'm pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high. Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking.
When'd you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
You've been around that life for like 10 years.
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I knew you went out like you were really young, like 2005. So
I was young. And do you ever miss the weight? Do you ever miss the weight, bro?
I miss eating when I want to eat. I didn't care.
Like, how much you just eat the fuck out of something?
Yeah.
Oh,
I worked.
Nice.
I worked.
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
It's great. It's like even football. It's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day. I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, just great. Just not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something? Like you were just eating like a fucking monster.
literally like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would like it'd be like 8 in the morning when I'd be getting Jack in the Box, and like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it. Well, no, just from all these things, but then I'd pass out for like the rapper would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay, because you never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear when it was just fucking hot and chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got to 315. That's the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And
Reese sticks?
Yeah, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have them. But those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears.
Yeah.
And just have them. And I would tell myself I would have the other. I would have 2 of each the next day, but they would never happen. So I miss that. Now I have a fudgicle. It's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread.
Yeah.
What you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now, you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far? A suburb?
About 40 miles, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters?
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had, pretty much.
I mean, I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
One outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. It's a very food culture.
People love to eat.
Foodie culture. And depending where the fuck you go, they'll hit you with some alligator,
shrimp po' boys,
like a motherfucker,
Oh, they'll fucking.
When I went to shoot Grudge Match, we shot that in New Orleans. But, I was low man on the totem pole. They put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, I'm fucking eating no fucking hotel. Oh my God.
The hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. It was all like a 7 course.
Yeah.
Starting to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I
You eat what you want. Break the hours.
Not
work out a lot.
Not as much. I wish. Yeah, I worked out pretty decent. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more and like just like you would do, like you did, just like sometimes I just want to honestly just fucking. It's fill myself with fucking food and salt and
it's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's
Really?
Yeah, man. I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, so your whole life fucking feels a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me, man. I was just thought like, man, this guy he got kind of a unique shape and he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then if you feel fat, that's a problem.
I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. I'm surprised you're not like beignets. Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys, I've never even had one. But I just see it and it just looks.
There used to be a place in Mulver.
Baby formula too, actually, out there.
Baby formula.
You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French quarter.
Can't hit it up.
In a bottle? What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No, just a can, brother. It's just a can.
Can't hit it up.
It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there can hit it up.
Formula causes shortages.
My best eating period.
Where are you guys going on vacation? No, we're going to New Orleans. Drinking fucking baby formula out of cans. French quarter. Well, we did that last year.
Was he driving a truck? That's insane.
Where are you going?
And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite.
Well, fuck it, we're going with you.
I moved to Colorado and they took away the night.
Can't it up.
There's no more drinking. Going to eat what I was used to eating. Right. It was an open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning with a velvet cream of turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit. Just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Fucked up.
So that's where I'm from. The place you get to bed with dirty teeth.
Dirty teeth. And you don't, I don't eat yet. At night I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooks, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. He's saying like there's not like 20 chicken cutlets. But there's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. So there'll be like one leftover chicken cutlet.
I'll eat a chicken cup, eat an apple. You know what I'm saying? Just
it's amazing. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week.
no.
And I haven't eaten this good in 4 years. She's cooked breakfast. She hasn't made, we've been sleeping a little late. We actually had a couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like, she made brisket, she made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just stacked all my entire fridge is full now for like beach cob. She made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cooking syrup pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it.
Mm-hmm.
Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it.
We used to we used to have this game where you would fill like two dudes would fill them up with sugar, you know, and then you would slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all. Well, here's the thing: it starts as all, but you get parched because all your moisture is going into this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know. Like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, yeah, 7, 8, 11, and then 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. So she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It was just the whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless.
Nobody told her to put a shirt on at school or nothing.
I don't know about the school, but she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that.
Who puts fucking sugar in their mouth?
Well, it was a cheap game, bro. That's like if you didn't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar, and then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. He had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD and they had autism. He was just retarded.
Yeah.
Well, he had the cheeky eyes.
You just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called him God's favorites.
Yeah, they used to make him drink piss. They'd piss in a beer bottle and close it and put it in the last bottle, and he would take it. Let me beer and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know, he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they paid him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird
How
stuff.
much shit? I think it's actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And then this other kid, the guy who they just fired, Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator, when he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys there used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit, like put the eggs in the shell and smack him, blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an All-American.
Thank God I would have died in your town.
It was sick.
Oh God, I was too early for that. I would have been one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own. I booked a music club in the Village, right? And I went there, and the guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. And we were kids. When you were in grammar school, you already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls and fucking that glue shit from the tape. They would call it a table. They would give you a table and they'd lay you down and wrap you up with tape.
Yeah.
Pull the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff and spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on by people. And I remember that night, like, I was like, I can take this fucking
Damn.
and I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try and apologize. And I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I can kick him in the fucking knee. You can see he got 23 on his son. I was like, it's not me.
So, but you felt like,
it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude. Like it been back in the day,
He was a bully.
yeah, he was a bully.
Kid, you know, he was bro. When I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice, that you hit him hard or something, he can get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something like that.
Oh, that shit got racial on.
It was what it was.
Yeah.
You know, it was what it fucking was. I mean,
we had one Mexican kid that showed up in our time. We didn't have any Spanish people. But we had one Mexican kid. Let me think what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And, actually, in science class, they had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to give, put them in a cage and everybody would get them to do learning, And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him. And I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in there. He fell asleep in a little pocket, right? You put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw my book bag. I'm running. Next thing you know, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them fucking killed this hamster that was still in his pouch and fucking punched him. So I've never had it, like, sometimes I'll be fucking, I'm not even joking, bro. I have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
for Superman, I guess something wasn't gonna be.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
You take the fucking hamster out of class and put it in your fucking pocket for anyway.
You was sitting in class, you just nothing to do, and it was nice to kind of have something.
Where'd you go to high school?
Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Vanderbilt.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
Really? Did you graduate from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So we made it through.
Went to LSU, they still talk about Mr. Pete Roberts.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their primate testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
Basically
They
took
took kids to look for. Let me get that pen real quick.
not kids, dude, the tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, off of Highway 190. That's a true story, dude.
Let me hear, bro.
Huh?
I was surrounded some chumps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And this shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People are like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. You literally have, like, people riding around guns and fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, this shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys. Like, they planned it. Like, it was great. Like, it was.
I just proved that name out because today, in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing Mr. Pete Maravich.
Oh, that's awesome.
Biopic. And I'm sitting there going, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know. That movie should have been done 20 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, You know much about this?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So, and they were legends. It was kind of, it was a small town. Like, it was
Legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in
history. If he lost his father, would let him sleep in the house and shit. Make him sleep in the fucking yard. This is son of basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in their upstairs of their house above the look in the attic. They had a basketball.
They didn't fuck around. The marriage just didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around. That's why he drank himself to death, Mr. Pete, because there was no chocolate. His father made him go out there and do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal. In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball. Fucking phenomenal. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie.
White kid or black kid?
White kid. And he played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do with the ball. And unless you see that,
Right.
it's really hard to explain. Right. Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass or whether, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing. One dribble, the control that Pistol Pete had for a white guy. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, like, I think he still has, like, the highest average per game for him.
Right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father was
That's the other thing.
His father would say, fuck those four guys.
Yeah, literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those four motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to, sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like, he would be on a team, and they didn't play in a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey. He'd be like, I'm going to play both you guys. And they'd be like, yeah, you're fucking right. It was nuts, bro. But, yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that had gotten out of that joint, you know. You can still look for it online. They got some old stores.
It's crazy because
they had a lot of, let's go on. Sorry.
I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans, the other would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why. New Orleans, but I don't know why. I always thought New York would be really cool. You follow me? Like, there's always places like, oh, yeah, I have to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting, like, when I go to New Orleans and I'm driving around and I was going, how would I turn down if I would have grown up on this fucking street? Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South. I love it. Everyone's nice. Yeah. It has nice weather. I feel like I had a bad rap when I was in there. People are fucking, I don't know, people are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same, like you hear that, you definitely notice it's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like people, concepts are slow. But that's what makes the South the South. Right. Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read somewhere that last week that those guys, the terrorists, shot those people. That the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist. Yeah, because he was politically correct. You understand? We putting our lives were too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's at 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition. I like, you like Sleepy Black? What's that? I don't know that parcel. Oh, Jesus. I can't vote, so I don't really know. Oh, you can't even vote? No, I got felonies, and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you gotta be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience. If you get a felony, you don't have to vote? 10 years. Oh, that's awesome. You can't vote, you can't have a fucking gun. That's what that's the punishment they give. Like, really? So I can't vote, I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun, but what vote got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote. Move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. And follow me, you're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote, you voted for them, take 50 people out of each table and throw stones at them. You dumb fuck. They're all liars. And I help people. Try on them. I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paul when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like when I grew up in Mass. There's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote. Yeah. And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote is the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point. What do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You think like sometimes I think about that, like when I would fucking totally change the game and wear like like a white beat or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like some other thing, like say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a a fucking dope jacket. If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. That's got nothing to do with the price tags. What you're gonna do? The country's in the state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for 8 years. Yeah. Give me 8 years. How are we gonna pan out? What are you gonna do the first year? What are you gonna take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah,
What
in
you
a
talking
jet.
about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. Like, there's a ton of fucking problems you gotta take in before we worry about the minute things. Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting change, then they walk over to the fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking the lights a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making 40 grand a year at the end of the 134. You know, I listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about. But that's why I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step by step by step. How it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell them
real people.
Real people.
Yeah.
You know, you were talking about the South, that they're slower. And then all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there. And the reason why it's there, there's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands, half of them, and say, oh, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, you know, we got to stop this somewhere.
Oh, yeah, man. I think you got to shut it down, bro. If they had walls, you can press a button right now and put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, you know, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, you know, it's people who shot the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking
Yeah,
source
100%. We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who our neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out now. Who's here?
Listen, man, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people walking around. They just said that these people have a fucking passport duplication.
That's
You don't think
crazy.
they're here? You don't think
They're making millions on oil. They have everything. It's just, and I don't know how, because what are they going to do? They're going to go around
Yeah, bro.
knocking on your neighbor's doors, like, hey, we're going to check all the Muslims out. Well, you can't.
It's not even Muslims, but even just regular people, you know?
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know,
Right.
but it's just crazy what people say, and then yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days of closed Guantanamo. That's like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like
let me ask you just listen.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little hot. Are you guys still?
I'm very high.
Okay. I'm just making sure everybody's hot.
Why was it important for you to close Guantanamo? Why is that such a I'm not arguing. I just want to know.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that, but that was just the only thing I can think of right now.
Right.
Like that was he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not
You know
sure.
that people want them to close Guantanamo?
Yeah.
Why?
It's like they're not giving them fair trials. They're just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once. Yeah. For the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's chilling in there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly, and we went swimming and everything. We had a good time.
Now, what made you want to get on stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all.
How old?
70. My dad was 70.
Come on. Hold on, listen. I want to go get a tissue.
You shit? Oh, that's like shit a little.
No. I got to blow my nose.
But yeah, I wonder what kind of hats I would wear, or special pants I would wear if I was the president. You ever wonder that, man? Like American flag pants? Yeah. Get like a little, when somebody breaks your heart. This hell of
It's going good. It's on right now. I guess it's off stream. Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube. And so your dad was 70 years old. That's crazy. How was that?
How was it? It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's high?
I'm very high.
Oh, Joey's high.
Oh yeah,
John.
I think most of the people listening.
Do I seem super high, you think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said it was like going to do learning.
Oh yeah, man, I get caught up in something like pretty high though. Like if I think, I'm trying to think. Like say somebody like, say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me, okay, and I said, fuck, that didn't make any sense. And I said, hi. What were we talking about? What were we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like, if I was sober watching a high person, would I be able to know they were high?
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? You'd be like, look at this bitch right here.
Oh, that's deeper than I was thinking. That's sometimes I try to be.
What do you think? Me? Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% honest, 100% honest?
No, I hate when I go movie and have to go watch it. Or somebody makes me, I'm dreading watching this fucking special. You know, I'm dreading all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
What is it? What is this special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, y'all did? How was it? Awesome.
It was what it was. You know, I gotta see it. You know, I just went through the motions. I don't fucking know. It's good. I'm too high right now.
That's good.
That's good. Oh, is that?
I don't know.
No, I hope it is. So your dad had you. He was 7.
Yeah, he was old.
How old was your mom?
32. She was young.
Your dad was slinging some dick.
Just throwing it out there, man.
That was his first marriage.
No, he'd been married a couple times. He'd been married one time before.
Your dad's still alive? What we talking about?
No, he'd be old.
Sorry.
It's all right. Appreciate it, man. He would be almost on. He'd be 106.
I'm sorry. I don't know. You're like 22, so I'm all fucked up. I know you've been around here for 10 years, maybe. So I'm 30. 7.
Yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's what my mom, like, when I think about my mom, like, bang, like, old guy, like, that'd be crazy, I feel like.
Was he like an attractive man? Was he like,
Yeah, definitely handsome, but I mean, he didn't have any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
Let's get back to
You know?
how old was your dad when he passed?
86.
So he was around till you were 16. God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
Got to happen till you were 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, it was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent, it was just like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes of like he'd take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And the lady would give me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one thing, the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates, and my dad's like, no more chocolates for me. And I had probably 30, bro. Like, nothing could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I would just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, you know? So he used to take me to like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
No. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 3. I lost my mother when I was 16. So,
That's crazy. Yeah, so you know some of the...
But right now, I have my daughter on 49. Every morning I wake up, I can't lie to none of you guys. I wake up, I put my feet down, I go, God, thank you for giving me another day to see this little fucking girl. All I want is enough time just so I can give her the fucking mentality of the church. That's all I need. Let her work it out like I worked it out without my mom. That's the best way to fucking do it. Because I feel like I'm going to die. I did blow. I had
die, man.
God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you always, it's amazing that now, like I would say, who the fuck would have a kid at 50?
Yeah.
Dominic Johnson had a kid at 50 till the end of the movie with him looking at him going, why would you have a fucking kid?
Yeah.
That's the most selfish fucking thing in the world. Also, I knocked my wife up. So now you're looking to live. Like, you're like, wait a second, I want to live for this child.
Right.
But fucking 70, you're dead. Balls of steel. Brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and an older brother. So
Same mom and dad.
Same mom and dad, yeah.
oh shit, you got 2 younger sisters?
Yeah, man, we had a while. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know if I've been to it. No, man. So I remember like my dad would fucking he'd let me drop like say as soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old. I remember being 11 years old and my dad being like, "Hey, will you drive me?" Because he couldn't turn his neck. So like. He's like, hey, will you drive me? And I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking drive you. I'll hit like 5'10". I was going to get a little grocery store when I was 11. So next thing you know, I was driving my dad places, dude. Like, I remember we dropped at the post office and he said, go around the block. and it fucking hit like 7 cars, but on his fucking side, and my dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, you know, like a just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. I was just, and it was a piece of shit. It was all bad. And I would just go around the block. And then one time he let me drive on the interstate. I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. It's probably about like 30 miles. And my dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side. So those are the fucking good old days, man.
What I feel from you a little bit when you tell me the stories, you're happy, you miss them and everything. But are these stories weird to tell sometimes? Are they weird to tell?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family. I have the same family.
Right.
So I can see that we both share that same little twitch because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories more because nobody fucking had a life like that.
Right.
Then when you're 11, your dad's like, drive the fucking car.
Yeah.
You know, that's cool.
We were all begging to drive this car.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good
It's a small city.
Right.
You know, cops knew each other. You got pulled over.
Oh, it was chill.
30 fucking years in those days.
Yeah.
But just the fact that sometimes when your parents give you a lot of trust, it does something to you. It's good and it's bad.
Right.
You know, like you had an older dad that he saw life for what it was at 70. And I bet now when you tell those stories sometimes, you're like, should I even say the story? Let me tell you something, Theo. You have no idea how lucky you are. You have no idea that you had this life because most kids couldn't even imagine that shit.
Right.
Most kids had to steal a car at 16. You know, there's so many good points growing up. No matter how you grow up, as long as your parents were around,
right,
just having a life is great. I know it's tough. People get adopted, they get stabbed, they get beat up and shit. You know, I'm very lucky with my
Dogs and Muppets, man.
Yeah, when my mom died, I had to go into the system. You know, I was old enough to make my own decision. It's so weird. Till today, I realize I didn't do paperwork. When my mom died, my friend said, "You want to live with us?" I'm like, "Yeah."
That was it.
I kept going to high school. Like nothing. I just switched my address.
And nobody asked any questions.
What was your legal guardian? Me. My legal fucking guardian. Me.
Those are the fucking days, dude. I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, it's just an ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now, that just made everything fucking dope.
One of the reasons why I wanted to go home with my wife and the baby was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets I walked.
Right.
When I parked the car, I walked up Given Terrace. I walked down Union Turnpike. But the best walk we did was in the park where we used to play basketball.
Yeah.
It was over. I took her in the park. And now they replaced the hut. There used to be a hut there. And one of the most racist things I ever heard come out of a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. That me and everybody in the park looked at each other and just kept fucking shaking our heads. There used to be a hut there. The guy's name was Mr. Kennel. His 2 sons are still alive, or the 1 son's still alive. Nice kid. I always liked Jack. He's his name. This has to be 1975. We're in this park. We weren't just playing tag, whatever the fuck you play when you're 11 or 12. There was a basketball court, but in those days we weren't allowed on the basketball court. The older kids were drunk. Unless they picked you, you couldn't fucking sit and just play, whatever. Monkey bars and shit.
Chill.
And that hut was there. It was the summertime. I'll never forget that Mr. Kennel was in that hut. And there was,
he was commenting there?
No, he was sitting there with a fan on him in this little hut, and the window was slid open. And he's sitting there, he's got his glasses on. Mr. Kennel's got to be 40.
Right.
And there's 8 Spanish kids, 20 Italian kids, 6 Irish kids, and 1 fat black girl.
Blowing it?
With a huge Julius Irving afro. She's a little kid.
Right.
She's got to be 10. She's throwing rocks at the kids. They're all throwing rocks at each other. They're all having a good time. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of the white kids spits at Marlo. And Marlo spits back at the white kid. And Mr. Kennel sees this. Now we're over here. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. He sees this and he slides open the window. And he pops his head out the window and goes, "Hey, don't let that nigga spit get on you." Right? This is 1975. He goes, "That shit'll go right through you." And he closed the window. And me and the other kids sat there and looked at each other like we had never heard. Like I heard Nigger on the Richard Pryor album.
Yeah.
That was it. For him to yell at that that was the most great. And Marlon just kept spitting at the white kid like nothing happened. Marlon didn't give a fuck.
Damn, man.
That is great. Well, that hut is gone. My point is, the hut and its racism is gone, right?
They had this kid that lived down the street from us named Boogie, and the dad was like a bus driver in our town, and he used to cut our hair, right? And
he's a bus driver that cut hair.
Yeah, he was a bus driver that cut hair. And here's the crazy part. I didn't think about this. The only haircut he knew how to give was his own cut, right? Like the style he had, right? And it was a fucking. It wasn't even a style. It just looked like shit, right? So all the boys and most of the girls had the same cut in our town. Everybody looked jacked up. But we were talking about black people. Oh, no. The priest yelled that shit, man.
The first time I really went to New Orleans was when I read about fucking the mafia down there. And how that guy ran the mob and how everybody thought that whole Kennedy assassination came out of New Orleans. It was also very interesting to me. Then I saw a movie called Richard Gere and Kim Basinger.
Fatal Attraction?
Fatal fucking Attraction. That's that chick that shows a pussy.
Oh, that's good. I know it is Sharon Stone.
Right. This is.
What if Sigourney Weaver showed her pussy? Would you look or not?
Fuck yeah, with that overall. Actually, I love that sexy old.
No Mercy?
No Mercy was a movie that came out in 1987 about white. 86 about white motherfuckers killing each other in New Orleans. And the guy that was her boyfriend bought her. Bought her like that.
Yeah.
New Orleans. He bought her from her mama.
Right.
He raised her. They put her really out and fucked her. She was beautiful. Kim Basinger. Imagine buying Kim Basinger. She's like 13.
Cheap for them.
And just feed her steaks and fucking fatten her up. When she's 18, you give her a stab and you're married. She don't know no different. You hide her from the world. What time is it? I have no fucking idea. It's been 1982 for days. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask.
Do you think we all come from incest? Really, when you really think about it? Like,
well, we have to. Fucking islands.
Oh, then you have to probably have.
There's incest. I know for a fact that my grandmother and my grandfather, like third cousins or something like that. So there's got to be, I'm retarded from bloodstream. You know what I'm saying? Something, or I know something happened. My uncle told me for the first time.
He said something wasn't right?
No, he told me, because you know that your great-great-grandmother and your great-grandfather were like third fucking cousins or something. That's why the maiden name is kind of weird. It's Valdez Malvarez or some shit. They just dropped the Malvarez or some shit. So it's an island. You come from a fucking island. There's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro. Ever. Think about that, though, dude. Say if every cousin.
Listen, I don't want to talk about incest on the church. Though.
Okay, my bad.
We got fucking boundaries here. We can't be talking about incest. That's not what the fuck do.
Okay.
I don't want nobody. I don't bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
When I was a kid, I had sex with like Puerto Rican cousins.
That's crazy.
Like your families grew up together, but you're not really blood. And they're like, you guys are cousins. So some families encourage you. You guys should hook up. Be a nice wedding. I had sex with a little girl. She wasn't a little girl. She had hair. I didn't.
Wow.
First time, Evie was her name. And she was older than me by a year. I used to sleep over. One day she was looking at me. And I looked at her and I almost fucking died. There was hair on it. I sniffed it.
Dang, you got down there, a young fella.
No, I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it, I think. I fucking ran away.
Yeah, that first smell is pretty strong. It's a real,
I don't remember. Why you gotta talk about smells? What's happening?
I don't know how bad is it was that?
Thursday, what is it?
It's Thursday, dude.
Lisa it's gonna go back to his house, stoned to the gills.
Home to God, my mom's asleep.
Why?
Because look how high I am.
Because you
Nah, you'll probably be fine, man.
You should bring her out and try to just tell her how it's gonna go down.
Yeah, why don't y'all fucking do some Krav Maga, get fucking wicked.
Listen, you gotta argue with her anyway.
Yeah.
No, she knows.
Bring over half a bone like that savage right in the living room.
Yeah.
No, as I was leaving, she like told me to freeze the food because she made me a whole bunch of food.
Wow.
And I was like, hey, you know what? Everything we had tonight, just leave it out because I don't want to eat that when I get home. And she's like, the whole breast? I was like, yeah, the whole north breast.
Damn. I'm trying to think what I was gonna say, man. What were we talking about?
What made you jump on a fucking stage? What made you jump on the stage the first time?
Yeah. just thought, I guess, making people laugh was just the funniest thing. That was the best thing. Like, if people weren't laughing, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? We're just doing all this other shit, and then we wait for it, and rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like, why don't we do a little bit of the inverse, you know? Like, we do all this other shit. The best part is when somebody's laughing.
Was your dad funny?
He was pretty funny, man.
Where was he from?
He was from Nicaragua.
No wonder. He was Spanish. Jesus Christ. No wonder he was slinging dick at 70. He should have made. When I thought he was a white dude, I was like, okay. He's a crazy. I thought he was like somebody from, like one of those songs in the South. Oh, yeah. Get over here. I'm going to love you right now. I don't give a fuck what you turn into.
A lot of reds, a little reds.
You listen to Filipinos, those Spanish dudes, they got sperm eggs and that nutsack for their fucking night. I swear to God,
they'll start a kid like a magician.
Those fucking old tricks, those fucking Filipinos. Janice, my daughter's godmother, her father had a kid at 74.
Yeah. Why did they just pull out, bro?
20-year-old woman, 70 fucking.
Dude, they could do semen into a pond and it would start up at some point, man. They are so.
But then I watched that movie with Ali Palmer, the young chick.
Yeah.
And he was in a fertility clinic with a bunch of other fucking dudes that are like 50 or dating 20-year-olds.
What is that?
It's complicated.
Yeah, man. I remember. Oh, Puerto Ricans you were talking. They used to say that's when you guys. Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our tent, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? Going back to that, right? That man, Mr. Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters.
They let you keep the hamsters after Superman?
Literally, that was, I'm just mean, it was that same time, right? Everybody would get a different pet. And we used to play this game where you would, somebody would lay down and you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess if I have a snake on my back or not, right? And people would literally bet if they did or what they were going to guess. And then some of them put this game where because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, like whatever rabbit narcolepsy kind of is, where he just drifts off there. Because it's a rabbit, they're not doing much. And you would set a rabbit on a pile of money and you try to pull the dollars out from under it, and without waking him up. That was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the problem, the thing that happened was this Mexican kid moved in named Nick, right? And the first thing he ever said in class, the thing was, in science, they also taught you sex ed, right? So the first day this kid, Nick, was in there, it was during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, what's pop that cherry mean? That's what he said. He asked a bunch of teacher, like, it's serious, it's gonna be like, what's pop that cherry mean? And then he ended up banging some girl like in 6th grade, right? And she broke up with him, broke his heart, and he started to like rap music, and he wore this t-shirt that said Nick the Rapper that he wrote on it with a marker, right? But he only put one P in it, and it said Nick the Raper on it, the fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him. They expelled him.
That's racist.
I guess he was Mexican. But see, Mexican didn't play a part in it. He was a bad speller, and he fucking was asking stupid questions. What does pop that cherry mean?
Pop that cherry.
Remember that saying? You don't hear that anymore, dude. Never hear that shit.
Popping on cherries and pop. You can tell if you look and watch how she walks.
I never popped into a cherry.
You didn't?
No.
You're still out there. That mean you married?
Almost.
Nah, you're not, bro. You'll get a little bit of fucking trim that's fucking never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a little pushing.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we all were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers that were standing up by the fire, dude, for probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts?
How terrible would that be?
Yeah.
Oh, you be rubbing your pants? How do you feel?
Gnarly, right? And man, the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room, and he had a bunch of pets stacked up on the walls because he loved all kinds of pets. And we're 5 of us sharing a bed, right? And all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro, and I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful this one, this dog keeps barking, man. I'm so hot that there's this dog. I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking all night because I'm awake. I can't sleep, right? All the other four kids in his bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. And he had a big ceiling fan in the middle of the room that was spinning, right? So it's like whirling from all these pets, right? And even though we can sleep, it's keeping them awake. Because you got to think, a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, this dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog, right? Outside the fucking window. Boom. Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling a young man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how can at one moment a guy be so gentle? And then 7 hours later, be blowing a freaking animal's head over because it was barking. You have an animal in the woods, bro. It's gonna bark. The woods is out there. He probably hears everything. They said they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You'd fucking be angry. Your neighbor, 4 houses over. I don't know, man. I'm high, bro. If you talk about it, says they gotta talk about killing dogs. So you gotta bring me down. I'm bringing you down. Bring that down. Fucking hot dog. I'm sorry. Cicely told me his girlfriend don't do laundry. Damn. I'm depressed. How you gonna do laundry? You don't live with me. Why don't you do my laundry? I do my laundry. For you to think. Bro, if you're really in love with me, you should fucking leave a load over there when you go back 2 days later, see if it's cleaned up. My mom would do it. Love. No, but the thing is, she still doesn't live home. Her mom would do it. Oh, wow. Her mom has offered. Yeah, bring it over here. Phone me up. It's a smart job. Is her mom married to a brother or not? Have you ever had a fucking... Have you ever had... Who's Arthur? It starts with my door. No, that's not... Yeah, but why would you want to start? Makes you feel like an adult. Soft. Yeah. Shit. Makes you feel like you have a checkbook, It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro. Let me fucking leave. You gotta go into the house now. How you gonna act? Nick the Raper. Nick the Rapper. So what was the first place you got on stage? This place called Brown. In down in Louisiana, there's a bar down there. And then I went on this thing called Semester SC, which is like a university, like a floating school that goes, like, you literally circumnavigate the globe. And I was in college, and they had an open mic on there, and they had a senior passenger on our cruise ship that had died, right? So they was keeping him in the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, like different, like, cold cuts and shit. Like, this sandwich tastes like berry, and just fake shit like that. And kids were kind of laughing. So then I got up, they had like an open mic thing on there, and I got up on there, and it was fun, joking. For a nice looking kid, you're a dark dude. I like that about you on stage, or you take people in a weird direction, and I look at you like, oh, this fucking kid. I trust him for my fucking animals. Thanks, man. Well, not that one, though. Fucking dogs that you fucking... Well, a couple brothers beat that animal up. I never did that. Superman. I never did that. That was his... to be honest, a couple of brothers. I killed the fucking rat a couple times. I actually backed over a deer once with a fucking lawnmower. We're really gonna share stories. I swear to God, man. It was a big bush hog, and I used to work on this farm in the summer times, right? And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So one day I'm just cutting, and I backed around and turned it around, and a fucking deer, man, ran over a deer with it. Actually, ended up killing the deer. Damn, it's just dark. The deer jumped at my car once. There you go. You killed it? No, it went away. You probably killed it. Yeah, but I caught it. Damn, dude. I go 20 miles an hour. You hit it at 20 miles an hour. Talking how fast that is. Well, yeah, it's true. Look, I hit a dog in Wilshire. Oh, no. 10 years ago, coming home, not stoned, minding my own business. Wow. Doing the speed limit. You're on fucking Wilshire Boulevard. Yeah. No, I wasn't even on Wilshire. I was on that block that you cut from Olympic all the way up to Sunset. Vermont, one of those. Veteran. Deep one. All of a sudden, fucking a dog. I hit him straight up. He ran into my car. And he stopped my car and got more shot. And he was limping. Cars were going around. I pulled over and tried to get him. He ran that motherfucker. Once you hit them, they fucking run. Yeah, they run forever. You feel terrible. You feel fucking horrible, whether it's a squirrel or whatever. You feel fucking terrible. But I'm happy that accidents happen. I
had a great time looking at your cats. I had a great time watching your cats.
Thank you very
It was
much.
so much fun.
My cats are good fucking animals, man.
Yeah.
I never had a cat.
Really, you had dogs?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't have a dog, but I'm thinking about getting a dog. I've been thinking about it. I'm still considering.
If I didn't have as many allergies as I do, I'd get cats. Because, like, it was funny. Like, they have, like, little setups. Like, Roy would sit right at the edge of your kitchen and wait for somebody, like, attack them. Like, get mine! Like, I'd pause the TV and just start watching them.
And Dimmy runs into them. So Dimmy will go fuck with somebody else. Somebody else is swatting. He'll give him a look and go, fuck you. And also walk right into Gray. And Gray will hit him with 3 quick rights to the head. And then he'll go, fuck you, dirty bitch. And then he'll go in the kitchen like, oh, shit, that bitch is crazy. It's a show to watch animals, whether they're dogs or cats, especially when you have 1 or 2 or 3 of them.
They're like babies with a hand chewing stuff. Yeah.
They should have a cat. Like, do they have like a streaming cat channel? You can just watch cats whenever you want.
We should get you. That's what we should do. We should get you like, an iPad and like, put it up and like periscope the cats.
Yeah. You should start a cat town, dude, and dress them up like different fucking ethnicities. So when they show up and interact, you could like, it's almost like a game of Risk.
People dress up their fucking dogs and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do that. There's no dog that wants to have a fucking tuxedo.
They had a kid in our time, this is no correlation, but that had really bad, like, kind of, I don't think it was Down syndrome, but something pretty close. And his mom would dress him up constantly. Like, dress him up like you know, like almost like costumes all the time. Like he's in a pirate costume. Like this week, like his mom, like he was like it was always Halloween or something for him, you know.
You're a crazy young man. That's why I love you, buddy. Shout outs.
He's like, yeah, he's a panther.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out, happy anniversary to Tina, Jimmy Joe, Aiden Diaz, Jesse Bryant, Peter Mandy Barr, Jim Jorgensen, Paul Lynch, Jack Bratcher, what's happening? Bad MMA motherfucker. And my man Henry Solari, you better show up to class this week, cocksucker.
And Dustin's a wacky. Just had a baby.
Dustin's a wacky, had a baby. Yeah. A lot of fucking things going on in the church fucking world.
Good energy.
Oh, one quick thing. Steve Simone is doing a GoFundMe. To hear about that.
I heard that, something like that.
He's doing. There's a bunch of great. He's doing great things for a couple families and kids, and wants to do more for people at Children's Hospital in LA. But we're retweeting it. I'll tweet it tonight. He's giving some kids who have some pretty terrible diseases, like some heavy times during the holidays.
That's awesome.
It's a good fucking
Great heart, man.
So they give them blood, bringing sandwiches, beer, plays for the kids. Hey, listen, man, it means the world to people when you visit them.
Yeah, he's exceptional, man. That guy's got a million hearts, bro. Good dude.
You know, it's really weird. We live in a place where people do weird things. You know, like people do weird things to get attention.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Steve Simone, he does everything from the heart.
Yeah.
Good intentions, you know.
100%.
He's one of those dudes that's in LA that you're happy to be his friend. He keeps you grounded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you come from a society that's not selling their fucking blood in this town to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people in this town that you know who they are. They come up to you, they talk to you, they don't give a fuck about you, man.
Yeah.
When you start making money, all of a sudden you're the best thing in the world. They're there with their hand out, telling you how they help you. We always believed in you. You know, where were you when I was living in that 1-bedroom apartment? And you wouldn't take my call.
Yeah.
But you have to put it all in perspective. There's a certain element in this town that you look at. When the coke finishes, they're gone. And there's a certain element in this town that when the coke finishes, that's when they become your friend. Right. Simone is one of those dudes.
Yeah.
It's really he brightens your day.
He does.
Old school.
He had lunch with me and my mom yesterday.
Oh, he did?
Unbelievable.
He has a lot of old school values that you look at. We went to eat last week. We got to New York for Thursday night. We didn't do much. We got to New York about 5. Then Friday we started our fucking jaunt. And then Friday night we went to Rudy's. Did you go to Rudy's with me?
Yeah.
Bar place. It's been there since 1970. And when I was in high school, they used to serve me. They had squid. That's what they're known for. Statewide. Go in there.
Rudy's squid.
Rudy's squid.
Yeah.
mussels with red sauce.
Oh, like you got mad at me because I was too nervous to buy something expensive, so I got ravioli.
Oh, and it was still delicious.
It was amazing.
It was amazing. Everything there is amazing. But we're eating, and I can see something. My wife, and I asked her what happened, what's going on. She goes, I don't see this now. Like people are having a conversation, nobody's looking at their phone.
Yeah.
Guess what happened last week, guys? Ready for this? A girl who I fuck with on Facebook. Hi, how are you? She was sitting at the table next to us. Me and my wife sat there, and I go, Terry, this girl at the table over here at this table. I fuck with her on Facebook. Watch this. When she went to the bathroom, she came right up. And she was like, oh my God, I saw a post that you were in a park with the baby. I didn't know you were in Cliffside. It was fucking amazing. Like, what are the chances? Cliffside. Cliffside Park is where this place is at. And I saw somebody, you'll love this story. Then I saw this girl, Joyce. And I saw her. And I go, what's happening? She goes, oh my God, how are you? The guy she was with, like I knew her 30 years ago, she was married. But they break up. Now she's dating a kid named Mikey Moore. That was one of those kids in the neighborhood that you always bumped into at 2 in the morning. Right. Like if you bumped into Mikey Moore, you were onto something. Right. Mikey Moore had a few bumps. He knew it was a few bumps. He might have a Valium. But he was always solid. Mikey Moore was solid. But he had a lot of claim to fame. Like Mikey Moore was one of those guys that people underrated. Yeah. And he lights some motherfuckers up. Really? Like one time we robbed a Chinese restaurant delivery guy. We just took his fucking card, dog. First of all, we called the delivery to the park. Okay? Show up at the park.
How do you say that? Deliver to the park?
You fucking believe that? That's great. They said deliver it. They can deliver it to next to the park. When the guy came, we fucking bum rushed him. We took the car. But listen to this. Mikey Moore delivered the Chinese food. Got the check. Came back and gave me a little taste of the thing. You understand? After he dumped the fucking car, cleaned it off for Prince, the guy got hit in the head with like a bowling pin.
Somebody with a bowling
pin. You fucking believe
that's gay.
That's next to this park. This place, this North Bergen is known for all these little parks, like 51st Street Park, and each park had a different personality, a different person represented that park. Like 64th Street Field, they were deep into fucking drugs and booze and fucking ACDC and fucking music, and they fought, they played football, and they were heads, but they fucking fought. 88th Street had more of a little, that park had a couple dabblings of heroin up there.
No artsy.
No, there was no artsy there. I was telling somebody in my neighborhood stores, with a Spick store and a Chink store. The Dragon Grocery was owned by a Chinese Cuban guy. That was the Chink store. And the Cuban place was the Spick store. That was how artsy that was. There was no art district. It was the Chink neighborhood, the black neighborhood, the fucking Spick neighborhood.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's it, man. And the South is just like that. Black and white, just black and white. That's the crazy thing in our town. It's just white. That's what I would love about maybe like New York and New Jersey. There's so many types of people around there. That must have been awesome.
So what made you wake up and say Los Angeles? Anybody call you?
Yeah, I had a buddy actually. I had a buddy who's like couldn't help me move. Right, he lived out in San Francisco, so I was like, all right. I know he's like, come out and hang out with me one weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him. Right, when I get there, he's like, I'm moving. I'm like, what the fuck? Do you know I was coming in this weekend? Right? He's like, nah, man, I'm moving down to LA. So I just went with him. Then I just stayed for a while, back and forth, and stayed. It gets you, bro. It's kind of like this thing here. I don't think I'll stay forever. Oh, I miss it every day, man.
Really? Still 10 years here. How many times a year you go back?
Yeah, probably 4 times a year.
2 planes to go back?
One plane to go back.
Drive the 40 miles?
Yeah. Then I drive. Just get a rental car. I got nieces and nephews now. Actually, I had a niece who was just born, like less than 24 hours ago, a little girl. So,
congratulations.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Stella Blue, that's her name. So, but yeah, it's a chill place, man. Good family. Good to go home, I love homecoming.
I had you on the show for a reason, Theo. I just don't put fucking anybody from the store on the show, anybody like that. I like your work ethic. I think you're a solid guy. When I got to the store, I noticed something. The old to guys with dicks.
Yeah.
Getting real dicks. First we get the story. I told this story.
Did you really? This last time back?
No. 1997.
Oh, okay.
I get past February fucking 19th.
Wow.
By February 24th, I'm already in a pushing match / fisticuffs in front of the Comedy Store. What saves me is Mitzi's getting out of the car. And she goes, "What's going on, guys?" And she sees me. She sees the other guy on the floor. And she looks at me. She smiles. So she knew what time it was.
Yeah.
Because regularly I don't fuck around, all right? So I thought about you tonight, and I thought about why I was having you on. And I look at a lot of the guys at the Comedy Store and give them the utmost respect, because for me to be a better comic, I have to be a better gentleman to you young guys. What makes me, what's going to make me a great fucking comic is the love I give to you young guys. Now, what I can pass on, I can't pass on nothing to you but addiction and chlamydia and bad fucking fungi tongue. What you can learn from me is what I didn't do, what I didn't do, but the love I give you guys is the better I get as a comedian. And I know this because those guys that used to fucking hate on me, they're gone. They're gone. I don't even think Facebook's let some on, right?
They're gone.
You know, they're gone. And they were miserable at the end. They sat there and they sneered instead of sitting there and being supportive and giving that young guy a hug. I don't go on stage. I go on stage and do my motherfucking acting over.
Right.
And when I see you back there, you have my utmost respect because you could have canceled or faked an injury or done whatever. You go back there, you fucking go up there, go give it for Joey, you fucking bang it. I watch it.
Yeah.
Don't think I don't watch it.
Yeah.
So I want you to understand where I'm fucking coming from. Dog, I got no beef. I remember one time. What the fuck would you do if I said, come to the stage? There's nothing good to say about this guy. Theo Von, what would you do to me on the stage? I didn't want to. I think I didn't want to go at that realm, even at that youth in comedy, even as crazy and coked up from Indian as I was. Something at that moment. Until this day, I hate that guy, and I don't see him ever again.
Damn.
I won't see him
Another
ever
store
again.
coming?
Another store coming.
Yeah.
Like those older guys, I was there the night when this older comic boy, that Joe Rogan on the main. He brought Joe out and he insulted Joe, and Joe said something to him, and they had to stop the show. They were going to get out of the fucking main.
Over what?
Over
The intro the guy gave.
It was, listen, man, the guy moved to town a year later. He's making 30 grand. Lee. You hit 20 fucking years. Still getting a 1240 spot in the main room once a month.
Yeah.
What are you going to fucking feel like? And all of a sudden, this young kid comes that's dirty, and he's on an NBC show. Meanwhile, they've been telling me to fucking work clean, get a trumpet, and all of a sudden, this young kid comes along. And I learned from, instead of hating on the young guys, I learned from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes and fucking, and I'm talking about not Sebastian. Sebastian's established. Bill Burr's established. I'm talking about you and Santini's and the fucking other guys. Yes, these are all young guys. Those people after midnight, I've been there. Yeah, I fucking been there where it's 12 fucking 45. And everybody went over. Now it's 110. Yeah. And you got a 10:15 at ABC. Yeah. You follow me? And there you are going, fuck. But you stay. So the only way for me to become better is to be. Listen, you don't want to be a mentor? I'll go back to prison. Right. And help those get their GEDs. Okay? I can't mentor nobody. I'm not here to mentor nobody. I'm not going to lie. Sit here and give you notes. Who the fuck am I to give you fucking notes? These comics, that's the fuck am I to give you notes? All I can do is hug you and go, you're a bad motherfucker. Keep fucking these motherfuckers up. Yeah. That's all you can do. And I think you become, I learned this the last 2 years in the store. Really? Because I've become a better comic. Because I'm sitting there, I went to the store, I go out and see these young comics, and they would inspire me. Yeah. When you're getting older, you see these young guys, and you're like, God damn, I gotta pick my motherfucking game up. I gotta get,
Dude, that's a good attitude.
you gotta go back to training camp. These young motherfuckers ain't fucking around. And then I backtrack, I go home and smoke a joint, I go, I remember when Joey Diaz used to dot his T's. Whatever, dot his I's. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Top his T's.
Dude, man, that's, do you, that's fucking just, I mean, I don't even know, man. It's nuts.
So always remember, like, when you're That store is our fucking home.
If you could go back in time, Joey, sorry to interrupt you. If you could go back in time, do you think were you the same way a long time ago, or you say you just feel like you've learned this really now? Like, do you feel like you were always like that? Because sometimes I feel like it's hard to get the negative shit out of your head in this town, you know?
I had nothing going on. Why would somebody hate on me? I wasn't good looking. I was walking the tooth. I had no agent. I had nothing going on. The only person who gave me any fucking love was Richie Shaw.
Yeah.
That was it. And these old guys would sit there. They'd get there at 5 after 9. See, even if they didn't have a spot, they'd sit there and they'd sign up for that fucking list. And they'd work all night. And when you pulled up, you could see, like, all 6 of them, fuck. You know, like they would beg for you not to show up so they could do their 15 minutes and take their glory for those 15 minutes. They would sell their soul. They would wish a heart attack on you so they could get up and tell you 50. You know, it was just a horrible feeling. You know what I'm saying? I remember I had surgery. One of the reasons I stopped going to the store was I had a fat ball in my neck. But it kept getting bigger every time I got excited. It was the funniest thing. It would come out of here. And it would just throb out of my fucking neck. It was a fat ball. And I finally got the balls that went down and it wasn't cancer. It was just a fat ball. And the doctor had to slice my neck and stick his hand down there and take this fat ball out. And he showed it to me in a jar.
Yeah.
I'll never forget what the first thing I thought. When I looked at that fat ball, I thought about all the people that came up to me at the store. I didn't know why, man. Right there at that operating table. I'm coming out of my anesthesia. My wife, he goes over because she wants to see the fat ball. We took that. And when he showed it to me, the first thing I thought about was all the people in the store that shake your hand. You turn around like, fuck. You know, I thought about all those people. Hey, congratulations on Spider-Man 2. Fucking cokehead.
Right.
And you feel it, you know, on your team.
Yeah.
And you go home. And 20 years ago, I would come down off my coke and actually go to their house and knock on their door and say, what the fuck was your problem last night? But as I got older, I thought about why would they act that way? I can't lie to you, when I got you guys, I was jealous of people from 97 to like 98 and a half, and I figured it out. If I stop being jealous, I can take that energy and do something good with it.
Yeah. Jealous of what they got. That energy, it's basically adjusting that energy.
It's not a jealousy of a specific human being. It was a jealousy of how the fuck did you get elevated? I was in the belly room one night at 11:30. The fucking guy came up to me. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm here all the fucking time and nobody says boo to me. You're here at the fucking belly room on a Sunday and elevated. Fucking I'm holding you. That's what you're fucking trying to tell me. How did you get roasting right? Oh, I was in the main room on a Tuesday night. I did a spot during the Black Show. What are you talking about? And here I am all the time. So it's that type of jealousy. How he had an agent and I didn't. Meanwhile, I was getting spots at the Improv and store in Atlanta.
Wow.
You know, 3 months in, I was already
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah, because I knew Gilbert Escobar, so he put me up Mondays at the Laugh Factory. The Improv liked me. I was a regular at the store. But that's all I had going on.
Right.
So I couldn't figure out the hostility of these older comics. And it was like you dealt with 3 or 4 of them from Tuesday to Thursday. Then on the weekends they disappeared and do whatever fucking shit they did. And then you dealt with another handful of them. And Charlie Hill was a good guy. Alan Stevens was a great. Alan Stevens got me on the fucking wireless opposite James Coburn. Yeah. He saw me at the store. He's like, bro, I got a role for you. It's coming up, trust me. And all of a sudden they called me. They gave me a fucking role. Charlie Hill was an Indian guy. I'll never forget him pulling me aside and going, listen, you gave me belly laughs. Keep doing what you're doing. Right. You know, don't get me wrong. There was 2 or 3 of them that were gentle. But there was 10 of them that were just there to watch you fucking fail. So they can talk about you. So that's why I give you guys all the respect. So that's what I wanted to tell you.
Man, I appreciate that.
Someday when you get older, you guys will be there.
I'll do that.
Because you know what, man? I'm gonna give these young guys the respect because I know what they go through in daily life. Yeah. You get a bunch of no's, man. Yeah. So sometimes an older guy comes up to you and says, no, nothing about dick. Yeah. Get up tomorrow morning like you got the lottery ticket in your pocket. What happens, bitch?
Remember what I heard of that?
Fuck these motherfuckers. What up, Lee? San Diego the 17th is already sold out. So we're thinking of having a second show. You gotta be up in the mountains, give mom a high heart one day. Up in fucking Utah, over there, give mom the mommy. Yeah, juice. What dates you got coming up, my brother?
I got coming up. I got Pittsburgh. I got Boston the 17th and 18th of this month, December. Sorry, hold on.
Lap Boston.
I got Lap
That's
Boston.
a great club.
Yeah, Lap Boston the 18th and 19th. Actually, I think it is.
Don't forget to go to and tell them Lee sent you get 10% off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's done.
Great.
Yeah, done. I've heard of it.
I worked there for 10 years.
And then I got I got Pittsburgh January 6th through 8th, I think it is.
You got a Netflix special.
Yeah, 8th through 11th there, 6th through 10th in Pittsburgh.
Which I'm proud of you because you got the shooting in the state.
Thanks, yeah, I got the Netflix special.
Like a
New
motherfucker.
Orleans, baby, holding down the South. Trying to, man. It was awesome, man. I never felt so much love and support from my hometown and all the people I grew up with. That just came out to fucking. It just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like kind of like validated like all the fucking negative thoughts you have when you're a kid. You know, it's just like, oh man, maybe these people like thought I was like okay person. Yeah, I don't know.
How old were you the first time you left Covington to go to New Orleans? And you by yourself, not the parents. Can you think so?
15.
Can you think so?
Yeah, I got my dick sucked. Wasn't great, but lightly sucked. Pretty much on this journey.
When you were 15, you were already a man.
No. I was just, I was getting out there.
But I'm talking, what was your mentality like? Having an older dad, having.
Oh, I knew I was very aware. Very aware.
And you were more aware than the kids your age. You just didn't say that.
Yeah.
You had to say why you knew these things.
Yeah, you seem weird. I feel like you're trying to like explain yourself.
You've always felt cool. That's the way I've always felt.
Yeah, so I've always felt a little. Yeah, I've always felt pretty strange.
As you get older, you talk about it, but you still twitch. It's like I couldn't tell these stories 15 years ago.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Well, dude, watching guys like you just fucking inspires like guys like me so much, man. Because it's like you just say whatever. Like I'll literally have to see one of your sets. I'm like, guys, just to get to that spot in your life, you can just be so open about shit. It's unreal, man. It's cool. It's inspiring. So thanks, man. Thanks.
I don't understand. You work hard, you come out here, you develop, and all of a sudden you get some guy that goes, you know, Theo, I really like your southern style, but I really like your freedom too. I'm more a family show like a bitch.
Yeah.
And you go to me, you're on the side and go, hey, man, you're a pretty good writer. Hook me up in the afternoons. And let's write together.
Yeah.
And you write this act that is for you.
Yeah.
And
oh, it'd be tough, man.
You understand?
I couldn't even imagine.
So, when I got here, I was so desperate. There was times I didn't have a voice.
Yeah.
Oh,
oh, yeah.
Every comedian goes through that,
right?
Where you come here and they confuse you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you thought you had the goods, but now you start hearing things. And it's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda Rousey's not now because she got knocked out.
Right.
Ronda Rousey doesn't know where to draw you, where to start.
Right.
So, it's the same thing for comics. Like, you don't know. You get the wind knocked out of you. It's I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing.
It's intense. No worries. I'm a Texas person. I'll get meet at 9 right now. Just let
me do the fucking sponsors here. We'll get you the fuck out of here.
No, I don't mean that. I don't want to go.
No. We're going to get the fuck out of here. We're going to jiu-jitsu one. Joey's going to do a couple backflips. Say circus, knee select.
I'll watch that shit, dude. I'll watch that shit. The only other thing I got is I have a Netflix special coming out at the end of February, so check it out. It's called No Offense. And thanks for the love, and thanks for having me on, too.
Hey, man, you know, I love you. Listen, I love all the young guys. I like watching you.
And all my friends love you, man.
And I go home at night and I think about it. I go, Mom, you know, it's nice that I can talk to all those younger guys. It's nice that they don't treat me like I'm learning. That's why I go to the store.
Yeah.
I smile.
Oh, dude, you have the maximum.
Because I don't want to be like the old guy with fucking Joey Diaz on the power young. I'm ashamed. I am ashamed of myself.
It's you.
You know, I should. Like a grandpa, I should be a motherfucking mending a sweater, rubbing Lee's feet in the future. Whatever. If I was your grandpa, you know, you have a dirty grandpa. Anyway, let's talk about fucking underwear, all right? It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. It needs to look good and feel good. I mean, that's the, you know, you just don't want to wear underwear that's comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies. Plain and fucking simple, okay? I love MeUndies. You know why? Because it's got mold out. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro mold out fabric, which doesn't sound sexy right now, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to wearing regular underwear ever again. When I go to jiu-jitsu, I go to a gym now. That's all I wear is MeUndies. Yeah, because I want my nutsack to pop out. Yeah. Oh, I got that old man syndrome. MeUndies, it keeps you tight, warm. It pulls the sweat away from your skin, your moisture. I'm in a position one time when I had the knee surgery. I got the same underwear on for like 18 hours. Oh, that's a good feeling. Then I went to take my underwear off, so my nutsack was the smell would be moist. It was fresh. That's what I got sold on MeUndies when I had the fucking surgery. So let me tell you something. With MeUndies, you feel more comfortable than ever before. Plus, that MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from. It's the only place you're going to find the same styles for him and for her, and they got a new signature design every month. They also just launched a new boxer line. It's like wearing nothing at all, only better. And with the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. I think it's a little too late right now, but you know what? Fuck, give it to them a little late before New Year's. You know, you never see the motherfuckers on the 25th anyway. Agreed. All right, so do me a favor. These, I'm not your parents stocking stuff, but who cares? Get them a pair anyway. Your dad needs some action. Everybody needs MeUndies. I don't care how old you are. Everybody needs a pair of MeUndies. So go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey, and you're gonna get 20% off your first order, plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. Tell them Lee they ship for free. Always. MeUndies even has a money back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep them and you get a full refund. Bam! Plus the tax. That means you have nothing to lose, okay? What's today's date? December 10th. Boom! So if you order MeUndies before December 13th, your MeUndies will be arrive on time for Christmas. Plain and fucking simple. That means you got till Sunday to order MeUndies. Go to MeUndies right now and get 20% off your first order on the world's most comfortable fucking underwear, head to head with any other pair of underwears. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com/Joey right now. I got the fucking leopard one with the sabotage with the swirl. I love those. Are my favorite ones. The black ones are a little too tight. Then they sent me these long pants. I cut those into underwear. That's the best one I ever made. We've done that. I took it to the Armenian fucking sewer. She sewed them down in like loose boxes. You have no idea how comfortable MeUndies is. Go to MeUndies.com right now and get /Joey. Get 20% off your first order. Free shipping in U.S. and Canada. What is going on?
And it calmed down, but it got like super strong. I don't know if it's because of hot night.
Is your mom gonna be fucking pissed, bro?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm trying to catch you sleep.
You have to, you gotta Periscope that, dude.
Yeah, Periscope, your mom coming in, yelling at you, looking at your eyeballs, where your eyeballs are. And why your eyeballs will stop and get some ice. So you don't look so fucking obvious, guys. So anyway, my favorite people in the world, especially now over the holidays, let me tell you something. There's no better gift than a gift to Onyx. Onyx got, listen, Alpha Brain, 100% money back guarantee, Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, F Force Protein, kettlebells, weights, weighted vest, I mean, listen, I can't sit here and tell you all the great products they got. Do me a favor. Go to Onyx.com right now and press in. Sure. Get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm an F protein go-go type of dude. And I also like the Shroom Tech Sport before I go to Jiu-Jitsu. I'm still out of shape. I'm still a fat fuck. But at least I go. I want to congratulate my brother Lee for taking third place in the fucking John Christmas tournament. What we talking about on it. He didn't take Shroom Tech at night. He would have taken first place. Anyway, back to motherfucking. All right, here we go. You ever looking for you ever got a magazine you're looking for a particular article? It's a pain in the ass to find. But guess what? Texture will carry your favorite magazine. Let's get to something about magazines. Texture's the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse through hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily. Plus, their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds, gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content. With full access to top magazines across just every interest, Texture is the one present to open again and again. Do me a favor. Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now. You go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from fact issues, from Hot Rod, Diabetic Living, disregard that best that. Listen, for all you magazine readers, let me tell you what I got for you guys for the holidays, all right? Two words, one word, texture.com, all right? Texture.com. Listen, all I know is magazines are a pain in the ass. You don't go to People magazine that just got a story in there, and you gotta go through a page, it's 80. Da, 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 da. Texture cuts down to that. Texas the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone and tablet. You get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics that interest you. Sign up for Texture right now and in mere second. Second, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with the full access to the top magazines, just about every interest. Texture is the one present that they'll open again and again. Let me tell you the magazines you got on Texture, all right? You got Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg Business Week, Money Sense, Runner's World, Rolling Stone, 17, Siempre Mujer. You got Vanity Fair, Woman's Day, The New Yorker, Towns from Today's Parents, Surfer, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. I can go on for an hour, all the magazines they got. The best thing is, Texas is offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to Texas.com/Joe. Even better, give Texas as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. All of this fantastic gift for your loved ones before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to Texture.com/Joey. Listen, man, you gotta fly. You want to read certain magazines, you download them before you go on the flight. You pop open your tablet and there's your fucking articles that you want to read. Everything you want to read. Everything you read right in front of you. Plus, it gets deeper. It goes to certain articles, other articles that might interest you. Well, listen, do me a favor. The only way you're going to know for sure is go to Texture.com/Joey and order right now. You're going to get a free trial. You go to Texture.com/Joey. You can download articles and whole issues for offline reading. Plus, you can share your subscription with the entire family, right? We're not talking about the day,
So that means basically a gift for you if you think about it. And then you share the subscription with your entire family, so then you get to see the magazine.
And let me tell you what else I got for you guys, because I'm giving you all the action I got before the holidays, so you don't go joking. What the fuck? You don't tell me what you got. It's the holiday season. You don't know me. You show up at these fucking places, you don't know what to buy these fucking people.
Yeah.
You know, like right now, I'm looking at gift cards, whatever, these scratches, hats, you don't know what to give them. I got the fucking answer for your questions. And it's cheap, too. It gets delivered right to your door. You ready for this?
I know what it is.
Club W. You're like, Joey, what the hell is Club W? Club W is a what do they call it? A wine. What do they call it?
The wine club, wine subscription.
But it's a wine subscription, but it's something. It's the Greek to glass wine revolution. What that means is nothing. Let me bring it down for you even better. For 9,000 years, people have been making wine. That's how long we've been confused about which wine to drink. Red, white, Chardonnay, blah, 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 blah. You get a headache after they drink the wine. But for many of us, it's the shopping that causes the real headache. So many choices, what to learn. They're chewing chicken, they got beef, and there's no guarantee you even like what you buy. All right, let me tell you something. It's tough getting a bottle of wine, especially on the holidays. You gotta stop, park, do this, blah, 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 blah. I hate all that stuff. This is why I recommend this more than anything. I joined the new wine club, Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com. That's clubw.com, and you answer 6 simple questions. Their algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. Let's say you like fruity wines, you like sweet wines, blah, blah, blah. You want to eat chicken. Then they send the wine directly to your door, perfectly customized to match your taste. Club W is the leading Greek to glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards and they cut out the middleman, which saves you dough. So with Club W, you get premium wines customized to your taste at a third of what they pay for at the store. You even have a no-risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they send you. Let's do this. Let's end the fucking drama here right now. Club W is offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. That's clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time. Stop messing around in retail stores. Start drinking wine you know you're gonna love.
Shit.
Go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% 30% off your first order. And then this whole holiday bullshit fucking wine, right? That's clubw.com/joke. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank Texture. I want to thank MeUndies, and I want to thank Onyx. The reason why I was giggling was there's a candle right there. And all I kept thinking about how that candle was, and I like that piece of paper. It's like lollipops thinking, oh, that's a wait. That's a wait. So everything is beautiful. Everybody's focused on it. We'll be back Sunday night. We might be back Saturday. We might do our own little fight from hanging on, what is it, Periscope. We don't know what we're going to do. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn. Thank you. I want to thank my main man, Lisa. I had to go over here with this bad motherfucking head. Give him the eyeballs. And that's it, guys. I'll see you next week. Don't forget, next Thursday, San Diego. And after that, my big tour at the Chinese restaurant on the 23rd.
Amen.
Yeah, you go.
Amen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Theo.
Shit.
I don't know.
Just because they're vegetables or because they're psychedelics?
I'm the one person to ask. I'm finding out with you. This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to this show, The Church of What's Happening Now, get a special discount of 30% off your entire order. That's right, 30% off of your entire order. Just go to thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code CHURCH. That's right. That's thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code CHURCH to get 30% off of your entire order. And the show is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep allows you to get a custom mattress online for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey. I'm doing good. Can you guys believe it? This is the best I've ever done. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey. Get $50 off of your order. That's helixsleep.com.
You read like the smartest brother in your job.
I was always really excited to go to helixsleep.com/Joey to get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey, and go to onnit.com and use code word CHURCH to get 10% off all of the great optimization products like Alpha Brain and New.
Damn, I think I got Alpha Brain right now. Bro, you better put a track on your fucking dome, Syed. You're losing ground, player.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You have no fucking idea what cave you walked into. It's the Church of What's Happening Now, motherfuckers. Kick that muley. Reefer. Mushroom. Edibles. Laughter. 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 Get your shit together, motherfuckers. Wednesday, May 25th. You are here. The day the devil was buried, raped, given a Cosby pill, and fucked in the ass. What's happening, gentlemen?
Amen, brother.
It's that type of party tonight. Theo Vaughn in the house.
With the devil asleep.
Lee Syed with his little blue shirt on tonight. It's so beautiful. We've got Lee in training. He fucked himself last week.
Why did that fuck my husband out of me?
You're fucking forced us. You're in training.
Yeah.
You cannot go backwards. We'll run it down. Yeah. So we fucked up for 2 nights trying to kick up the milligrams and bringing mushrooms and hash and fuck.
Just for the record, what he's saying is that on Saturdays when I take 500.
You're in training.
I did this punishment.
You're in training, Mary. I go 8,900. So all week before it, 8,900. You're letting your tolerance.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's all right, son. So you're an astronaut, dude.
It's our one. They don't give a fuck. They just want us to keep eating fucking stars. I'm never gonna stop eating stars. They're delicious. They're delicious, nutritious. And they take you for the fucking psychological ride of your life. Theo Vaughn, what is it, baby?
I'm here, man. I'm freaking here, dude. I'm trying to keep the devil out of my system, bro.
But you see, those mushrooms are fucking calling.
I'm feeling positive, dude. They did a little stem. I think they might need another, bro. To get daddy. You know, just to get the fucking devil off my neck, son. There you go, huh? This little torch, bro. This little baton.
I put this little black one.
That's the longest one. That's the longest one in the bag.
and get your brain up. You already, it looks fucked up. Yeah, your head is holding blood, bro. Your head holding extra blood from your body.
That mushroom tastes terrible with this shit. I let it sit in my gum for a minute. Jesus Christ. We're gonna see some psilocybin shit. The church always happened now. You never know what's gonna happen. We might eat a mushroom. We might fucking eat acid. We might just do an edible. We might just be ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Might eat ass, bro.
And we might eat ass. Listen, all avenues are open on a Wednesday night. You should leave your fucking avenues open. You have to tell them motherfucking beers. I'll tell you what happened today. I had to go to Hollywood at 4:30 to do Ari's thing. I had to know the beginning of it because I didn't do it yesterday. What do you say? I don't like this one.
So what's happening now?
Yeah, so I get off the fucking 101. First I see two accidents on the 101. Back to back.
Like that.
Like that. Some motherfuckers right in front of me. One thing into the same lane. It was perfect. It just went bam. This idiot kept going and hit him. I went right around that fucking moron.
Oh, you saw it happen?
I saw right. That's beautiful. And people were like, call the police. I ain't calling nobody. It's got nothing to do with Uncle Joey. I got shit to do with people. So I gotta get back in the HOV lane where shit is always.
Let them fight, let them gun each other down, bro.
So then as I'm pulling off, another motherfucker goes straight. I mean, this guy shoots into the fucking lane of the people coming from like Universal City off to Lancashire. And he just shoots into that lane. Sideswipes the motherfucker. I just went around there.
You go by like I'm one of those 80s.
I beeped at him, though. I just beeped at him. Hey, they both looked at me like, what the fuck?
I know you always beep at him and you like wave.
I waved both of them.
Yeah, it's really messed up. You know, you're beeping and then it's like motherfucker waves.
They just look at me like fucking. So I get off the fucking 101. I get off exit Lancashire and I go north down Lancashire and I make the fucking left on Magnolia and I'm thirsty as fuck. And 10 minutes to go before I gotta pick up a baby, so I go to 7-Eleven. As I walk into 7-Eleven, it's bump day today at 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah.
It's fucking majorly
We
bump
got
day.
brothers out there up front.
One brother.
First of all, get him, dude. Every black community, you gotta go to your local 7-Eleven. That's somebody's dad, that's somebody's uncle, that's somebody's... Any 7-Eleven, there's a brother out there right now. Go get him and bring him home,
There was
okay?
one brother. There was 3 white dudes. There was a creepy white dude.
Oh, that's the worst, that guy.
I come out and the simple brother says, hey man, I'm having a rough time. Can you spare some change on the way out? Very polite. The 3 white guys like, hey, we need money. Can you help us? And the fucking moron just sat there talking to himself with his hand like, he was like one of those language people. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. I refuse to ask somebody, you know, a dinner or something, yeah, but not to stand in front of a fucking place. 3 of them, not one of them, 3 of them, 3 of them, you know, that's not necessary. 3 of you guys panhandling, okay,
Split it.
how about 1 guy panhandles and the other 2 go bug somebody? Do something. You gotta do something. Go to that diner across the street after they take the garbage out. Do something. No, they were like expecting people to give it to them. And the other guy was just half retarded. I'm like, $1 do what? To go over to the bartender and his head would be traded 1,000 times. So I just gave it to the black guys. And then the fucking car, the 3 white guys said shit to me. Started saying racial shit.
Really?
Black dude got up and said, I like these 3 white motherfuckers. Tremendous. I just saw 2 car accidents. And now I'm going to see 1 black dude go up against 3 young white dudes. The 3 young white dudes backed up.
Wow.
3 fucking dudes backed up. They tapped out like 10 groups. And I said, fuck it, we ain't fighting. 3 white dudes, 3 little 19-year-old white dudes. Against 1 black dude that was homeless, you know, he hadn't had a meal in an hour. Oh,
He got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose. And I sat in my car, I watched, I told the 3 dudes to go fuck themselves. And they looked at me, the black guy continued at him. Wow. I just closed the car, opened the window, and listened to it. The 3 white guys walked away.
He just tuned in.
Fuck yeah. Bro, you never get to
especially out on the West Coast.
No, you never do.
You see a shooting or
You see a lot more smackaroos where you're from.
down south. I saw a brother take a bite out of a Vietnamese guy once, dude. He took a huge bite out of his fucking arm, bro. Meat and everything, bro. Ripped it right out. The Vietnamese guy was like threatening him with all this karate shit and everything. His brother just ran for fucking bit right into him. Right in.
Think about it. That's the way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
That stops karate all the time. Because I don't care what type of karate you got, they got no defense for the fight. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got. Well, what if a motherfucker goes to fight you? Hold on, I gotta call the major. Fucking Okinawa.
It's all like my Komodo on it, dude. And they bite your ass, dude. And you remember that every time you try to fucking hug somebody and if you got a little divot in it, you know, you got a speed bump in your fucking hug.
We talking to eat mushrooms on a Wednesday night. Look at your head.
Oh, big eyes, bro. Damn, dude. What the fuck?
You're already fucked up.
You gave me 800 before this.
We're training. I told you. When you go down to fuck, when you join the Marines, they don't say you to Miami. You know, with a fucking seagull. No, they say you to fucking Paris Island. That.
What Marines are they putting
My own private Marine.
Yeah, I love it.
What's happening now?
I love it, bro.
We got all Marines. They come in all shapes and sizes.
Hey, man, well, listen,
He's
man.
got a use of the Marines. You know,
That's all I got.
yeah, great. You dudes who throw you to that fucking plate glass window when the guy's in here. You come flying through with a helmet. You know how much damage you can do?
Yeah.
Wait. Come
Hey,
on.
why are you gonna throw me in? I'm not sleeping. I was just trying to imagine being like a
You guys, yeah, because
You can do that. I can see
God,
that.
we'll put some shoulder pads on you. And a fucking helmet with no t-shirt on. You come through that window. You have no idea. You thought that black dude scared those 3 white kids. You ain't seen nothing yet. With a SWAT stick on your forehead with a beat. Nobody's gonna stop you. They don't. People will put their guns up and go down.
Yeah.
So what is this guy's got a SWAT stick on his head with a helmet and a fucking pair of shoulder pads. He's showing up like he's got bad intentions.
Yeah. Oh, you should run for governor in that outfit.
What's up? Will you have a good time last night?
I had a great time last night. It was it's fun. I've been in the last few times because they've done. I think they did 1 or 2 seasons of digital, and then this is the 3rd season of like TV. And it's just like the people I get to like I got to hang out with Steve Simone all night, but then like I saw like Brian Regan was there, which was cool, and
Big J. Okerson.
Big J. Okerson was there.
Timeless.
Wait, Ari show?
Yeah, last night. Why don't you just hanging out?
Yeah.
You know, and who else was there? Josh Adam Myers had like 6 bitches with him. Eating fucking Korean set food.
Yeah.
He's growing up now. He's just there with 6 bitches. Fucking set food. They comb his hair.
He's like, I just took the bus over for dinner.
You don't give a fuck, Josh Adam. If it's a Comedy Central, but he's there now.
He's in.
My show got picked up. I don't give a fuck. I'm happy to sing a solo. Not the
He's
one.
in. I saw Vince Vaughn last night at the Comedy Store, too. He was just hanging out. He went to see him. I guess him and Steve Byrne, his buddies, came out to hang out with them. And then him and Sebastian Maniscalco were talking for a long time. But he was super cool. I went right up to him because I did his Wild West Comedy Fest last year. So I went right up to him. I was like, Vincent. Vincent. And he was super cool. He's like, yeah. And I was like, I met your sister last year at the Comedy Festival. We talked about 10 minutes. He's cool as hell. Anyway, so that was just kind of cool at the store. But I'm jealous I didn't get to do the Ari show, man. This is a
Showcase, right?
Yeah.
Showcase? Well, it's at the school every Tuesdays upstairs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Just ask them why don't put me on it. Oh, yo, how many stories you got?
Yeah.
You got more stories than most people forget in their fucking life, you know?
Yeah, man. Yeah. And it's fucking feeling hot. I watched your special, and it's my favorite part about your special.
Oh my god.
It's just you're so goofy, and it just goes in ways like that's my favorite part about Joey's comedy. It's just sometimes when it goes ways that you don't expect. Right. Because sometimes if you watch it on stand-up comedy, sometimes you can just guess the punchline. Right. And when you can't, and when it's especially when it's so goofy, it was great. It was like because Joey and I always talk whenever there's a new special up, we watch it. We discuss it. It's good. Yours is one of the only few that's
You and Ali Wong.
Yeah, Ali Wong filmed it too. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. Especially coming from somebody that's seen so many comedians and it works with Joe, and I appreciate that.
Well, the funny thing is that you and Joe, what we like. Here's what I like. Sometimes that people have too much respect for the punchline, and it's never the punchline. It's that little stupid line you say afterward. And listen, right now, you're working today. There ain't nobody better than you to say that little stupid line afterward, because that line, that little stupid line, it's a funnier thought than most people get all day. Right. And it's your inner voice. Right. I have the same inner voice. My inner voice cracks me up all day. Yeah. What you think is funny, it's so fucking bizarre. And then you show that last little well, and that kills it. And people in the South do that. They have that last little 3-word fucking sentence at the end of it that just fucking makes the whole joke,
Yeah. Well, you inspire me, man. After seeing you over at the store, dude, because you just because you're selling, it's not like you're selling, but my intention when I came out here was never to sell jokes. I wanted to just be me. And then I got caught up for a long time. I thought, fuck it, then nobody likes me. I gotta fit in just like everybody else. But then I saw you at the store one night, dude, and that fucking music went off. I'm like, what is this going on? I'm like, are they about to park a cruise ship on the fucking city? And then you got up and fucking ripped everybody up. Bunch of fucking hamsters there. When you left, I was like, I am never not gonna be myself.
When you come out to Los Angeles and you're here 3 months or you're here 2 months and somebody's interested in you and they take you to lunch and they sign you as a commercial agent or theatrical agent or manager, it doesn't matter. They're going to send you out for an audition. But most people don't know that could be any audition, commercial audition. And the first words out of your mouth, I don't give a fuck if you're classically trained, is I don't know what to do. Or you're going to say something. Their response is going to be yourself. And you're like, thanks. And you hear that, guys, fucking 15 years before one day you go, oh, I know what they want. I wasn't getting it. The whole time I'm here, I'm trying to be Doug Stanhope. I'm trying to be Paul Mooney. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it. I'm trying to be Nick DiPaolo. I'm trying to be Mitch Hedberg. What if people go home and go, what if I could put Nick DiPaolo or Mitch Hedberg? But the funniest character they're hiding is the character they're hiding. Because that's the reason why they came out, is because of that fucking character that's gotten them through everything for 15 years, that voice. Yeah. That voice that you only let out in front of your friends. Yeah. And then your friends like that is fucking hilarious. What happened to the conversation at the store one night, like last week? Some guy got found with 30 pounds of hamster bones, They did in my town, they just busted it. It just doesn't, right away, you gotta stop what you're doing in that conversation and giggle. Because 9 out of 10 people wouldn't be proud that that happened to them all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't even mention it. If somebody comes up to me and goes, hey, from New Orleans, not really. From Texas, what is it? I gotta go. You get to that point, most fucking people would be embarrassed to say something like that. Or it would take them 10 minutes after everybody told their story to say, oh, by the way, there's a guy. No, it's Joe. I'm ready to go home. But you came out with it, and I'm fucking me and Lee with dying in the car. Like, what's he talking about? Hamster meat? What the fuck is he talking about? And that's
they busted it, man.
Listen,
they got it. Thank God. No, I'm glad they got it, dude. 30-pound bag of hamster. That's because there's not as much meat. There's very little bone in a hamster, bro. A ham probably has like a quarter, like an eighth of an ounce in its chest plate, bro. You can't even make a wish on their bones, There's nothing in there. Where do you get all those hamsters from? They breed them. I used to work for this group. They used to sell tattooed hamsters and guinea pigs after, they tattoo them? Yeah, they used to brand them with contracts and rings. They would say it's tattooed just to make people not be as sad about it. But it was a brand, bro. What? Well, heat and ink, bro. For what? What did it say? 311, Green Day, anything like a different band that was on the sound. Toadies. I swear to God, bro. Toadies, Acid Man. Who else? Rave. We used to truck these hams into the city and fucking vend them, bro. We did, man. Because there wasn't much work in our town, dude. You had to get what you could get. They had a man that bred hamsters, and then they had to do the tattoos, and they fucking met up. That's a merger. That's big business, you know. And they started
a merger.
started doing it.
Man, I got this at 300 miles of my house and shit. Some other guy's like, you know what, man? I'm a pretty good tattoo artist.
That's Louisiana.
And it's a merger is falling.
Definitely someone listening to this right now has had a hamster with like a family one.
Fucking lies, a hamster. Listen, if I went to a concert, do you think I'm bringing a soul with fucking ACDC? No, I'm not. No, I'm about to rock. I'm gonna be fucked up the whole night with this hamster in my
But when
pocket.
you leave, Coco, when you leave the place, that's when we get you, bro. You get it there, and people are leaving on ecstasy pills. They're on Molly. You leave, you get that fucking hands, you get that warm little piece of God in their hands, they buy it every time, bro.
I was on the road with podcast and I told the truth. My main outlet trade. If anybody ever fucks with you, come to me. Yeah, don't say nothing to him. Come to me. This guy fucked with me. This is the way. And I'll ask you a bunch of questions. And we'll lay a rug plan for you to torture this guy, bitch slap him, shoot him, just fuck with him, light his house on fire, you know, steal his mail, whatever the fuck. And at first, like I was a kid, I really was the best. Like if you fuck with me, I just wait and rob your house. I just rob your fucking house. That's it. Like you get your house robbed. That's it.
That's always the plan.
And I'm taking the most important thing for you in that fucking house. I would steal 8 ball cash, jewelry. But if I knew they loved their sneakers, I'm taking the sneakers too. So when you see it, they're like, man, something busted into my house and took my sneakers. They took my mother's jewelry.
You just steal their spoon, bro.
Everything. Anything that I knew would get from a professional torturer. And when I got to Boulder in '87, I got to Boulder. December
Colorado?
6, yeah, running through cops, drug dealers. I owe like 60,000 cash.
So you went to Boulder.
I was in Aspen, fucking causing damage. In 86, please, you have no idea. No, I was international. You understand? So I'm up in Aspen, I fuck up. But the girl I'm with from Boulder, I had already a warrant in Boulder. And I'm like, let's take a chance. Let's move back to Boulder. I got pulled over, no warrant, but I got arrested for fucking reefer. It doesn't really matter. The whole story is, I got a job the week before fucking Denver gets beat up by the Giants in the Super Bowl. Like that fucking Thursday, I started the job. And
He's on the griddle over here.
it's fucked up.
Hang in there, bro.
So let's start seeing doubles in a second. We'll cut it short and we'll do a periscope with the lights on. Black Sabbath, we sold ourselves for rock and roll. And we'll lock the door and make bets to see how long it takes before Lee comes shooting out the window.
No, we locked this big girl in our town. We locked this big girl one time. We ate some acid, and we locked this big girl into a room at this party. And we kept going in there with fucking pots of fucking warm water, fucking poured it on. I feel bad. I feel horrible, dude. I didn't look. We was kids. We were on acid, dude. And then, bro,
You can't tell me this story when I'm straight. You gotta tell me how much you locked the girl.
I just remembered.
How old were you?
I just remembered. Probably 16. I know, but here's the thing. Let's say I was 14. That way it makes it sound not as bad. But look, she ate acid with us, bro. She ate acid with us, dude. And what happened was, and we kept going in the room with like these pots of warm. I don't know why we had the pots of warm water, because I think we just were fucked up, dude. And we would like pour a little on her, but not like torture. She wasn't in a cage or nothing. She was just, free range in this room, right? But I think she was scared to come out. And then one time we went in, bro. We heard this loud sound, and we went in, and she had ran against one of the walls so hard, bro, and fucking moved the entire wall of this house, dude. Huge girl, about 240 pounds. Beautiful girl, too. The most beautiful, biggest girl that I've ever known. Beautiful girl, beautiful hair, beautiful face. Smart, beautiful. But she fucking got lifted, bro. And, yeah, man. Fuck. Just came down a little bit on that. I just had a little mushroom fucking time, bro.
Fuck yeah. So I get
Oh, we were talking about your phone.
this job. I'm making dick wages. And they put me as a shagger. It's a body shop, combination detail shop. Then they made me a shagger, which means I clean bathrooms, I take garbage out, I pick up customers, and it was one 75 a week for like 90 fucking hours. Like I was the first one there. I had to be there at 7. They opened at 8:30 or 8. I had to be there at 7 to fucking sweep, shovel snow. 175 a week. Fucking clean off all the cars, start them all up, all of them, bring them into the body shop according to order numbers. I did the whole thing. And I liked it. Listen, I was fucked up for a long time. This was a great little job for me. But you know what, man? 175 for all these hours, these motherfuckers are getting a little fat off me. And I'm like, fuck it, I want to go to the detail shop. So I started petitioning to go to the detail shop. I was a really good fucking check or something. They knew my work ethic. The guy was in fucking New York State, Steve something. There's so many fucking Steves in my life that every time I look up his name on fucking Facebook, but he was good to me, Steve. And in fact, Steve was the dude that introduced me to Stephen Tidwell, the dude who I kidnapped Ken Vella with. So, that's how I knew all these guys. So I petitioned Steve. I go, Steve, that's it, man. I'm a great shagger. I want the fucking job in the back. You know, I'm sick and tired of making 175.
Yeah.
I'll make $200 a fucking day like these fucking gnomes.
Yeah.
So one of the guys heard me. He didn't like me. His name was Dirk something. Dirk wasn't a tough guy. He was one of these guys that would fight me to the end. But then he had the body shop guys. He had the whatever guys. The details.
They were on the side.
The detail was kind of a little cunty, right? You know, I knew like 2 of them that were really cool. The other 2 were cunty.
Well, because they were above you.
Yeah, he was a supervisor.
Hierarchy.
So I said, how am I going to get this motherfucker? I see a dead rat in a corner. And I took it and I put it in his jacket pocket. That's old school. I put it in his jacket pocket. The next morning, this guy comes in with a dent in his car and the jacket holding out to me. He drove home all night with the mouse in his pocket. And then the next morning, he fucking started his car, reached in for a pack of cigarettes, and there's this fucking rat in his pocket. And he crashed the car. He fucking got me.
That's what the dent was for?
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, he fucked up the side of his car into like the trees or something like that. Fuck him. You know, big dog. He loved this car. He was one of those dudes. I love this car. He waxed it out every day and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Clearly. We too deep. We go to the start bounce,
Yeah, you gotta fucking
balance out your pH.
You need some fucking chata, bro. You need to fucking hit up the Mexican milkmaid, bro. Get it a spray in your mouth, a little fucking thing. Get your back. You got a baby bird, you a little. Get your back on the branch. Get your back on the branch.
It's fucked up for your people without watching this.
Dude, I remember one time we,
I'll be out the death for you. I'm gonna be dead.
You say the death is always good. Joey's fucking died a million.
I used to have a friend that he was describing the girl I was dating to me. It was her father. And he goes, thank God you got her off me. Because when she was a kid, I used to call her Dollar to death. Because she dollared. Dollar to death. That's a great fucking name. Give me a dollar. Dollar to death. Give me a dollar. Give me a dollar. Give me how many fucking dollars? How many fucking dollars do you need to tell me this dollar to death?
Dude, I remember this. Yeah, now I feel bad about what we did to that bigger girl, bro.
Yeah, you can't put, you know.
But we didn't do it because she was big. We just did it. She just wanted to. She just got fucked up and she couldn't get out the room. You know, like I got fucked. One of my best friends got fucked up one time. And he started talking about Asian people. We never even seen any Asians in our life. And he started your life. No, and I guess maybe like in a past life he might have known some Asians, you know. And so he starts bringing up their names, bro, and knowing them and knowing shit about them on this mattress in this house. And I'm like, fuck, you're fucked up, bro. Leave, right? So apparently I'm the kind of friend that when your friend is at his worst, you fucking leave, bro. Because I was just
talking about Chinese people.
Yeah, well,
I've never met Chinese people.
We never known any.
So what is he saying?
He's just saying like, hey, you remember fucking like you remember fucking Sunland, bro? He was there for us, and all this shit. Oh, Sunland, bro. We don't know him, dude. He was fucking talking about Dorothy. We didn't know any Asians, bro. And I'm like, I gotta get away from this kid.
From where you grew up, there was no Asians. Not when you were there. Now there's probably more.
Yeah. No, we live in a small town, dude. I mean, I remember.
Population.
We probably had about 2,000 growing up.
Oh, shit.
This one dude I remember was trying to be an Elvis impersonator. He said he was an Elvis impersonator, but he was just a fucking alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need any Elvis, bro. You know? We got 2,000 people. We need fucking gas money, and we need jobs. And we need ideas, bro. Give us some fucking ideas.
Those fucking Elvis impersonators are pain in the ass. Well, they really are.
Give a fucking life.
I gotta tell you something. I told me before when I first got into comedy, when I got serious about it in '94, there was a guy in Denver who used to run a comedy. I know his haircut looked familiar. You look at somebody like their haircut looks familiar. Oh my, I'm cold pills. I'm eating badass. I got eating bad. I got terrible habits. Who am I to fuck around with somebody's haircut?
Fucking terrible habits.
And all of a sudden I get a call from the guy. He goes, "Hey, I'm doing a gig. We're talking those days at $50. And I'm like, yeah, I'll be there now." And I show up, and he comes to the door, and he's got to weigh 350, and he's got the belt on, the whole Elvis suit. And, I mean, the guy is.
Did you know that was going to be like me?
Yeah, I knew the whole time. I was at home preparing for this shit. Well, I walk in the fucking door, there he is. All fucking bigger than life. And I'm like,
they surprised you.
he's like, I'm the Elvis impersonator. Just do 10 minutes in front of me. And you know what? I think I was supposed to get $50 and he gave me a yardstick.
Wow.
And then he calls me 3 months later. He goes, "Hey, I opened up a bar. Hilarious." So I get to this bar. It's Wednesday nights. He's the main actor. And he brings in 3 comedians. And at the end, he sings all those Elvis songs. And he's fucking horrible. I mean, he's fucking horrible. He's smoking cigarettes. His teeth are green.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Oozing. He's fucking fat. He had let himself go. But
Sounds like Elvis.
that sounds like a voice. But you know what this guy did? He was an Elvis impersonator and someone that was his claim to fame. I mean, the whole inside the club was Elvis themed.
Right.
But it had the wall of write-ups about him. All the awards he won and shit. He was the biggest one.
It was no good. Maybe at some point.
I mean, at this point, and he fucking bought this club. They bought him out in Vegas. Like, they bought him out because his voice is so bad. I don't fucking know. And he went to Colorado and opened up a fucking little bar. Like, it wasn't even a bar, guy. It was like a whole boutique. And he turned into a bar during the week. And he sang Elvis.
It was a woman's closet.
Hysterical. But you know what, man? Whatever the guy said, he would always pay me double. Wow. He never tried to stick a finger up my ass. He never did drugs or nothing. But he always bought me a drink. He would take a drink, don't pay me because I'm not going to give you $2 whatever. He was supposed to be drank. Even if you have money, I don't want you to drink in here. Go drink next door.
Yeah.
But he was selling it like he liked me as a comic. And he always paid me. Blow smoke up my ass, and now he was on me a video and taking his veins. Thinking back, and I forgot his name, and I'm really sorry. Good dude, because that's a terrible Elvis.
Yeah.
I think Elvis fucking. No. I think if Elvis came back to life, he'd shoot half these impersonators. And that's hell for Elvis. Like, that's his hell.
That's a great movie. Elvis comes back.
Elvis comes back and kills all your fucking impersonators, though. That's it. All the bad ones that are making instead of ISIS coming in and shooting everybody, it's a fat Elvis with a missing leg and he's decapitated neck and shit. He shoots people, he goes to the kitchen, he takes them, they leaves and shit. And the cops don't mess with him because it's Elvis.
Yeah, this dude was the worst, bro. He was the worst, and he wasn't like he had no work. They let him dress up like like Santa around Christmas, on a wave at the trains and shit coming to town, like seasonal greeter, and he'd always like you'd see him and he'd be like, it's like, kill the fuck out of him.
It's just us.
You're an alcoholic.
Yeah, fucking Elvis person.
You're not even in uniform. You're in an alley right now. And his kids made him be Pentecostal. He had 4 kids, no mom. Made him be Pentecostals, kept him in the yard.
What's Pentecostal?
It just means they wear like big clothes and believe in like God, like I think a lot. But they wear like just huge clothes, like cheap clothes. Like they look like the kids look at rodeo clowns, like they just look. You know, like, and the girl let me feel her breast actually one time through the bar. They had a barbed wire fence around the house. The girl let me feel some fucking titty. What was her name? Was it Barbara, I think, or something? Fucking Barbara. Yeah, Barbara fucking breast, right? Let me feel that fucking hard nipple. There's some fucking barbed wire, right? His son used to eat fucking tuna and ice cream every day and vomit on the bus, dude. So people would fucking beat him up.
Wait a second. Would he eat the tuna first or the ice cream?
I don't know. He showed up with both of them already in him. People would fucking beat him. He'd already be sick. He'd already be sick, dude. And the fucking dad made the kid a wooden shirt one year for fucking Christmas, dude. Made him a fucking shirt out of wood. I'm coming up from church. It's Wednesday. They're in the garage, bro. I swear to God, dude.
Like cool, or was it just like a big box?
It was horrible. I mean, at the time it was cool. You know, at the time it was. I mean, it was kind of beautiful. The kid like cried and shit when he put him in it. He fucking
Right now, watching that fire jump up and down with black people.
yeah.
Fucking donuts and shit. And you're over here telling me this crazy shit. Who else eats a mushroom on a Wednesday? I'm sitting here going,
Just us, dude.
what is wrong with me? I should know better, but I don't give a fuck anymore. Like I said, I got to the point in my life where, you know what? I look at my drawer and I got Quaaludes in there, I got fucking grenades.
You got fucking baby pacifiers.
I'm not. I gotta do all this shit that's in there. Baby pacifiers.
But those are for you.
You know, you look at all this mushrooms and you on the road, you're like, what the fuck? People actually doing this shit every night. I'm sitting, you know.
Yeah, but my friends today, when they were excited, like, you going on fucking, you going with Mad Flavor, dude, we're gonna tune in, you know? I mean, so I think that, you know, we're getting to live some of the dream that other people don't get to live, you know? When you're sitting at home, and, you know, you're probably sitting next to your wife or your husband, or, you know, somebody you might not even fucking, maybe you do love them still, but who knows, you know? You need a little fucking speed bump, you know? But yeah, that dude made his son a wooden shirt, and then some kids spray finished swastikas on it, man.
God, fuck me.
That's fucking.
I can't watch it.
Yeah, they spray painted swastikas on the wood. But no, we didn't have any Jews either. We didn't have anybody. You know, people just seemed like a swastika on like a pamphlet or something, you know. But we didn't have any Jews. It was just, you know, this local art. Somebody fucking spray painted.
Now, what was the population? How many black people out of 2,000?
He probably had, I would guess, about 1,100 brothers. And they were gaining ground quick, dude. You could hear them fucking at night. If you put your ear up to the woods, that's what they would say. But it was like,
Any Latinos?
no.
Marketed at that time, creeping it.
We have one kid.
How long have you been gone for?
One kid. I've been gone for, from that town, I've been gone for, I lived there when I was probably maybe 13. I've been gone, yeah, I'm 36 now, whatever that is. 23 years next week.
That's a real chew, even with mushrooms. Fucking
I don't even need a calculator.
he could be passed out, but just pop his head 43. He'll go right back to sleep, a little sleep after.
He's still giving estimates. They have one Mexican kid, his kid, Nicholas, man, the raper. He fucking is supposed to write rapper on his shirt with that rape.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you about that?
Yeah, rape for rape.
Yeah, and he fucking wrote raper and they spelled, that was the first Mexican.
What? Is he with your dad's Spanish?
Oh, man, my dad was Nicaraguan, so I'm Polish Nicaraguan. I'm one of the few, you know. There's probably 11 of us out.
Oh, it's that is fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. So it's getting fucking
So
so
when you were 13, where'd you got?
moved to this neighboring town. I went to like live with the family. They had like I got emancipated and lived with them. So
They were cool.
they were cool. It's like some organized.
It's crazy because I always think of when my mom died, we didn't do no paperwork.
Yeah.
Like I just moved to people's house. I just changed my address at school. That's it. There was no fucking paperwork. I didn't do nothing.
That was it.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, what's weird about when something like that happens when you're young is that there's no real stop. Life just goes on. That's when you realize that life just fucking goes on. Something heavy like that happens to a parent, and the next day is just there. It's like the next day is there.
I spoke to a teacher of mine who just lost his mom. This guy's 64. 60 fucking 4. I think a year. Every day since my mom imagine how you did. It's being like bulletproof. Like bulletproof at that age. You don't even know what's going on, but it catches up to you. All that shit catches up to you. Caught up with me 5 years later.
Really?
Yeah, because you're young. You're involved in activities. You have so much going on.
Yeah.
That it never really sets in. It sets in like level 4. And then through the years, you still have to pay for that. You still have to do that work. You can talk to somebody. For me, it was just fucking going in a closet by myself at night and getting high for 12 hours. 11 hours. That's when you know. Like, I got high like anybody else. You do a couple lines, you giggle.
Yeah.
But then the fucking grams chopped up between 4 people. Become grams divided by 2 people.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden one night you find yourself with a package at home. Like you actually do, like you split the gram and you have 2 lumps at home.
Oh, yeah.
I should have brought more, and that's the beginning of the end.
That's, yeah, I'm in at the end.
People don't know the beginning of the end. It's when you start going home.
The end is
By
done.
yourself.
You're
Knowing you're like, what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I got booze, I got ice cubes,
I got pornography.
I got straws, I got everything. I don't need nobody.
That's the worst.
Fucked up. That's when your mind is somewhere else.
Well, when 7 a.m. you're tugging on a fucking hot dick, it's limp.
Oh, shit. You're in the shower now. Trying to fantasize a 4th grade banging. It's horrible. It's a horrible existence. But damn, it's cool when you're out with people and talking. You know, you get in your car, there's no more blow. And nobody has to go get another package. That's what it's fun those days. It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we do now? We smoke pot until everybody passes out. That's it. But then that's how it starts. You're by yourself. And then you start calling people when you're by yourself to get more.
Yeah. Fuck that.
I used to go to Open Padre.
I've done that recently.
I used to go to Open Padre by Graham at 9 o'clock.
Man, over here on Sunset?
Yeah, and run home. Do the whole Graham in 2 lines. At 1 o'clock, we start coming down. I call another guy that was a DJ. And he would come over at 1:15, 1:30 when he got off work on somewhere in Hollywood then. What the fuck did I call him? I called him something.
I feel my brain is fucking traveling right now, bro. I feel like a spaceship just fucking took off out of my head.
How about you, Lee? How you feel?
That's a good explanation of what's going on.
What is it?
Yeah, go with that.
We got hit hard. I'm more tired than anything. I didn't sleep last night.
You didn't?
No, I got home we got home at 12:30 last night.
Yeah.
Well, I went in the house, drank some water, took my shoes off, put the TV on. I thought it was 11:15.
Yeah. Next thing you know, it's 2.
And it was 12 fucking 30, 12:25. We called me at 12:35. To say I'm walking to my door or something. He said, yeah. I think I stayed up till 1. And I went to bed, but I didn't fall asleep. I started tossing and turning, thinking about you said, thinking about who was there. You know, it's too real when you're there.
Right.
Sometimes you go to those parties or functions and you see somebody like Theo Vaughn, he's talking, and I'm talking. And Theo's cool. Theo knows double business. Or this chick's a bitch. I'm taking this picture home. You know, there's always something. And you go home and that hits you that night. You had to say hello to Theo.
Right, I feel bad.
I didn't see Theo. That's the shit that I got through before you was.
But it's nice because you're a friendly dude. Is that a lot of people, bro, when that shit doesn't go through your head, I think that's when you're, you know, that's when something's wrong.
Well, you're getting high. Listen, you're getting high. You're having a cocktail. So sometimes the fucking camera moves really fast.
Yeah.
It's not that you go home and look at the paperwork, look at the film.
Yeah.
You're editing the film, you see what's going on. And now is when you see, oh shit, I fucking saw Theo there. Lee, did you see Theo there? Yeah, what happened to him? I don't know, he was talking to somebody, he didn't say hello to you, man. No, was he mad? No. He smiled, he was talking to some broad and some guy, and they were talking about video. And next thing you know, you're off. And the next morning, you'll say the same thing.
Yeah.
I seen Joey there last night. What the fuck happened? How the fuck did I talk to him? That's what happened. You know, you go home and you play that channel on. I wasn't drinking. I don't drink.
Yeah.
I just smoke dope. I can't imagine if I drank. I used to drink, and I would decipher at night. The next morning, you just wake up and just lay in bed for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You pee, you grab something to drink, you sit back down, and you you're like, what the fuck happened last night? And you see little flashes, and then, you put shit together, and your buddy calls you. Did you help him with that girl? What happened?
That fucking monster. Yeah, it's always some fucking monster, dude. Bro, I remember this one girl. We had this thing for a while. If you would fist clean a chick, right? And that's if you would bring a chick home and she would fall asleep at her place or at your place, and you put like a piece of fist clean over her body.
What the hell is
While
this
she was asleep. It's like, you know what it is?
It's like that material.
Yeah, it's like some painters, right?
Shit,
Yeah, for raiders keep rain all the stuff, right?
What the fuck?
Hang up. Yeah, because I hear like if you really want to come to school with a girl, then that's like I hear from a woman I heard who woke up on some Biscuit once. She said it was the scariest experience of her life, bro. So we were like, oh, we gotta do this to some chicks, right? So we had this thing. He was fucking put Biscuit over.
Is it like the blue thing that they put there? I mean, it always has holes in the end because they always need to rope it together.
It's clear. No, it's clear. It's the clear stuff.
Oh, the clear thing.
Clear.
Okay.
It's that
It's all confused. It's a little thicker.
Yeah, it's a little thicker, bro.
Yeah, this week.
So you wait.
Oh, that. I used to use that for roofing.
Yeah, it's for that. It's for painting.
For the first layer of roofing in Colorado, you gotta use Visqueen because it's cold. It was cold at the time, the first 18 inches or something like that. It's the same. Yeah. It's a little thicker, but this shit comes with glue on it. It doesn't roof on it.
Dude.
What the fuck do I know? I don't know.
I mean, but there's about 30 chicks out there that have woke up on some fucking Visqueen. You know who you are. You know what I'm saying?
The board of Visqueen on them?
No boards. No boards. That's fucking gangster.
Just the Visqueen.
Just the Visqueen.
They
I'm sure they wake up and they think they're putting burdens to them. You probably think they're gonna see a detective when they pull that shit off. That's gangster, son. If you can do that, that's gangster. We did that, dude. When you watch them wake up, or fuck, no, we wouldn't watch them wake up. Fucking Dexter. Damn, dog, we laughed, dude. We had to go to the airport. I'm sorry, Leon. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just fucked up.
I know Leo a long time. Leo always asks you $1 million question. Leo knows for $1 million question.
Typical Hebrew, right? You and that fucking typical
This is a fucking podcast.
That's what I'm talking about.
Motherfuckers laughing, giggling for real.
Fucking
Don't get me wrong. Some of this mushroom sounds like this one is left. What's this tomorrow? What the fuck is wrong with us? What the fuck is wrong with us?
fucking ham sticking on his
Like, you gotta loosen up from time to time, people. Right? When somebody got to take the stick out of your ass and giggle, and wake up the next morning and go, wow.
Check out a Mexican girl. Fuck a girl, you don't even know what she's saying, bro. You know? I mean, but make sure the expression on her face is positive. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise that shit might be illegal. But that used to be something I would do when I got into town, man. Somebody set me up with a girl who I didn't know what she was saying at all. I would go out and I would just try to use like my, just like regular, like just, it's almost like playing Clue. It's like playing the charades, but you fucking did, That's what it's like, dude. Take somebody out you don't know, learn something different. Take a girl from Nairobi or from fucking China, somewhere.
No, it's interesting because I was talking to Steve Simone, like you were talking like a group of 5 or 6 guys last night, and you like could talk to all of them at once with the command, like a circle. It's just I can't do that, and so I'm like, it's like that's something I always want to do. I don't know, it's just cool, like I'm always a more one-on-one kind of person.
Yeah.
But to be able to talk to command the attention of like 6 people. It was just full of walks.
I wish I could be more one-on-one. People tell me I can't do one-on-one, so I trade with you.
Yeah. People like that just tell the story. There's churches that living up in Ashways where there's 8 motherfuckers hanging on the corner. If you wonder where I grew up, if you want to say a word and pay attention, it'd be fun. You got one shot, right? Hey, what the fuck?
Oh, especially in your area.
Sure. So,
Yeah. In the southeast, I'd be able to speak.
when you bang, you better bang, right? Because you only got like 4 bangs left.
Right.
That'd be 4 bangs. That's it.
Yeah.
Keep it up. Get a little book with your day job.
Yeah, dude. I used to be the funnest. I was making people laugh at the lunch table, man. That was the funnest thing. Until they had milk spray out of their nose. That's when I would leave. And it'd always be the bell would ring. Everybody would be back in class. We motherfuckers would just keep listening for some reason. And I would just hold him by his fucking arms across the table and keep telling him shit until they fucking spray out of his nose. And then I would leave, dude. You know, they had the first wigger I ever met was Chartown, bro. I think the first wig I ever met, this kid named Brian St. Pierre, bro. And they put him in class. Yeah, the white dude. They put him nowhere, bro. He fucking just, you know, he was raised like, kind of like, you know, he was like Mowgli, you know, like he was just fucking sitting on the top on the other side of town, you know? And his brothers really got a hold of him. And it was cool, though. He was a cool dude, man. He was like a Mowgli, you know?
My whole body just shook. I thought it was an earthquake.
That's an inner yoga, bro. That's an inner yoga. But look, man, they put him in the fucking mentally handicapped class, bro, because they'd never seen him. They'd never seen him before. They put him in class with kids with Down syndrome, kids with in wheelchairs. They put him. What's just like, dude? And couldn't explain, hey guys, this is the way I want to talk.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying to me right now. You sound like him right now. They probably put you in that class.
I don't
even know what you're saying. You're like that fucking. You're like
the wigger in the special class.
that's who you sounded. That's what that dude sounded like. I want $100 on it. You sound like president. Shit. I'm over here, you know.
He started. He kept making his ear to buzz it in the mic.
My God, people, we was started late. And now he was looking around the room like,
And now he's making a buzz in the mic.
listen to him. He's the walking buzz over here. When I was together with Lloyd Gasolino, night after ACDC at the Palladium in summer 1980.
Yeah.
It was right after ACDC came back. So it was a Saturday night.
Right.
We're going to the movies to watch. I had no idea. On the way back, me and Gasolino gave each other a look. And Kurt kept saying, I hit something. Because the night before we did acid, throughout the whole night, he kept saying, he kept saying, you know, my ears right here. If it's fucking 16 and you do a gram of blow, and hit a fucking mic with an acid. So I said, him and I did. We stopped. One of the most awkward people. I grew up in the cocaine culture. So I knew when people were doing it. My mom's hand would stick close to the tip.
Yeah.
A little
T-Rex.
What's a little T-Rex? And my mom would go with my hands. Like you thought it belonged to somebody else. Shit, right? So I knew the hand movement. When I was 16, I got a job at Red Balloon. And there was a guy there who blew my fucking mind. There was nothing in my tongue. I forgot the fucking guy's name.
I just forgot what I was talking
It
about.
really don't matter. The guy was an Irish dude, really nice guy. But once he did one line, though, every inhibition, every physical strength he had was off. And he, like duck faces in his hand. His name is Jack Fit.
I'll
I'll never forget the one day.
He started fucking swimming.
Oh my God, he was fucked up sadly. And he walks into work. I'm 16. He walks into work all fucked up. That's the first time I heard that expression. He goes, boss, I'll get 100 on the yard till Monday. And the boss listened to him. My arms are heavy. He walked away. I'll never forget that. Jack Fit was a fiend. Yeah, the once he started punching, if he, the word on the street was, Jack Fit is tremendous until alcohol hits his tongue. That is, you should have seen it. And he was tremendous. He'd give you money when he was drunk. He was a great guy. But just to see the transformation. But Jack Finn had something else. Jack Finn on that dirty bar we all.
We all just sounds fucking. They got some gutter punch.
This is 1980 before fucking they started breaking those down.
Wow.
The people in New York were fucking savages. And they sold us cocaine and just looking at it. Fuck with your eyes.
Pussy to be Trino out there. Oh, we used to sell hamsters at the AC/DC shows. Full circle. Sorry.
This is when Bon Scott died, and before Brian Johnson joined the band. That's how old I am. This was fucking him and me and Kurt were walking into the city and we go, we're gonna get coke. We're gonna take a bus from DC to Jersey. Let's take a cab down to New York. We saw Jack Finn. And for $50, he gave us a bottle. And we got out of that. We got back in the cab. We did the cab way first. In the cab, we did this is when it came to the bottle with the spoon. There was not a gram in there. There had to be like 9 tenths of right. And it was August 2nd, 1980. It had to be 95. What's the temperature? 95 degrees. But it wasn't the same humidity. New York City. I'll never forget I had Lee jeans on with a white t-shirt and sneakers. And that's the first time ever that even after the fact that I got home, my pants were drenched and my socks were drenched from my sweat. Wow. I had sweat so much in Wisconsin that I jumped up and down so much. The good feeling. In the concert, you could pop the ass. And we had like vodka and Gatorade. We drank it. How old were we? 16, 17 times. We're fucking lit. We get out of the concert, we still got half that hour blow. We're on the train, we're on whatever, the train back to the bumps. So we didn't finish the grand. Kurt went home, I went to wherever I was living. Next morning I wake up, there's no, I'm fucked up. So the next day, it's a light night. In those days, that was called a light night. That was a Friday night or whatever. It was a Friday night, so Saturday. Let's go to the movie show. So let's go to the movie. So we went to the movie, but that whole day, Kurt kept saying, look, my ears are still ready for the blow last night. That's how good that goes. So we went to the ears, the whole day passes. That morning, he said it. But the whole day passes. We're at a movie now. We walk out of that 11 o'clock and I'll never forget it was raining. And we're walking back down from Fairview, New Jersey into North Bergen. It's fucking raining. Kurt kept saying, guys, my ears are still ringing. And all of a sudden I go, I look at Digger, and Digger looks at me and we can play. And I'm like, I hear some ringing too. Kurt looks at me and he goes, I hear some ringing. I hear some ringing. I fucking sold it. You know, yeah. I fucking hear it. I can't believe it. It's like, you guys hear it? This ain't me. What the fuck? And there was a pothole. There was a pothole like 8 feet away in the street. There was gutter water in there. Kurt ran over, took that pothole, and started splashing it. And he's like, okay, I'm good now. You guys still hear the ring? I'm like, we fucking hear it. He just took off with that puddle water on his face.
Did you ever see him again? Yeah.
Okay. He almost died 6 months ago. He bought a Subway sandwich outside and called with this deal. He didn't even eat sandwich. He just looked at it and yelled.
That's how he died. He just bought a Subway sandwich and he go get out.
He walked outside.
You got his face to quit.
I'm telling you, though. That Subway, I should have killed a motherfucker. I've been telling you for years, what they think I'm at. I turned it. So the show says, and I think you're right. Those people I thought were smacking the bread. The guy who worked at Subway told me he was in there twice a day, every fucking day at attention. That's how long it was. This motherfucker had a loyalty card. You know the Mexican that they had. That chick that don't lift the right hand, just got hit by a car. He knew her name. He knew
I knew the shifts. You knew their shifts.
Oh, he knew shifts. He know who gave me more lettuce.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He knew what dog it. He was like the fucking color system.
Wow, bro. That's crazy.
Right, so he got like fucking 6 months ago.
Rest in peace.
Like everybody, it was shocked. Subway said this is how they knew they had the cameras on the subway. Right? And they sit down, open it up. He smelled it.
Dude, yeah, rest in peace. His concert, dude, first concert I ever went to. This pedophile took us right. Rest in peace, he's dead. This dude, Richard Langenstein. His family owned a fucking deli, dude. I mean, what was famous?
How do you bring you to a concert?
Me and my little girlfriend at the time, Jessica, we met him at church, right? Because he was, I guess he was daylight as a decent person. Right? See, we met him at church, okay? So I was like, hey, you know, that's, and they called him Big Richard, bro, because he was big and he had all the fucking, you know, his skin was scabbed up, he had different colors on his arm. And we're like, you know, the fucking Lord leopard print was fucking coming out of him, right? So we went over to his house. Well, let's go to his house and I'll take him some cookies on Sunday and watch the Saints game.
We should name the second step.
We should. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm crying. I'm crying and I have no words. Sorry. I mean, it's amazing. No, look, I'm amazing.
I just want to let you know I'm fucked up.
I'm amazing.
There's a lot of nights. I can't even fucking walk out of here. You know I'm fucked up. I don't get it. Tonight is like God's punishment. I'm fucked up. I should have not eaten that second step.
It's okay.
That shit was growing in fucking cow shit. I still taste it in my mouth. It's been over Listerine 2 times.
So we went over to the dude's house. I took some cookies over there. I watched the Saints game. Then he started substitute teaching at the school I was going to. Big Richard. Big Richard. And then the kids listen. Well, I told the guy, like my parents, yeah, I told the girls there, like, she was there, the mother was there, we met her in church. I'm like, yeah, that's sweetie, y'all. Over there, yes, we started substituting at school. I didn't realize at the time, like now I realize it's ironic the dude starts fucking subbing. Because I'll be honest, I was a handsome kid, you know? The dude starts subbing, I had fucking long hair, beautiful hair, fucking strong, and a fucking, you know, fucking chest and shoulders like the strongest French bulldog you ever seen. So, we go over to his house. Then the next time I see him at substitute at the school, then he's like, yeah, come back over. I'm like, okay, come. He's like, no, just come over and watch the Saints game, right? I'll come over and bring something with herb, right? He's God, right? So then the next couple of times I start bringing my friends over there, dude. Then he starts fucking like getting us all stoned, and everybody was smoking out of apples, and we're doing all kinds of fancy stunts, you know, just fucking herb stunts. You know, my buddy Scott, my buddy Glenn, we're over there herbing up. He went out Big Richard, you know, and we kind of, you smoke a little extra with him, he might die, you know. He's old, he's in his 80s, you know. 80s? By the time to do rubber. Yeah, bro. And look,
You'll be over 80 and still be perverted.
you gotta respect the game, too.
Before my eyes, this guy's a big. He just saw an ice cream truck. He got hard. You know what I'm saying?
He just wanted to get a look at
How
his
the
egg.
fuck are you 80 and still perverted?
So he was out there PVing, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? So one time, dude, and I'll tell you how we found out that he was a pervert, right? We didn't tell me. It didn't catch on with us, right? So we fucking dumb, dude. I'm so gullible, bro. I'll get been molested a million times. Like I would tell this. Molesters, if you're out there, bro, you have so many videos, I'm sure you got about 30 fucking child molesters. Statistically, dude, just you me in here. Statistically, bro, you probably got 30 fans of the child molesters. You missed your chance. I want to say that. You missed your fucking chance with this kid dynamite, dude. I was gullible, bro. I was a good kid. And I was strong, bro. Handsome, long hair. But anyway, fuck. Joey's gone. Joey fucking left, bro. What if that's telling you? What's up? I don't even know. What if I just tell you the story or not? Give me a update me so you even know what the story is about. Yeah? I knew it. So there you go. What now? Keep going from where you told me. All right, so the child molester, bro. We didn't know. We just thought he was an 80-year-old man. Dude, he had like a full career. Yes, dude. Like, I'm telling you, he can still substitute teach, I guess, right? So that's like... we thought you just left. He's my fucking breed. It's not my fucking dick. You know, not tonight, no. Okay, good. Unless y'all have never done it, I might do it with y'all first time. Oh, you've done it. Oh, yeah, but never with a needle. I'm a push. Do it like. I'll put that down on the guy to him, look the other way on the iPod. It's a little like chick down in Bravo. That chick don't even feel it taking the blood. Damn. Oh, that's airport or hospital? I'm serious. Okay. Oh my God, dude. Get up there. When I walk in there, it's the Bravo, when I do a physical or whatever, I always see it and I get happy. That's it. She's a champ, huh? This little fucking champ. This one will be a good hour. Fucking single record. Who's over here, right? What's this market? I'm just saying, yo, we can leave all the hospitals out here. Yeah. Like, who cares about straight hospital on the side? I don't know where I give a fuck. I don't think there's a hospital there. It's a fucking place. I'm sophisticated. I'm not. But here, I just want to at least let everybody know that the pedophile died. I don't want people thinking that it's 80. I couldn't be scared. 90 is still pedophile. Jesus Christ. A 90-year-old pedophile. Somebody has not been doing their fucking job. He took us to a Marilyn Manson concert, my first concert we went to. He was probably about 82, right? We were 14. He takes us to Manson or 15. But I remember being in a bathroom, me and my buddy Scott, and somebody's like, how old is those kids? And somebody else is like, oh, they're fucking 13. And I remember the guy going, oh, somebody's gonna fuck them. That's what the dude said. In the bathroom, in the dome. We're just like, what? Dude, and then we're backing them up in the audience to say that. Go home and well, so those two kids get fucked. You know what? You may have been that night, you know. I'm gonna say my prayers. How can you say prayers? Don't you say what happened to those two kids? They might be getting fucked right now. Go intervene. What fucking sap could say that to some kids? What a heartless fucking puppet monster. What about the parents? Like, what? Were they like free? Like, maintenance? No, I don't know. Where were the parents? His parents went home watching daytime television. He's 14. He told me he was going to the library to do a fucking book report. And the girl told the parents the same thing. But they already had it worked out. He's 82-year-old pedophile. We'll go to Madison Square Garden concert. We'll see what happens. What did he dress like? Did he dress like an old man or did he dress like a man? No, he dressed like fucking Tom Jones. What did he look like? He dressed like Ethan Bishop. Like, it was even like an old man with like khakis and a brown belt. What difference would it make? He fucking knew. He can't disguise you. You're a fucking Tom Ford pedophile.
a profiler of pedophiles.
Kill pedophiles aware. 82, yeah.
82.
And they're in Maryland Manson concerts. And then we were like the jeans and the shirt, like the Maryland Manson shirt, like tried to rock out in 82. What, dude? What are you fucking saying? I'm not blaming on you, bro. I am fucking on it, bro. Cyan, fucking Asian American. Right there, it's fucking Coco.
It's a good fucking night to be alive, people. This is it.
That's all the fans
You can sit there and go, I own this guy either. I own this guy. Or you fucking giggle you with.
Yeah, that's true, dude.
Fuck.
You owe everybody.
Fucking man, I sat there, crying, wasting my time. Wasting your time. And at the end, they just did.
What changed it for you, man? Because I literally feel like I spent the last 30
fucking sit there and like a mofo. Listen, it's a DNA thing. You know, I'm the type of guy, if I go out before I come home, I drive my lease. You know, I drive my lease. It's like preparation just to make sure the house is not on fire.
Yeah.
So like I know, hey, Joey's out here patrolling the area. Just drive.
Joey's out here fighting facial moisturizer. I'll be honest, bro. I use fucking facial moisturizer, bro. I'll admit some shit, dude. I'll get some shit off my chest. I use facial moisturizer, bro. What else, dude? I fucking went to bed till I was 28. Okay. Yeah, you should never mind.
Not every week.
Yeah, not every week. Like a fucking month. I did like a fucking B-shot.
Let it go.
Once he said it's safe for you toilet, don't forget to keep it by themselves. I did it like that until middle school. You did? Yeah, it was tough. It was tough because like you can't control it. That is true. You can't control it. And other kids, like you can't go sleep in other kids' houses.
So I'm gonna sit there like a fucking boat.
You gotta,
Summer camp, I can't.
yeah, you
I
can.
bring special sheets.
Yeah, sure.
It's not to bring special sheets, but I went to Sacred Hunt. They used to have those special ones, the ones that they put under the sheet, like a fucking brother with a baby.
And it sounded, when you got on the bed, it sounded like fun.
Grandma's French. Sounds like it's like break.
Dude, they used to have a buzzer. They didn't give me that. The buzzer, if it got wet, it would go off to wake you up. They had these buzzer underwear in the early 90s. And I remember they gave it to me. If the buzzer, if the buzz went off, it would wake you up. And, it was electrocution? It was a bad idea for sure. I'm sure some fucking retarded eyes.
The second step. That was
Dude, yeah, I gotta play to be on stage in a little while.
Yeah.
You think?
You ain't driving.
You don't know. But I just want to
That shit, tell me that shit lies to you. Mushrooms lie to you. Almost psilocybin. Mushrooms, acid, they lie to you. Like, I just gotta do what happened. You hit the car, you start that motherfucker, also you get that second rush. This is deadly shit. It's gonna come at you like a wave.
Yeah.
Got some weed, got some record players. That's it. Listen to music, fucking get stoned. I didn't bring enough weed, so we never fucking listen to get high, so I just brought a little canister from him.
Dude, I'll tell you, the child molester, he just said, yeah, he died. He died in prison, everybody.
So he didn't get arrested at the end.
Well, yeah, here's how we knew. One time we went and got steaks with us, and my buddy was in the kitchen. I was in the kitchen.
No, good one's coming.
I was in the kitchen, and my buddy was sitting in the living room with him. And I said, I yelled back to the living room, I said, hey, Richard. I said, do you have any sour cream? And my buddy Scott sits with him, yells back, no, but you can have some of this sweet cream, right? And then I hear Big Richard sitting next to my buddy say to him, can I have some? That's what he said, and that's when it all changed in our heads. Like, he's not just a friendly older dude buying us steaks and smoking us out. Yeah, he's a fucking man. He's goofy. He's looking to fucking touch some young junk. You're like, fucking young fucking pump in his head. So, anyway.
I sit here, right? Like a man, I tell you that. I was in front. I grew up around some fucked up people.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know till years later, like now how they died in prison. But I grew up around some fucked up people. Like my mom took chances with me being in that bar. She took a big chance when I was a kid. She told me, "Oh, you the fucking bar because that night shit's gonna happen in that bar." When I was young, I saw the gay guy Martin pull a gun on not doing his brother. And then like at the end of it, we could do the afternoon over. The word faggot in Spanish. Oh, tremendous gay fella. Tremendous. And then that was that. Another night there was an incident with two guys pulled a gun. And I was sitting there, I must have been about 11. And after that, my mom said, "You know what, man? That's it. You don't want to bar shit, but it was my world. It was my little fucking world. That little stop office in the back was me. The area was me. Is that you, like, buzzing, fucking snoring over there?
Somebody's howling.
I'm thinking, like, this is my emphysema, and it's fucking Lee. I'm like, fuck, my emphysema's acting up. It's fucking Lee over there passed out. He's snoring up a storm.
That did like, I'm fucking dead.
That's what I think about at night, like these fucking guys going around. And not once was I asked to touch somebody's dick, like I read some of this testimony. My heart stopped. Because I didn't come from this world. Not at all. Like, not at all. One time in the 8th grade, I fucking got in some guy's car, and his hands slowly touched my dick, and now I think about it. Not an accident? No, it was purposely. Touched my dick on the way up, just to see my reaction. If I was meek, he would have attacked me. I felt like the door open, and I just ran out and went to basketball. And it's so weird, I think I might stop because now I have a child. And you have to watch him. And I was talking to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law's the sweetest person in the world.
She got molested.
No, she told me one day, she was just doing it for him. Now that you have a child, I just want you to know something. Trust nobody. She don't watch those people. I'm surprised at that. Don't trust nobody. You can't. She's a Christian chick. Don't trust them. In fact, most of them don't. Yeah, but this is like a paranoid individual. She raised the door. I know there was issues one time. There was issues with a guy in church that was a pastor.
Why do you think they go to church? It's a safe place, huh? They probably go to church because honestly, they probably feel like they really need God. They just don't want. I mean,
Why did they bring their children language out? Even after they say to people, get up, I was those people like those. You can't smoke though. You're gonna die. And we kept smoking though. And right, you can't smoke cigarettes. They keep smoking cigarettes. So keep going to McDonald's and eat cheeseburgers. We love it. That's one thing. But for you to bring a child to somebody that you know is a fucking pervert to give me $2 million. That's for years I was don't 50 years old, broke my nose. And the fucking stories were beyond belief. I mean, I got some stories that are beyond belief. If you want to get down, then you get down. But why go there? There's no reason to go there.
yeah, that's why. I mean,
What this girl told me made me interviews. Because, again, I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck about what you do. But for you to drag your kid down the dark cave. What's up?
yeah, that's fine.
What's going on, buddy? All right over there. Once I get to bed.
Okay.
Tell me to check really once I get to bed. Let me do some fucking call and shout outs here. We'll wrap this motherfucker. No, don't start. Let me get electrocuted. It's all right. We need somebody to get electrocuted on the show.
I got electrocuted when I was younger, man. Actually, you know what I'm saying? A brother saying, and I don't know if you're out there.
Would you stop it? You got electrocuted.
Yeah, fair. They used to let us come in a day early to the fair to test the ride. He's on the ones and twos now. Please. Like a fucking I'm not ready. Machine guns. He wants a red dog. It's time for you to get some red dog. Please, we don't give a fuck. So the fucking candidate. You get up. You get up. You're not gonna vomit on the fucking table. Candidate, leave. We went out 3 nights in a row. Mushrooms on a Monday night. My main man, the Australian warrior, boss warrior, my man Conrad LeClaire, Burning Sage, Parish Mickey, Early Sweet Cake, Bobby and Crystal, my main people, Austin representative, Freddie Correa over there from Comedy of the Year in Vegas, Lance Armstrong, my dog, and my fucking man, Hero Jr. Make that fucking happen. Rest in peace. Them bad motherfuckers. Oh, they died. People that died, bro. That's the line. If they were dead, I would get the fridge. Oh, yeah, how you feeling? You need some air? You need some water? I'm fine. It's like, don't get tough. You're fine. I'm good. You're a great guest. You make me fucking die laughing. To see you and Lee tonight is a fucking the way to end the month. This is a true fucking Labor Day, whatever the fuck it is. Memorial Day. For witness soldiers, yes. Gotta pull out the fucking flag if you're a fucking soldier. Shit. Represent these motherfuckers. Get on a plane to go stab people. Fucking creepy. They're warriors, dude. I could never do that. I could never do that. I could stab somebody. Listen, that's the problem. That's the word suit or fucking flag on their lapel. That's all bullshit. 10 minutes of your time, you're on the balcony smoking a joint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at the fucking freedoms I have. Look at the freedoms I have right now. I'm not doing dick. This is a dude right now smoking a joint over there in Warzone. Because in the last 16 hours, he's been getting hit with fucking shrapnel and body parts and smelling fucking people getting lit on fire. And here I am complaining because I gotta get up in 4 hours. Damn fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? So you always gotta think, that's the real Memorial Day. It's not about a fucking barbecue. You know, look at a wall and believe, give a fuck. It's about just realizing what's happening. Jesus Christ, that's the biggest thing is realization. Yes. Getting on a fucking plane and going over to a foreign place. People don't need a fucked up language. They're trying to attack you. You don't know who's who. They don't look like Lisa yet. You're like, what the fuck is going on in my world? Yeah. So, this Netflix special you know about is that great numbers that you really like? I feel like it. God bless you. Like it. You just don't know. It just inspired me. It gives you a chance. I know you know, putting out a special now. You just see yourself a little bit. It gives you a chance to step away from that. And now, for the first time, I feel like, people recognize me as a comedian. I have fans for the first time, and so I feel like that's like a blessing. I didn't really realize before. I thought I had a million fans. It's a lot that's in your head, but now I feel like I have real fans who like want to know what's going on. We've had people that are excited I was coming here today. So that's good. He's got the fucking Lord running through his face. I love that, bro. That's Christ. That's Christ reaching for him. You can see that. If you were with the podcast since day one, you can see that. He is the fucking man. And tonight, we finally fucking leave. I can see it. I can see it after this podcast goes. You have no idea. Yes. Motherfucker sees him an hour after this. You can see how funny it is. He'll pass out right in front of you. Yeah, okay. He's an animal. I know. I never black
Sabbath time to come to life every like 8 minutes. Shane said I'm getting scared.
And that's the crazy part. Some people would be like, ah, that's fucked up, but to be brave enough to just let yourself go like that and relax like that, that's a I fucking know that. I wish I had that. You know? He's looking for fucking Easter baskets, bro. You know? That's beautiful, dude. Fucking just lift out and start looking for Easter baskets, bro. You know? When you feel like the fucking brothers ain't chasing you. Like, I'll be honest with you, dude. 90% of my day.
You're thinking about brothers, Jesus.
Yeah. I feel like they got fucking brothers only 2 blocks over.
Leave the brothers alone, please.
What are they saying?
Leave the brothers alone. They follow nobody. They chasing nobody.
I know that. No, I'm just saying. That's what I just think. You want me to share?
No, I have the same problem.
Okay, well, damn.
It just wasn't brothers. I had 15 different people chasing me. The real fucking deal. That's Czechoslovakians. That's countries you never even heard of. Shit, people chasing me. Leave, wake up. You need some fucking air. You want another starter balance out? What do we need here?
I don't need another starter balance, man.
That's you need some pH. The star I got to take is
I don't think you know what pH is.
listen, pH water is a beautiful thing. What we need is that special stars that have a special pH to bring you back to life.
I feel like a fucking Christmas traveler.
I'm telling you, don't listen to the way they do it on a fucking Thursday night.
It really is,
Sitting
man.
around with your little fucking buddies, right?
Two steps, fucking Coco Diaz, we did it. I'll be in Cleveland next weekend. Nope, I'm actually at the Hard Rock Casino.
Look at you right downtown in the middle of everything.
Hard Rock Casino. So I'm looking forward to that. That's Friday through Sunday in Cleveland. The week after that, the week after that, because it's already the end of May. You know that, Joe?
No shit. Same fucking thing. I'm already thinking about June 1st.
Man.
Right, because I got no business till June 8th.
Yeah, I'm at the Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland. It's actually in the Burbs, man. Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland, North. June 3rd through the 5th. And then I'm at Punchline in Atlanta, June 9th through the 12th. You catch me on Doug Benson's podcast. I'll be on his podcast there too. I think they're taping that there. Then I'm going to the beach with my family. We'll be down there at fucking St. Joe's. I don't know if it's Alabama or Florida. It's going to be fucked up. I'll be vlogging a little bit of that. I got the vlog on YouTube. You can check it out. It's called This Past Weekend. You know, I'll be with my family. And then that's it, man. You're just saying crazy shit now. I'm so fucked up. In July, I'll be in.
You're like, man, next week I'm going to be in the Barbie.
I'm just going through my calendar.
Jesus Christ. You did 2 days. He whips out the webpage. He starts dropping dates in 2018. He's doing a tour with Joe in 2018.
I'll be giving blood.
And this other poor fucking zombie who is already, you fuck. You got to sit there, like a bullet's to the shot.
Hey, but look, in typical Memorial Day fashion, we ain't leaving this fucking soldier. We ain't fucking leaving this one. You just think you got so much happening.
The Warriors, you see those people really suffer.
I love it.
Don't I hate fucking those people. I hate all those fucking fake foundations.
All those fake foundations, man. It is sad when people do that.
Anyway, wait, I can talk in here.
You want to give your money, bro? Give your money to your fucking neighbor. Find somebody who you know in person.
A black dude at 7-Eleven ain't bothered nobody.
There you go.
First let the door was polite, all right?
There you go. First one, polite. And I will be at that bar.
I manage.
No, I know you.
Let's do this shit. All right, Lee. Hold up. What's the answer to the church of what's happening now? Listen, you're unique. You don't walk like anybody. You don't talk like anybody. You don't sleep like anybody. So why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000. Wow. Until now, introducing Helix Sleep, where you can buy mattresses online, custom customized for you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. You follow me? You go to Helix.com right now. You answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences. The result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress. Listen, you'll have to sleep on your life. Everybody has a fucking bum mattress.
Oh, my mattress is horrible.
It's fucking bum mattress. And sometimes they say, well, you spend the extra dough. This is fucking a real deal. And for couples, you customize inside the mattress. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week. And shipping, you ready for this? Is 100% fucking free. Dealers customers report 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You got 100 nights to try it out. And if you don't love it, if you're not in love with it, they'll pick it up for free and give you 100% refund. No questions asked. Who else does that with a mattress? 100 nights. That's 3 months of your fat ass rolling around a mattress, killing it. And if you don't like it, you send it back like the savage that you are. No questions asked. You follow me?
Is it with your wife in it?
That's right. You have 100 nights, okay? That's why everybody from GQ magazine to Forbes all talking about Helix Sleep. You go to helixsleep.com right now. This is what I'm going to do. /Joe. And I'm going to give you $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joe. And that's $50 off your first order. helixsleep.com/Joe. Listen to me. If you like sleeping, this is the mattress for you. Got this shit for you, mind. Who you think you're talking to, Joy? But actually, number 2, here's the best one. You got smart cars, you got smart phones, you got smart homes. Technology has made everything smart. But losing your stuff still makes smart people feel stupid. Dean Delray said for the first time in his life he lost his keys yesterday for 45 minutes. I told him the same thing I'm telling you people. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location within the tap of a button. It's that easy. You lose your phone? No problem. Press the button on Tracker and your phone rings. Listen to this. Even if it's on silent. Who's better than you? That's what Tracker does. You got with over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest ground GPS network in the world. So your lost item shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. You're never gonna lose anything away again with Tracker. Listeners of the show, you ready for this? What I'm doing for you? Man, I'm gonna give you 30% off your entire order. Go to Tracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. But do me a favor. Again, go to Tracker.com right now. TheTracker.com right now and enter promo code CHURCH for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's TheTracker.com. Promo code CHURCH. CHURCH. That's better than you feel. Again, TheTracker.com right now enter promo code CHURCH. 30% off your order. That's how we make it happen here at the church of what's happening now. And never, but never forget honor.com. Just, without honor, I wouldn't fucking be here right now. Without the alpha brain cycle I do, without my head-force protein.
No steroids or no?
No, look at me, I'm a fat fuck with steroids. If I was on steroids, I'd have muscles. I'd be jumping him right now. I'd be up with him by my head.
Yeah, we got the fucking steroids. I didn't know, you can say that's strong. That could be muscle. That could be loose muscle. Put a diaper on it.
That shit don't get on it. It's too much. There was some fucking chiropractors. Shit, right? This fool he's trying to fucking ease on right now. Put track on your ass. Only tracker.com. Just got those where they're gonna take a conclusion for sure. I know you got a strong ambulance, bro. No, let's go one of those Mexican ambulances down the corner. I'll take it to a
it'll take you over $150 to jerk you off.
And they'll jerk you off. That's the type of people. They might make
I know
bad
over $360, dude, will fucking treat you right for 24 hours.
360, there you go. He's falling asleep. Anyway, that's why the problem with this fucking mamook is he don't take shroom, take sport. He don't shroom, take a meal. He's a fucking mook. Anyway, do me a favor, go to honor.com right now and press depressed and going to the church. How do you spell it?
CHURCH.
There you go. Boom. And you get 10% off. Your order delivered right to your house, man. Don't play around. Listen, honor is the way to go. I wouldn't blow smoke up your ass. It's a great. You're sure you're fucking hot. Look, he's taking his shirt off like it's a muscle contest.
I'm high.
By the way, you're saying, look at my on steroids. Look at my little fat fuck. The cheeseburger was bad and shit. Same time. Jeez, where's my arm? I'm blowing my shirt up. I had most of them with that fucking sleeves. Anyway, again, Racket.com right now. I want to thank Ely Sleep. I want to thank Onnit. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn, for coming on and saying, fuck these motherfuckers. We're going to eat a shroom, and that's how we do it.
Man, that's when the people die for us.
That's right. It's fucking Wednesday night at the Church Studios. We love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. See you Sunday night for a special late Memorial Day little addition to the churches to bring them down here Monday.
I love that, bro. See you Mothers in the Mud.
With the fucking music on me. Come on. Let's do this.
Church us out.
The quicker you do this shit, the quicker we fucking do this. Oh shit. Listen to this. I'm getting all scratchy from the fucking mushroom now.
Nah, bro.
It's like eating 3 Vikings now. Fucking dog shit. I burped the fat pot roll was worse. My burp and my piss.
The worst is when you're trying to get when you eat that girl out.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop.
I didn't puke all of them.
You gotta leave at least 3 more. Shit.
Get your fucking knife in order, Lee. Jesus, you fucking muscle hamster.
This show is presented by Onnit. The church what's happening now is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The new year means a fresh start for your business, and a great year starts with making great hires. Our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter.com/church. The show is also brought to you by Lyft. Go to Lyft.com. Lyft is where drivers can make up to $35 an hour, and getting started is just a tap away. Sign up today at Lyft.com/Joey. Sign up today to drive for Lyft at Lyft.com/Joey.
Oh shit, kick that wheel, motherfucker. It's all over. 2017. The restraining order's over. It's over. We're kicking this wheel with Theo Vaughn, my nephew Lee Sayat, and your uncle motherfucking Joey. Kick it, Lee. Flash the fucking speakers. I want the speakers to blow up, Lee.
I want to see somebody's balls blow off their body, bro. I want to see my dick come fuck my ass, bro. Hard.
Oh shit. Oh shit. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy New Year to you and yours. I hope this is a happy year for you. I hope you're healthy. Because if you ain't healthy, you can't get your dick sucked, and you cannot make any Guinness. You understand me? You can't hug your kids. So, my number one, one of my favorite people in this fucking city is on the show tonight, Theo Vaughn. My little fucking Jewish nephew already started the new year off. Puking the edibles tonight. I don't know what's happening. You know what happened? You know what happened, bro. You know what happened. You're away from me for a week. You didn't keep up the training.
Okay.
First of all, I don't want to hear stories. I don't want to hear stories. I know exactly what happened. 10 years you've never puked around me except that one time. He asked me, and then we went deep. I even burped in my own mouth.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, you burp a little mushroom. You piss and all thing else burp.
A little bit of belly cum, bro.
A little bit of fucking yellow acid and fluid. But
Get your
I
tongue
was
warm.
going 4 or 5 hours that night. I took you to fucking SEAL training that night. Going under fucking barbed wire and shit. That was something that I felt horrible about. But tonight, you didn't even let the medication hit you. You fucking.
Those chocolate Luna is.
But you told me you bought 4 and you took them down the hall.
I did. You can see. I have video evidence. That's why. This is why.
Did you eat the whole thing?
Of course I did. What do you mean eat the whole
Did
thing?
you eat on camera, do magician tricks like
No,
you
I
did in the
didn't. I
beginning?
never do it.
I used to have to watch him. He would put these at you. You got those fingers, they move real. That's magician activity. They got a big limit.
Oh, they keep 10% of the tree in their
Oh,
pocket.
yeah, they invented the fucking magician. Fucking Jews. That's who invented the magician. They used to look like that shit.
Yeah, they're all magicians out of the womb, bro. Lee, man. Last time I saw Lee, he was up here squealing on the patio, bro. Bro, the craziest part about that, Joey, was when I came in, I thought I heard I'm like, there's kind of a squealing in the microphone at first. And Lee's like, I'll fix it by the end. It was like, it was him. Like, look like a fucking disabled gerbil, bro. Like a fucking.
That's how I felt. That was like the deepest I've ever been on my show.
I'll tell you, look like a damn welfare gerbil. He was over here just like,
It was chocolate mushrooms that smelled like Parmesan cheese. He was eating it and it was foaming out of his mouth. I just put it in my mouth and drank it. I didn't deal with it. He wants to fucking chew it. He wants to snack it. See, this is everything one day. You gotta swallow them drugs, dog. You can't be fucking
That's what I tried to do tonight, and that's why I puked up all over the floor. Because you said you making fun of me. Like, just swallow that motherfucking thing, Lee. And it was like still a whole chunk, and my body just is like, I think my body is starting to fight back because I wasn't getting that fucked up over the weekend.
Because you do them every night and you do little amounts. You gotta go deep.
You gotta get in there,
16,
bro.
18 hours by yourself.
Yeah, you gotta get your bowels high, Lee.
800 don't do nothing to nobody.
Yeah.
How
How about times when you're working?
First of all, I was doing over 1,000.
No, you were.
I was too.
You gotta get your bowels high, bro. I want your shit to be scared. That's how high you gotta get.
It's so funny. We were having a conversation before the podcast started about, about this is it. Like, I guarantee there's a lot of people today walking around with an ice pack on their head going, what the fuck happened 2 nights ago? Yeah. Like, I'm not to get 2 drinks and I ended up blowing 4 guys. My asshole shut. You don't know what realm you get into, and when we spoke today, right off the bat, you're like, listen, dog, I'm trying to keep my life together. I'm a young dude. I'm good looking. I don't want to fade away, so I've been behaving myself. Was your main thing alcohol, and then you went crazy?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just ended up getting like I ended up getting into drugs usually sometimes at night.
But drugs without the alcohol, or they have alcohol had to soften you up first?
I think I would just, that's a good question, man. Alcohol has never been a thing for me. I never cared about alcohol. Once people started having cocaine around, I just kind of like the smell of it, you know what I'm saying, bro?
Nothing else up your
No,
nose.
nothing like that, dude. We used to do like, back in the day, some dude came through the neighborhood, I remember with some kind of, I don't know what, LSD suppository, some kind of suppositories, dude, people were doing. Yeah. Dude, it was like just, putting these like little, they were kind of, I don't want to say pink, they were kind of reddish looking little, fucking throwing rainbow treats up your ass,
It's not manly enough if it's pink.
I mean, it was, yeah. And people was doing LSD suppositories. This dude had I remember he probably had about 400. I don't know where he got them from, Germany or somewhere, Iceland or something. And to us, that was like, they got them from Saturn. We never even heard of that. Germany, we'll fucking do this. And people were doing acid, or whatever it was, doing the suppositories, I remember, for a while. So I liked psychedelics a little bit when I was younger. And what else, dude? And then, but out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy nights, and then I was like, I'm gonna try something different, man. So I just decided I'm gonna stop partying. So now I've got about 6 months. I've been sober since. Well, last time I walked out of here, I went over to the Improv and did a set high on mushrooms, and they were flicking the lights on stage. I still have it on video, man. I'll put it out. For your for your Legion.
How old are you now?
36, man. I'm an adult.
It's tough to say to yourself, this is it. You have those nights, and like we were saying, you had a spectacular night in my world. Like where I came from, it's a spectacular night.
Oh yeah.
Getting in a cab, going for blow. The guy hooks you up with a chick. You fuck the chick in the cab.
No, he did.
Oh, he fucked her in the cab. Oh no, this is craziness. Now, what time did this night end?
Dude, so what happened with that night was, let me revamp it for you. So what happened was, I went to a party, bro, and I didn't even plan on drinking.
Now, you're in New York.
I'm in New York City. Yep, I'm in New York City. Yep, I was doing comedy. I had a sublet there. I was just kind of experiencing the city. We talked once or twice when I was there, and I was enjoying it, man. It was good. And then I went to a party one night, and afterwards, they were drinking at the party. And I just felt uncomfortable, dude. To be honest, man, most of my life I have felt uncomfortable, bro. I don't know what it is. Like in a lot of environments, I just feel uncomfortable.
Out of place?
Out of place.
Yeah.
You feel that ever?
All the time.
What do you mean ever? There's more times that I feel in place like that. Like that's a weird times. But it's like my girlfriend and I were just talking about it because we stayed in on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
But seeing the shots of Times Square and seeing the shots of the clubs, maybe I should have done something a little bit more social. But that is not. I'd rather be on Ox than in a club. Like, yeah. I would feel so uncomfortable there. Like a New Year's Eve club, like that's not me at all.
You don't see in the clubs. It is so you don't see people getting fucking molested in the background and people, But at least light a candle or something. Your lady even do anything?
Oh, well, yeah, he's gonna make fun of me. We went away the weekend before. We went to Long Beach. This one is time.
Took a trip to Long Beach, dude.
I don't know.
Trying to pick up rent.
This is amazing.
So anyway, Brock, anyway, that was it. You took your girl to a fucking wall.
No, she took me.
Jesus Christ.
But then we just decided to come home because it was raining.
Because it was raining.
Yeah, we were gonna sit in someone else's apartment on New Year's Eve down in Long Beach, and we're gonna have a nicer apartment up here.
Bro, what the fuck?
It's a horror show. I tried. And I keep
It sounds like the Notebook.
by the button.
It sounds like the Notebook for two people on Down syndrome.
No, this was something that when he told me, I go, what? Now when he told me, I thought they were going to leave Friday night, go to a hotel like normal Americans, right?
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, get a room service, gives her a stabbing.
Yeah.
Take a walk down, come back, smoke a joint, eat a stuff. Maybe about 6. Take it to a nice fucking restaurant, 6, 7 o'clock sitting, dog. So you're out of there by 9:30, you take it back to the apartment, give it straight up, eat 3 more stars, and watch some stupid movie. That's what he was doing. I get a call from him Thursday at lunchtime. So we're about to leave. And I go, leave where? Long Beach. I almost shot myself in the fucking head. I go, this kid can't be this stupid. And then that night I went to dinner. I had to do a set last week, and I had 2 hours to kill. I said to my wife, don't even make dinner. I want to eat dinner in Hollywood. There's no sense of me coming back. We did a set for Penn State. So I had 2 hours to kill. So I went to Chico. That's one of my favorite places.
It's a good place. I never even been there. I see it.
I don't eat the pizza. I don't eat none of that shit. I get the salad. It's delicious. The whatever salad. It's the Big Mama spaghetti with no meat. Just pasta with sauce and you got cheese. It's gonna be a small serving. It's always been good. I've been eating there for fucking years.
Wow.
And that's what I eat. I go there 3 times a year, though. If I'm lucky, I got 3 times to drive by. I got an hour here. Yeah, I got an audition. I plan it. I go, okay. I got an hour and a half. Might as well go to fucking
Go to bed.
I get excited.
Yeah.
I sit next to a guy. I go to the bar and I see the bartender. And he's an old dog guy from the improv. We start chit chatting. 2 things down from me is a guy from Emerson College. And right away, I gotta ask him. I had to ask him, what do they teach you up there? Because I know he was in college. And I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I go, I hired him because I thought he was sharper than I was. But lately, he's been slipping. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
And that was Lee.
That was Lee.
Wow.
I went to Long Beach Thursday afternoon for New Year's. Now, I can see it. Like I said, Friday after all the traffic is the... Now, here's the best one. Here's the best one out of all. I call him Thursday night, or he calls me, we're talking in the conversation. Also, he goes, yo, you Airbnb. I go, you're not even in a fucking hotel, like a fucking elliptical. Then you go to the elliptical, you've been home all week with her, and now you go down there for 2 more fucking nights with her to do nothing, to look at each other and eat cookies and shit.
At a stranger's apartment.
And watch really bad TV in a stranger's apartment. This was something that I was like,
Squatters, bro.
I don't know. Yeah, like
Fucking squatters.
when he called me Saturday and told me he was coming back, I wanted to tell him just GPS the car through the ocean to the Santa Monica Pier and take the car right off the fucking pier. Because it ain't getting no better in your life. He went away to Long Beach, and every morning when I woke up since that, today there was a burglary in Long Beach where the guy shot the burglar. He shot the burglar every day. I woke up and then that morning, all I was waiting for was
Praying for it to be like Lee's
I
apartment.
like to see Lee fucking shot in the head. Like Lee got hit by a car coming with a box of wings. They got poor girlfriend on the thing. I don't know what happened. The guy didn't stop at the red light.
The saddest part is
Who the fuck goes to Long Beach?
I don't know. Okay.
Lee used to treat himself to a nice night at Chibo at the bar. And now, years later, he's finally got a girl.
No, that wasn't me. He was at Chibo that night. He was thinking about me.
I was remember, so I had to ask, what do they teach you? Did they teach you anything? What the fuck do you have to eat there?
I'll be honest. Okay. This was a. We couldn't fly anywhere. We didn't have enough time, so this is what she chose. But we actually had a good time. The fucking aquarium and Queen Mary are fucking awesome. You're stoned as fuck. But this is what I didn't want to talk to you guys about.
You see what I got to deal with?
Airbnb
The aquarium.
it feels like like it was the weirdest experience of my life.
Don't you touch any animals? I get the pet and zoo in here.
Yeah, well, the aquarium, yeah, but I thought you were talking about the apartment for a second.
Not at the Airbnb, dude. You fucking had another roommates.
So there's roaches in the apartment.
You massaged another roommates.
So thank God there weren't roommates.
This guy, imagine if there was a roommate. He takes his lady out.
No, it was like a horror show.
Yeah.
I live in a fucking world between him and my wife. I'm not gonna make it to 56. I'm not gonna make it to. I just spent 4 weeks in that house with my wife.
Wow.
It's a torture chamber. It's a fucking house of horrors. I love it with all my heart.
It's a torture chamber.
What's the worst part? Like, what's the worst part? Honestly.
It being 9:30
In the morning?
at night and just sitting there not having a spot because I don't want to be at the store every night, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to be that guy. I
Yeah.
don't need to be at the store every night. There's young guys coming up. I know how I felt when I was coming up and I had shit to do. And there's some old guy that's coming down. I'm good enough. 2 spots a week, I'm good. This week I'm doing Thursday. Tomorrow night I'm doing flappers. If I get out jiu-jitsu early Wednesday, I'll pop into someplace. But, you know, I got a gig Friday. I'm fucking good. I'm not working on nothing. I'm just putting a couple bits together, finding my new fucking voice, you know.
Yeah.
It's like when you travel, it breaks the monotony up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I was home for 4 fucking weeks. And it was the holidays, and one of those weeks the baby was home all week. That's tough.
Baby's off of school?
All week, 1 week vacation.
What did the
And it rained 3 of those days. You know what I'm saying? So she wanted to ride the bicycle.
It's like a triple threat. So the parents hate.
And the truth of the matter is that I'm a dud. I've always been a dud. You know, Lee says that he feels uncomfortable. I'll tell you where I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable in a bar with a bartender's a good-looking woman in 1924.
Yeah.
She still has tits. She wears push-up bras. She's got freckles on her tits. She's got a sense of humor. The bar seats 20. She serves some fucking food in there that's kick-ass. There's a jukebox. There's music. You know what? At this age, I don't want a fucking pool table.
Yeah.
I don't want a dartboard. I don't want a lot of movement. I never like movement.
Yeah.
Sit down, have a fucking beer, talk to me if you want to do this. If you don't get moving around, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Pool and arguments. And I can't walk. This guy's throwing a fucking dart at me. I just want to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to do. That's my ideal bar. And to be strictly honest with you, since the age of 16, that was always my ideal bar. Once we started going out to those discos, I've said it once, I've said it before. My wife asked me on the ride home the other day from dinner, we were listening to Studio 54 on Sirius XM. She goes, so you used to go disco dancing? I go, are you crazy? I was a kid when that shit came out. I go, when I was in high school, I could put a handful of times I went to clubs. I went to studio, but I went to studio in 84. There was nothing going on in the studio no more. It was on Thursday night.
84.
Yeah, I was going to Club Area like twice. I went to like the rooftop 4, 5, 6 times. But I was never a club guy, bro. Look at me. I knew who the fuck I was. I belonged to a neighborhood bar with a bartender named Lila.
Yeah.
She had a dog behind the bar. The dog slept the whole fucking time. That's the bar I grew up in, Joe Mary's. They had a little circular biscuit thing, like a bakery thing in the middle. And they would have a cover, and in the middle it was ham and cheese sandwiches. That's beautiful. So if you want a sandwich, you just went over and got it. They had Stewart sandwiches, and next to it was a not don't cook tonight called Chicken Delight. It was a chicken fill, not Chick-fil-A. This is when chicken was chicken. And one of the kids we hung with was the fucking cook. So at the end of the shift, he'd come over to the bar with a box of chicken, leftover chicken the whole fucking night. It was, and you had a tab, and the guy that ran the place was Loan Sharks. If you fucking hit the marinade bar, he could borrow 300 from on the spot. I still owe him 8,000 from 1980 fucking two. You know, I never. The first time I went to Vegas, dog, I knew it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
I just always felt very insecure in those places. Always, still do.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
Still do. And I always had an excuse in my head on why I felt insecure. When I was younger, it was that I wasn't good looking enough and I would know these people are all nice people. These are the environment I want to hang with. These people don't want to hang He's a sweetheart. I've seen him at a bar.
Yeah, I can tell he's a gentleman.
He wants to go to a bar and watch a football game and have a bucket of wings. And he wants to yell maybe a little bit. He doesn't want nobody close to him yelling. He doesn't want nobody. Will you pay $3 extra? Just to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to sit in the white section.
What do you go to Studio 54? What's he going to do? Have one drink? People are trying to talk to him. I never liked going to a place where the music was loud. That's where you lose Uncle Joey.
Yeah.
If I can't talk to you the way we're talking now,
I'm lost.
I'm lost. You know?
Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But I would, for some reason, I kept making excuses that made me like less than, you know. So like, oh, it's my fault that I don't fit in here, instead of just being like, oh, this isn't my environment, you know.
Now, why did you feel it was your environment?
I just felt like
you said older.
No, I felt like, you know, like these people were rich, or these people were better than me, or these people, I'm kind of a bit of a miscreant, you know. I grew up on the other side of the tracks of these people. But they don't know it. Like, that's the thing I always thought, because my whole thing comes from, like, I've always been chubby and short. You're like a tall, in-shape, good-looking dude. I'd look at you, and I think there's nothing wrong in his life at all. Like, there's no way he's self-conscious about anything. Well, that's what goes wrong, man. I look at you, and I think this guy's fucking
What environment?
got it all.
What environment do you feel comfortable in?
Just a more real environment, a more just calm,
10 people, 50 people, 100 people.
Yeah, as long as, I can feel okay in 10, 50. When it gets to be a little more than that, as long as it's just too much. But when the music's loud and I can't communicate with people, then that's where I start to feel uncomfortable.
That's my end. That's my fun.
But I kept going back. I kept thinking there was something wrong with me, that the environment was okay. But it wasn't, man. And that's what happened that night. I went to this club, and they had a party for my friend's fashion line. And then I got in this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I left early because I was going to be on Opie and Jim Norton. This when Opie and Jim were still together. And this beautiful girl gets in the taxi with me, this Asian girl. And she just started talking about the night. She said that she had fun at the party, but her boyfriend wasn't in town. Then she goes, her boyfriend is never in town. Then she's like, what happens in taxis stays in taxis, right? That's what she said. So I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you know, like, she wants me to make a move. Once I make a move, shut me down. And I don't know if that's what made me feel weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that. And then it was just me and the driver, bro. And this dude spoke another language, you know, something fucking fancy, you know, something like I play soccer, you know, like this dude fucking, you know, like this dude was betting on fucking foreign soccer games on his phone for sure, you know. And I thought he said drugs, dude, and I just said cocaine. That's what I said. The next thing you know, we're in North Harlem. He bought some cocaine for us. He comes back in the car. We're doing cocaine. And then he's like, I got a gift for you. I got a gift, you know. And I thought it was going to be, you know, I grew up in like a troubled area. I thought it was going to be his dick, you know. Like, that's what I was expected anyway. And then a hooker, prostitute, knocks on the door, you know. This lady gets in, and I think it was a man, honestly, in hindsight. She had these big sunglasses on. Kind of a man's face that was under the sunglasses.
You have cocktails again this morning?
Yeah, had a couple tequilas, dude. And so now we're partying, bro. Me and the driver were first partying for about an hour. Dude, I got so high, I remember thinking, where's the driver? That's how fucking high I was. And he was sitting next to me doing cocaine. Yeah, at what point does this become not a taxi cab ride? Like, when does the meter get turned off? Like, oh, the meter's going, bro. The meter's at about 270, bro.
No.
So he's got to fucking be positive because I'm paying for this experience, bro. So then, dude, this hooker gets in. She had kind of long hair, huge sunglasses, covered about 60% of her face. And the 40% of her face you could see, to me, looked like a man's face, right? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just, like, if I were on a game show and it was like, guess 40% of this person's face, I would have guessed man first, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, look like a man's face, you know? Or it looked like a woman had just shaved recently. That's what it looked like, you know? So anyway, we're all getting high together, and the hooker starts making advances towards me, bro. This sounds ridiculous. And I got out of the car, man. I felt uncomfortable, dude. So then, you're like,
I don't understand. In my world, I'm thinking you're a Louisiana boy in fucking Harlem. No shit, you feel out of place. I feel out of place there. No, I always felt comfortable in North Harlem.
Yeah.
Like I know that neighborhood where you're at. You know what I'm saying? You're not in the Bronx yet. Right? You're not in the
Yeah, I don't know where we're at.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. Was it dark?
It was a dark.
That's all that matters. Yeah. You ain't having a good time if you got the dark neighborhood on one part of the night.
I was racing when I know when I'm back.
My God.
You know, I know when I'm back.
Now, what time is all this going down?
It's about 3:30.
All right, so what time? So you walk out in the cab. Where are you? Are you getting another cab?
No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me, and I said, dude, I was partying with the driver. And dude, you know what's crazy is he had even one of the lights of the taxi wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper mache thing and put it over the light, bro. Like this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was about the most romantic fucking cab driver I've ever spent time with, dude. And dude was more romantic in the taxi than it was at your fucking Airbnb, bro. That's the saddest part. So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me. He made me give him $100, right? And I gave him the 100 because I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's gonna pay the hooker and she'll go. But then I look back over there a couple minutes later, a minute later, and they're kissing on each other's necks. He spent him 100 with this hooker, dude. He fucking just got this 100.
Wait, so your taxi driver bullied you into buying him a hooker?
No, he owed him money anyway. But right away, he took the money. Luigi took the money and said, "Hold on 5 minutes. Let me get $20 worth off this hooker."
He took that money and reinvested it in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And look, I respect hookers, man. Like, you know, I've been through some tough nights, man.
Not fucking North Harlem.
But still, man.
I don't give a fuck.
You know, I respect women that are out there if they got to be out there selling their bodies.
I got nothing against that.
I know you don't.
But in North Harlem, you ain't getting into nothing good.
Yeah,
You understand me?
You keep saying North Harlem,
Harlem? I don't know.
Like East Harlem?
Listen, all I know is I used to go to Harlem to buy coke. I'd see women out there. And dog, let me tell you something. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. First of all, 4 out of 10 of them got bigger dicks than you.
Oh, damn.
4 out of 10 of those chicks.
We don't like those
In those days, it was, you gotta remember, up in Harlem in those days, the Bronx, it was open fucking corral. In the 90s, the Russians came.
Oh, yeah.
And I never saw it, but I had friends tell me, you go to Queens, and there'd be 6-foot Russian blondes with lemon miniskirts. Then you give them 300 just to eat their assholes. They were that hot, banging. Like they took over, so all the other ones, the crack holes disappeared.
Yeah.
All that, you know. But in those days, even when I got in trouble with my buddy, you know, Dodger, and we were going over there, those hookers, yeah, those city rap fighters, days, you had that takes a certain nerve.
Yeah, a lot of them work at the Popeyes during the daytime.
No, they don't work. They're at the clinic in the daytime. Get blood transfusions.
Dude, we used to have this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria in our neighborhood, right? You could pull up, bro. You could eat her ass for like $40, right? She'd sit in your car window, dude. Just basically put her ass in your fucking car window. Like a fucking to-go box, you know? You could, if you had somebody driving, you could even have them drive the block. And she would just sit in there like a little side item, bro. But so this dude, Luigi, I give him the 100, he gets back in the car. They're making out. I'm kind of pissed, dude. I don't want to bring that negative energy back into the car, right? So I deal with my feelings out in the street for a minute, kind of process through that.
Why do you want to bring negative feelings back into the car?
Just because I'm really extremely high, man. I'm under the influence of cocaine. It's almost 4 a.m. And I don't know these people that well. And I still need to get home. And for some reason at this point, I feel like Luigi is responsible to get me home, right? So I get back in the front seat, right? And they're hooking up in the back, a little blowjob. Like it's getting wild, you know? And I want to still do cocaine, you know? So I don't want to interrupt them, dude. So I remember trying to quietly do cocaine in the front of the seat, just like the softest little inhale you could do. Oh yeah, some dude. I was definitely listening hard. I mean, no,
Like cologne. All you smell is like cologne. Like when you walk in the middle of the bar, you smells like fucking heavy duty perfume.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. She smelled like violence to me and tattoos. She was a tough lady or man. I mean, I thought she was a man. The face looked like a man's face to me, but she had big sunglasses on. She could have been one of those taller Vietnamese people that kind of look black at night, you know. So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying to quietly do cocaine, dude. Like, just like a fucking, just like a, like just doing it in like in installments. Like had a bump on layaway.
Why do you have to get so like they're back there fucking? Why can't you just?
Because there's something wrong with me where I sacrifice other people. Like I just feel like I got to be considerate at all times. I don't want to interrupt them, dude. I guess I don't know, man. I was fucked up, bro. So they're partying. At one point, I remember even turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quietly into the top of my nose, like this. Just as quiet as I could be. And a cop goes by, dude. Cop goes by. I get scared. I tell Luigi I'm scared, bro. He don't give a fuck, dude. That's when I realized like, he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. And he's like, you drive. You drive. And that's when I got in the driver's seat. And I drove, man. I drove us about a mile and a half. Dude, I don't even know where I was, dude. And then I pulled over because a voice in my head, bro. First, a voice in my head is like, dude, at least it was like, you're out here, bro. You're high. You know, you're doing cocaine. But at least you're making money. You know, like I was working like I was a cab driver. And that's why, dude, my brain's fucked up. But this ain't my cab. You know, I gotta pay for this. And then my brain was like, you know, commercial driver's license. That's what got me to pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me, that I wouldn't have one. And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to my hotel room, finished doing my cocaine, and I had to be on Opiate Jim Norton that morning. And it's 5:30 now, dude. I took 3 showers, bro, in 10 minutes. Right?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Did you pay Luigi or did you just kind of get out and just get into the account?
We ended up in a little bit of an argument at the end. I left $100 on the car seat. And yelled adios at him really loud, bro. I don't even know if he spoke Spanish, dude. I'm just screaming adios at him and this fucking hooker who had the smallest tits I've ever seen, bro. Looked like a man's chest. But then I go to Opie and Jim, dude, and the other guest for the day is Daryl Strawberry. And I could not even feel my face, dude. I couldn't even think. And that's when I was like, this is a bad look. You know, I couldn't even talk. They were asking me questions, dude, and I couldn't even, like, I couldn't feel my face. All my thoughts was coming out of my neck. Like I was running on neck thoughts, dude. I'm fucking thinking with my neck, bro. So I fucking sat there for 3 hours, bro. Just roasted. Now I know how you feel, kind of like. I just sat there, just boiling in my own fucking drug-induced bullshit. And then I fucking left, bro. And I'm halfway on the walk over there, I realized I had on fucking sweatpants with jeans over them, bro. Horrible. That's like a catheter outfit. Like you might be getting a catheter and you might have to stay overnight.
You know, while I'm sitting here, because I'm like, you know, just people like Lee, he's a sweetheart. I wish to God Lee never does a drug. He would never do a drug. But for some people, some experiences like that experience,
Yeah.
to wake up and on opiate, because you basically woke up on opiate, Jimmy, and you're coming down off the juice. You're not paranoid, but you can't talk either. You're in that stage.
Scared.
Yeah. You're in that stage of fucking, why the fuck am I even here? It's horrible.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, I remember doing that 10,000 times.
Oh.
Not, you know, being in a cab with a hooker, but when you said Harlem, when I was growing up, I had a friend, he had a girlfriend, he was about 7 years older than me, he's dead now, God rest his soul, but he had a girlfriend, dog, who was fucking banging.
Wow.
And I saw her naked once when I was like 18, that shit stayed with me. That was jerk off material for like 6 months. I go ahead, I disappear, I do my thing. I go to Colorado, I do a little time. I'm back in Jersey in 93. And I reconnect with a friend of mine. And he goes, what are you doing tonight? I go, nothing. What do you want to do? He goes, let's go out. Meet me at Teaneck at this, I forget the name of the place. It's a popular place. on set.
T-neck?
Yeah, T-neck, Tenafly. Is it T-neck? T-neck. It's Artist Cafe, something like that. Something like very chic. So a lot of kids from my neighborhood thought, as they got older, they went there for a few drinks. I was at this time, I'm 31 years old. I'm doing comedy. I'm doing comedy already. I'm not getting nowhere with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking on no doors and shit. But I'm doing fucking comedy. And I hook up with them at the time. I'm a fucking fiend. It's 35 a gram on 178th Street. 25 if you want it clean. You know what I'm saying? I go in there and get 3 right off the bat, Jack. Bam! This shit was glass. But on aluminum foil, and they give you a blast when you walked in.
Oh, that's beautiful.
They sat you down. They go, "What do you want to do?" And you go, "I don't know. It takes a 35." And then, "What do you want to do? You want to taste 25?" And you go there, and then they walk you out to the door, and you walk back to your car, and the cops would pay for it, and put you back on not Amsterdam, but one of those streets under the bridge.
Yeah.
And rule number 1, you took the Lincoln Tunnel back. Go in to get a fucking hot dog, roll a joint. These idiots that would get back on the George Washington Bridge, they had spotters.
Right.
They just seemed to go over. They pull you over, now they confiscate your fucking car. You have to give it to them because they're not going to bring the dog, they're going to get you anyway.
Right.
So don't fuck with them. It was hardcore.
Damn.
So I went over there first. That was my automatic first stop of the night. And I had it down to a science in those days. Sometimes I'd walk over and take the bus back. Same difference. What was that saying?
You'd be high on that bus, though, huh?
No, I wouldn't do it all yet.
Wait till you get home.
No, I'd do that little blast that he'd give me, and by the time I got to the bus, I'd be coming down like a little bit like.
But how Theo was saying that he felt uncomfortable there his first time. Do you remember how you felt the first couple times you went there before it became old hat? Like, were you freaked out, or was it already at that point?
Since my mom had a dry cleaner in the Bronx,
Probably in your system.
yes, and my mom had a bar in Union City, and my mom had a bar in Harlem at a young age, it's in my system.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine take me over once to the city, and when I got back in the car, he goes, "It's amazing how you blended right in." Because you knew the war. I knew those first 10 years of my life. I lived in New York City. Those first 7 years of my life in this country,
Yeah.
I lived in New York City. I went to school in No Hard in New York City.
Yeah.
I went to school on 89th Street, BS 166, from K1 to fucking 3rd grade. Then I went to Catholic school in Jersey. But all that time, I got the patois of the city.
Yeah.
My mom's action was 125th. My Santeria action was on 148th. I knew the fucking city. You understand me? Then I got older and I knew George Washington Bridge. I knew the fucking streets. My stepdad shot it on 148th Street right by the Santeria party. I knew the escape route. I knew where to drop the gun at Riverside Drive. I knew that situation. So I get the coke. I go back to Jersey. I meet him. In those days, dog, I'm not a big drinker, but I'm the type of guy, see, I'll call you up and go, "What are you doing tonight, Theo? Now let's go get a drink." And on the way there, you go, "Joey, I got an audition tomorrow, dog. Don't even start your shit tonight." Theo, come on, bro. I would invite you for a drink. I got a joint in my pocket. We go, we have 1 drink, we have 2 drinks, we have 3 drinks. All of a sudden, that chick you used to fuck shows up. And with her friend, that something like taking a bathroom that time with her compadre, right? It's 9:30, it's early. Theo, let's get a taste. No, bro, I got that big audition at ABC. Fuck, you can give Theo 10 more minutes. I'll get the chick to buy him another fucking double kamikaze. Then he'll be begging me for a blast. And that's right there, that would break me down.
Yeah.
I went up with the intention, I got a good, look, I'm pretty good when I tell you, listen, we gotta do shit tomorrow. I'm pretty good about it. Towards the end, I wasn't good at all. I would snort it out before fucking audition.
Damn.
I got to go down to an audition on Fox. One time, towards the end, towards 2006, dog, after the longest shot, I got a little fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one day, I get this audition directly from Fox. Like, they're like, "We want you for free for this role."
Yeah.
It's been done before. The crazy roommate owes the bookie money. Right. His mom supports him. He can't get a job, hasn't shaved, and they were looking for her anyway.
Yeah.
All right. I'll never never forget my fucking coked up, ready to quit mind. I said, you know what? They're looking for this guy. I might as well go in there like this guy. So I did something I never did a day before. I stopped shaving.
Oh, that you glued hair to your face.
No, what do you think? I'm fucking half a fucking.
No, dude. We used to glue hair to our face to make beards, pubic hair too, during Halloween.
Stop. Some of it was gray, you know. I didn't put gel in my hair. I just put water in my hair, and I fucking went in there like 2 hours after doing coke. And I went in front of the camera with the casting director, me and the camera, bro. And after the first read, she goes, stop. She goes, I think you better go home. I'm gonna make believe this never happened.
Really?
Yeah.
She knew you were high?
Yeah.
How did she know? She must have been crammed up occasionally.
Yeah, I can tell, but it was very disrespectful. She never said a word.
Wow.
She never called the agent at the time and said, hey, this kid was fucked up.
I hit on an Asian lady recently who was casting director, and she told my manager on me.
Really?
Yeah, I get back home, and he's like, she said you did a pretty good job, but she said you was hitting on her the whole time.
What's casting?
I don't even remember. It's beautiful, too.
Down on the south side.
Oh, this is
the west side?
No, this was out here in Burbank somewhere.
Okay. There used to be an Asian girl in office here that was something out of a fucking movie.
Yeah.
She used to cast on the west side. Her and her partner used to have a cat, and the partner was no fucking slouch either. I walked in there one day and was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what's going on with these casting directors?
Yeah.
I don't know where she is now, but it's probably the same one.
This girl was stunning. I didn't mean to hit on her. I was just being a natural man, you know? Like, I can't help it. Like, oh, what's offensive? And I wasn't saying anything like, touching my crotch or anything like that. I was probably just saying, oh, you look nice today or something like that, Like, I can't help it if I got a little fervor in my voice for a woman. That's a sin out here these days, Oh, you want to bust a nut on a lady? You're a fucking, you're a deviant, You're Charles Manson if you want to do that,
Charles Manson studies Scientologists. He still studies Scientologists. How crazy is that shit?
He's a little pussy, dude. I'll beat that dude's ass. I swear to God, you let that dude out for 1 minute in a fucking used car lot, I'll beat that motherfucking dude's ass, bro.
Why do you hate Charles Manson so much?
Because he's a pussy, dude. He made hot chicks go out and kill people. I mean, it's kind of romantic and shit, but at the same time, he's a pussy.
Let me tell you something. As a child, I read that book, and that book fucked me up.
Did it really?
When I was about 13, and after I got left back, it really fucked with me. Because I wasn't left back material. I just got caught up in some fucking fantasy world.
Yeah.
But that teacher, Mr. Kingwell, who was a fucking prick.
He left you back?
Yeah, he let me back. No, I let myself back. I had summer school. But I went to summer school. I did the same fucking thing. If you have 3 misses in summer school, you're done. I fucking missed 3 classes over this chick because that's the only time I get together with.
What's the first 3? Jimmy, what's the first 3?
I was in love, dog. I didn't give a fuck.
That young love will get you.
And I thought that my dog was going to just say passing to the 8th grade. Nah, they held me back. It was fucking brutal. It fucked with me. It fucked with everything I had. So, Mr. Kingwall is part of every month you had to do a book report for him. The only problem was an oral book report. So he would take the book and dissect it. At that time, man, I was so pissed off at myself. He was still my English teacher. Even though I got put in Mr. Barone's class. Mr. Barone, I took him to the premiere of the Grudge match.
Wow.
That's how tight I am with Barone.
That's beautiful.
No, Barone was tight, but he was the beauty of it. Me and Barone hated each other in the 7th grade. Like, he kept telling me in the hallways, you better not get left back because you're going to get me next year. It's going to be all over. And so that fucking last day of school, if you have to go to the 8th grade, you go to the 8th grade. If you have to go to summer school, they just put you in the other 7th grade class. So the whole fucking 8 hours, Barone kept busting my balls. It's going to be fun. You sit here all next year. I'm going to fail you again. You're going to be in the 7th grade to your night. Because you're going to be driving the other kids to school. He would torment me. So he tormented me, dog, for like 4 or 5 hours. And on the way out of the classroom, I saw his keys were on the desk. And I took his fucking car keys. And I walked over and threw him in the fucking weeds somewhere or some shit. And about an hour later, he pulled pulls up my house, my cat. Where's my fucking keys? And we didn't talk again. And the next day I got to know that back. And I was in his classroom and he never mentioned that again.
Pretty cool of him.
And after about 2 months we became tight because I realized he was a good basketball player and shit. So, how fucking glad we ended up talking about this shit.
We had this dude, Mr. Larry, we had this black kid in our school, Mr. Larry, got held back so long they just made him a janitor one time in middle school. He was there, probably. I remember him being like, he could piss. His trick was he'd come in while you were peeing at the urinal, he'd piss over you into the urinal. And finally, he was in 5th grade for so long, they just made him a janitor. I mean, he's probably still, if that school's still open, he's probably still there.
Imagine like in the 5th grade, they pull your cells. Talking, and the staff has been talking. It's not going to work out for you, but lucky for you, we have an opening in the janitorial services department. What does that mean? Listen, we'll give you $1 for every dollar. We'll match it so you can join the army when you're 30.
I just thought that probably means you were at least 16 or something. So that was what, like 7 times going through 5th grade.
Tell you something. When I was a kid, you were stupid.
Really handsome, too.
Listen, when I was a kid, you were stupid. They pulled you aside when you were 16.
Yeah.
The teachers at school pull you aside when you listen.
Oh my God.
You're wasting your time being here. When you get to high school, just sign out and get a job as a mechanic. I swear to God, teachers were honest in the 70s.
Well, that's a better way. Now they want everybody to push forward. I remember the first Wigger went to our school. I told you guys that before. The first Wigger, this kid, Brian St. Pierre, went to our school. And they'd never seen it before, and they thought he was mentally handicapped. They put him in, they made him eat the third lunch. The third lunch, the special lunch where those kids are in there. They make some of their own food and they eat it, to make them have a talent. And he was in there, dude, this Wigger. So you'd have kids who really had mental illnesses and, everything, all the DS and everything. And then you'd have fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a Charlotte Hornets pullover, dribbling an invisible basketball all day, bro. Just posting up mental kids in the lunch line, bro. They'd never seen it. They thought he was mentally handicapped just because he wanted to, play with the brothers.
So they had him cook lunch every day still. Like, he didn't say anything.
Once a week, they'd have him make some of their own recipes for lunch, It's cool. I mean, we had a good group of handicapped kids at our school.
I'm fucked up, dog. Those stars hit me hard tonight. That's what happened. You know why they hit me hard? Because I trained last week. I didn't eat stars last week.
They sprayed out of his face. I didn't eat stars
last week at all.
I sprayed it, bro. I'm still fucking alive.
Still here, bro.
Eating stars and shit. Fucking around.
I had transmission fluid.
No, you didn't. You did a job.
Oh, Jesus. This is why I have to do everything on Periscope. Thank God.
Lee's fearless, man. I'll see how you do it, Lee. I really don't.
He's really not a good choice anymore.
He does like a little bit. He goes like this in front of the camera. He goes, I'm gonna eat some chocolate. He takes a picture right there. He chews it in this 80 milligram, whatever. He throws this away. He tells people he ate it. And tonight he ate the whole thing. And it was coming through his fucking fingers. You should have seen him.
He was killing out, huh?
When you were telling your story, bro, the thing that I was thinking about the most were the 200 of those stories that I had that I wish I had the time. I wish I had the fucking time and I got 10 that roll around in my head sometimes, and one of them would pop up in the middle of the night before I'm about to fall asleep and my whole body shatters, bro. Those are those type of stories, especially when it comes to drugs.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to fucking drugs. And the next morning you wake up and you're like, that's fucked up. I gotta get my life together. I gotta call somebody and shit. But, 10 days later it happens again. And sometimes it's sex, sometimes it's crazy sex. You go to a girl's house, one has a sister and a stepfather in the room.
Yeah.
And everybody's banging and you're like, what the fuck am I a part of? I just want to watch the fucking
Is that a real scenario?
Please. You would be fucking surprised what you bump out into when you're out there.
Yeah.
Especially when I started to do comedy, you'd be surprised what I bump into. I had you one day talking, my body was shaking.
Yeah.
My body was shaking, telling Lee just triple doors, just bolder, just, I thought life was a certain way when I lived in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Boy, was I fucking wrong.
I remember trying to fuck this girl on roller skates one time. You ever try to do that, dude?
No.
At Halloween. unbelievable, bro. But that was drug induced. I remember.
Never been arrested.
Dude, I got arrested in Mississippi one time. We're all high at some house, and they brought a kid. The cops show up, and they brought a kid from downstairs, right? And they said, "This kid is here. Everybody's going in for contributing delinquency of a minor." And then you could, but once you got outside, kids were paying and getting out of the thing. They put us in the like the slave shackles, you know, things they put between two legs, you know, and they will kill the person in front of you. What is it that shit, dude? We had to walk downstairs. So it was the dumbest thing ever, bro. It must have taken us 40 minutes to get downstairs in these fucking leg shackles with these two stupid cops. But they brought this kid down, and then later there was a rumor that this was a stage kid. They were paying somebody's kid to fucking, they would sneak him in the back and put him in people's houses and come down in pajamas and then making money because they're busting everybody in the house because now they got a charge on everybody contributing. What else did I go in for? Nothing real serious, man.
Oh, God bless you, man. Listen.
But that was the thing I just wanted to get out of it. Part of me was like,
since you got a fucking career, you're on the upswing right now. You know, while you fucked around, you got your dick sucked. I'm not telling you to go get married, but it's time to start watching your back because this is when you're a good-looking guy. Shows are getting developed and written. You can be the number 2 dude. Pick up a check, 5 years, no drama. You know, you already did it.
yeah, I've had so much fun, bro.
You know, once you get everything out of the way, this place becomes a complete different animal.
Yeah.
You know, and listen, Lindsay Lohan survived it. The fucking Hilton kid survived it. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Some people don't, man. I told you when I walked in here, I'm happy about the podcast. I'm happy I get to see Lee and we get high and we talk shit and he makes a living and I make a living and we sell tickets and, you know, guys like you can come on in and people get to hear you. I like doing stand-up. I don't think I could do this shit if I was doing blow.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way. This podcast would have been done.
Would have fell apart.
Lee wouldn't even been talking to me no more on this point. Lee would have gone, he left me there 4 fucking days in a row, you know. Who's gonna come out of the house?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. I was just like, I need to take if this is where I'm kind of ending up once in a while, even once in a while, I just want to get
So nothing happened after the cab ride, after that shook you enough.
Oh, well, seeing Daryl Strawberries was shook me.
The next day.
Because he was 13 years sober. He was like, this dude was eloquent. He had his life put together. He's a multi-millionaire now. And then he was pushing the documentary 30 for 30, the new one with Doc Gooden.
But Doc Gooden wouldn't show up.
Doc Gooden couldn't show up because he's sick.
Fucked up. Yeah, he's all fucked up.
And I know my life isn't their lives, but it made me think, okay, you just got to monitor what's going on. Because I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation.
Yeah, me too.
You know?
That's what I was thinking about the whole time you're saying that. I go, I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock on the diner or waking up and some girl gives you a holly to drive home. You're like, what the fuck just happened last night?
Yeah. Dude, I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show. They had a big group in a limousine. They invited me to go to an after party with them, right? I was like, I'm only coming if my boy can come. And they're like, who's your boy? And I'm like, LeCedric. They had a brother nearby, right? Wearing this Louis Vuitton jacket, dude. Probably about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy? And I didn't even talk to this dude, right? I was like, yeah, that's my boy. Like, all right, he can come. So I fucking walk over to him, look him right in the eyes. And I was like, what's the matter deal? He's like, Sid. And I was like, all right, dude, I told these people you're my friend. You ever been in a limousine? He's like, no. I was like, all right, come get in with us. Just act like you're my friend, right? We're going to a party. He's like, all right, man. So we go in the limo, bro. We're in there, hot chicks, dudes, people fucking. LeCedric kept saying, we're friends. That's what he kept saying out loud, right? Kind of fucking not the best actor, bro. Until we get to this house party. It's a nice, cool fucking party, bro. I'm downstairs, I'm in the kitchen. Somebody's making us a drink. I'm talking to somebody. Fucking 6 minutes later, I hear fucking somebody scream. I hear a window break, right? Somebody comes running down. They said some dude just stole like 4 purses out of the coat room upstairs and fucking jumped out a window.
That would have been me, dude.
that was fucking eccentric, bro. And that was like, and everybody there was like crying and pissed. And some girl was like furious because all her tampons were in there or something. I remember she got pissed. She was a tough girl. She was like one of those, what are those people that slide the thing on the ice, she said? Curlers? She was a curler. And, but I was, in my head, I was like, this is the best fucking night ever.
No, that's...
So just shit like that, where I just love to put life just in precarious situations, man.
You black out of it.
You never think of that into another house party?
Oh, I blacked out one time here in Hollywood, and that scared me. I woke up in my own bed, had no clue how I got there. I wet the bed. I mean, I wet the bed till I was about 30 anyway. Did you too?
Not until I was like a teenager.
No, that's nothing, bro. And that was a pretty crazy night.
Hold on 1 second. You went to bed till you were 13.
I don't know, probably around there, I would guess, yeah.
I gotta watch you like a hawk.
Damn.
Those people always are sinister.
Yeah, dude.
It might have been a little bit, maybe not 13, but close, maybe 10, at least.
Well, 10 ain't far from 13 if you're talking at least.
No, but yeah, I had a huge issue with it. It was terrible.
Dude, I used to have those buzzer underwear, bro. They put these underwear on you, and when the urine would hit them, a buzzer would go off. Oh my god. I'm not joking. Look them up online. This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had these, right?
I'm really hoping it's a real thing and not just like a torture device your parents put on you.
Not at all. They made by themselves. This doctor gave it to us, dude. This dude was a bona fide doctor. So we went there, got the electric pants on, dude.
Would you like Google?
I'm getting arrested. Probably, buzzer underwear for urinators. Google buzzer underwear for urinators. So then, but they didn't tell my grandfather, right? So they had a small house, bro, a little bitty house. So my fucking crotch is just like he wakes up middle of the night, dude.
You're on fire?
I'm not on fire, but I'm buzzing hard, bro. Because I had apple juice, man. I'm pissed big on apple juice, dude. I fucking spray out on the AJ. So I'm in there just buzzing, dude. I didn't know.
God.
And he came in.
They still got him?
Yeah.
Give me a pen, Lee.
He didn't know what was going on.
Oh my God, that's a...
He comes in, he's scared,
How
bro.
loud is it? How loud is
In
it?
a little bitty house, you could hear from down
I know I wake my wife up in the middle of the night like twice a week.
I would just do 2 drops and it goes off. And so my grandfather's in there, right? And he's all scared and shit. And
This would have been terrible when I was a kid.
and he's pushing me with a broomstick, dude. He thought I was dead, dude. He didn't know what had happened to me. He thought I was possessed or dead. He's pushing me with a broomstick to wake me up, and he was worried because he had one of those heart makers, and he was worried he would get electrocuted. He thought something was happening. He thought the house had short circuited or the phone company had fucked up. That's what he thought, the phone company had fucked up. So he thinks I'm fucking just laying there buzzing like there's a fucking mystery. But he died, man. My grandmother ended up he died.
I love people. I love laughing. I love laughing at shit like this. That's, you can't write this
I
shit.
forgot about that. I did, man. This has been the bad man. I appreciate you having me on because I was sick the past 2 days, man.
What's wrong with you?
Oh man, I had adult diarrhea, bro, to be honest.
It happens. Those fucking flights. You're eating fucking Katrina leftovers.
Oh yeah.
I still got some guys got it in stock.
Oh, they're serving fucking crippled pig pussy down there, bro. And I was eating it by the handful.
Fucking around down there, Jack.
Oh,
Oh my God. I'm high on those stars because, like I said, I ate fucking transmission fluid and a couple of these moon things. Then I had killed the cookies, which then I ate the transmission fluid and the moon thing. I was home all night with my wife. Oh my God, I fucking killed those cookies.
I want some cookies, man. Dude, I ate half of a pie cookie one time. I never had one. Just a couple of years ago. I invited as casting director, right, out to a comedy show. So she comes, but the comedy show was the next night. I had the nights wrong, so I felt bad. And she was cute. I was like, well, at least I'll get her dinner because she came all this way. I didn't want to be like a, just like you say, like a mook, So by this lady dinner, we're sitting there eating dinner. She gave me a pot cookie, and I got high. Man, I never had one, and I didn't know how we knew each other. And it was like a nice restaurant, and I started thinking that this was like my girlfriend. I was like, fuck, dude, I'm the one. And I tried to make a move on her by the cab stand, dude, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And she wasn't my girlfriend, man. And anyway, that was it. That was it, dude. But yeah, stuff dangerously. I think it's what I'm getting at here.
I thought it was a buzzer, like a vibrating.
It's like a.
It makes sense.
That's the king over. You got the car. Drove an hour and a half to go to the apartment.
Dude, yeah, Airbnb is not for anyone. That's
when you told me that way, I was like, I can't. This is a horror show. This is so admirable. You mad at Airbnb for?
Yeah, you should host a romantic getaway. This shit is
I'm not mad at Airbnb. It's just it's a weird. It was just weird. It was just this person's apartment, and like her stuff was there. And it was just her bed. Like I was like, we should bring sheets. And it was just not.
You brought your own sheets?
I wanted to, but we didn't. She's like, no, this is what they do. They make money doing this. This is all they have. It's an industry. I don't know.
But it's an industry.
Yeah, I like hotels. So from now on, I just said from now on we'll do hotels.
Yeah, man, splurge, man. Throw the extra $9 out there and get a fucking hotel from you.
He knows all the
No, I've
sites.
been to hotels.
He knows everything. He'll get 90% off fucking hotels.
You should be out.
And Dean Delray, they know how to get a hotel room. I don't do none of that shit.
People try to be like, I don't know, it's cool. It's like you get to be as part of the community. You live right on the beach, which was nice.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
But it was cool. But I'd still rather be in a hotel on the freeway. It's just, I don't know. Like even though I know more people probably are on those sheets, to be honest.
And sheets made you nervous?
Yeah, I do. Ever since, no, I didn't cook with none of their silverware. But ever since I've been with him, I just get unlucky. I never had skin issues, and now I get styes. If I look at a hot tub.
Trust me. His ear is swollen.
Dude, that's why I sleep on my stomach. I was
sleep on your stomach?
I do.
Like a fucking dead animal.
Yeah,
like an armadillo.
Yeah, on my side. Mostly either on my stomach or my side.
Jesus Christ. Do your arms touch the ground?
Yeah,
how do you even do that, bro?
No idea, though, man.
Who sleeps on their stomach? Face down?
No, yeah.
Oh, face to the side?
Pillows, yeah.
Oh, face to the side. Jesus Christ, I thought you slept face down.
I think I have like a massage table in my bedroom.
I don't know.
No, but
I just trying to think. Dude, you're a fucking unreal league.
I forget what we were talking about.
They should have dolls. They should have the Lisa dolls, bro. They're indestructible, dude.
Oh, yeah, it was just Airbnb. It was not. It's a hotel. It was just. I get it in like places where you want to rent a cabin or something like that.
Spare bedroom? What was her personal bedroom? It was her personal bedroom, no?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
You won't let people bang in my bed, come up like record and shit.
People spraying out.
Oh yeah, we disrespected. We disrespected that bed.
Let me tell you something. Just come on the headboard and rub it in like fucking lemon. What's that joy? What's that shit you polish wood with?
Old
English. They come back. They gotta sleep with that old DNA and Diaz lurking over your head and shit.
Yeah,
old English. That's a liquor. That's a malt liquor.
That's why we left. It was gonna rain. There was gonna be fireworks, so we were gonna stay if there was gonna be fireworks. But then it was raining, and it was just like this person's. It was like her college apartment, kind of. It was like everything that was like someone else went to IKEA.
And they stayed out of the dorm at fucking
pretty much
Cal State Long Beach.
It was not good. But my girlfriend is young, but the activities were great, and she isn't making a lot of money yet. So
did she have a good time?
Oh yeah, we had a good time.
The activities are great.
Dude, she had a good time, Lee. That's what counts.
Yeah, of course. And we had a great time. We have a great time together. It's just
that's love.
I'm the old weird one who wants to be in hotels, but
Now, do you try to act not older on your girlfriend if she's younger? That's one thing I've noticed.
Well, I'm not that much. I'm only 2 years older.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not weird. But people should go to the museum stoned more. It's fun. It's like that. Have you been to the Queen Mary?
I've been to the other place, the museum down there, the fucking zoo land,
The aquarium?
Oh, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, the aquarium was fun too.
Yeah. It's a nice time. It's beautiful down there. It really is. They redid all the beach.
Yeah.
It's just not a vacation resort thing.
And we had the best Mexican food I've had in California.
That's the first thing I said to you that afternoon. I go, make sure you get the Mexican food, but don't get a fucking chain.
My boy Simon Rex is down there with Chemical. Does you know him, Simon Rex? Dirt Nasty?
No.
You gotta meet him. He's great, bro. He's so funny.
No, it's great to fucking get sober, man.
Yeah, it's cleared my head up a little.
Sober. Listen, man, I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. And the quicker you catch yourself, the better off it is,
Yeah.
And it might take you a year to get sober. But it's so good when you do it. You feel better. What's the difference right now that you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
no reefer, no sugar pills,
no
nothing. Just straight up water.
Maybe somehow I'll hit up a Cialis 5 milligram, if I'm trying to party a little, I'm trying to treat a lady to an evening or something, but I'll drop $9 on that. I got a dude that,
When does that start happening?
What? The Cialis 5 milligram? Oh, I throw that just because, look, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could be Michael Jordan, but if I could have Scottie Pippen next to me, bro, I'll do it, Like, there's no point not having him in the ring with you, you don't show, you gotta bring a knife to a bun fight, you know what I'm saying?
I'm so petrified that you won't those things.
Oh, you gotta I'll throw, dude, I'll put one of those in my butt, dude. They go quick to your cock then, dude.
What is this for? In the last week, we've had somebody put what she put in her asshole? Coke.
Ecstasy?
Ecstasy.
Oh yeah, boofing. These kids are boofing when they blow cocaine in each other's butts.
What?
I read about that. That's a Colorado thing.
What do they do?
They put cocaine in the end of a straw, and then they put the other end into somebody's butt, and they blow it in there. It's called boofing.
I did that 25 fucking years ago. I invented that with a dollar bill. You boof with a dollar bill. You get the hepatitis C attached to the dollar bill and shit. If I don't have hepatitis C, I ain't got nothing.
No, amen, bro.
From all those fucking dollar bills and snorting that shit. Hysterical. Oh my God. What the fuck?
So yeah, I hit a sabbatical, man, but I hit a sabbatical, so that's where I'm at. But it's chill. I just feel what I feel. Because I just got a lot on my plate right now, and at least each time I can show up for it, It's like every day I know I can do what's required of me, And my mind already tries to beat me up a lot. My mind, first thing out of the gate, my mind is like, you fag, nigga. Sometimes my mind calls me a nigga, Like, Jesus Christ, I guess my own brain using the N-word, and it's just like, that stuff's just tantalizing, sometimes. So at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like if I've been drinking or partying, then I'm able to get up and like battle my own demons and go at the day head on, And I got enough war stories, and now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better. Because sometimes I was too busy making new stories to even think about the old ones. So now I'm able to look through the old ones and be like, oh, this could be a good story. And I can share those stories, so I feel like my stand-up has gotten better. I put it together a new hour in the past year.
Where you shoot another special?
I'm ready, man.
You feel good about it?
Oh, I feel good, dude.
Where would you shoot this time?
This time I would do Chicago, or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand me. That might be delusional. Otherwise, I would do Dallas. Dallas, bro, I love those people. They're fucking everything, dude.
You worked in Dallas, the Improv?
Yeah, I worked the Improv, but I worked the one out in, Addison.
Addison?
Yeah, I worked at Addison.
That was one of my favorite clubs.
It is a great club, isn't it?
One of my favorite. But the hotel used to be 50 yards away. Now they switched to there.
The one I stayed at was really close.
You could walk.
I could walk.
How many minutes?
Literally, not even joking. 2.5 minutes, maybe less.
Then they put you back in that hotel. They said they took you out of this. I was like, nah.
Oh, they did take you out for a little while. The first time I went there, we stayed at some other place down the street.
We gotta drive down there or some shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that shit, man. But yeah, man, I had some other crazy. I mean, I remember one night body slamming a bunch of hookers dressed up like a fucking Genghis Khan, getting Korean hookers and.
One of the last times I saw you, you got out one night. You went to the apartment. Then you were gagged up. You called the chick and they said you were the wrong chick.
Oh yeah, some lady had some lady with a mole, had a big mole, and I set her up with my buddy's a dermatologist.
I don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, but hookers and stuff were never really my deal. I mean, my deal was I would just want to party and create stories. You know, like I never got into really that. I mean, that guy brought the hooker into the taxi. You know, that's Luigi's deal. That's his life. It was nice of him because I think he was trying to be a friend to me, but you know, I didn't need that. You know, I was just looking to party.
It's really weird when you live a certain lifestyle. You come to a point one day where you go, you know what, I can't do this no more because eventually something bad is going to happen. Luigi could have stabbed me.
Yeah.
The hooker could have slit my throat while I was putting my neck back to put coke in my nose. A fucking 1,000 things could go wrong. You know, from experience, man, now if I could do it again, I always minded my business. Listen, I went into those neighborhoods late at night. I think about it, my fucking skin like just wants to shake like a spirit touched me. Like, it's the weirdest thing. Like I remember being at a bar in like Fort Lee, New Jersey, and knowing that the place is gonna close at 3. You gotta make it over at 3 in the morning. When you get to that place, the place is closed. So now you gotta get to the Bronx. Are you fucking kidding me? Now you gotta cross a bridge and another bridge with coke in your fucking car. They're confiscating that car and you're doing 7.5 years somewhere. And you're still doing it. Yeah. And you're still going to that bad neighborhood. And that's all you need is for a cop to see a hooker walk towards your car and her talking to you, you get pulled over. Yeah. It's that easy. They see a woman 18 inches from your car, you get fucking pulled over.
Unless you Miss Victoria, dude, and just drop her ass in your passenger seat, dude. That lady would hang out the side of your car. That's basically the, what's that food place where you go when they run out to your car and set the thing on the tray on the side? Sonic? Sonic, right? That's basically the Sonic. Oh, there's that lady.
Well, I'll tell you better than Monday, the first Monday of the new year. Look at you and shit.
Amen, man. Good to be here, man.
That's good to have you.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Victoria, I wonder what she's up to now.
Who's Victoria?
The hooker. That lady who would drop her ass in your car. 16, 18 bucks probably. I stopped my whole neighborhood the other day. Tell you about that next time.
How you feeling, Lee? How you feeling?
I'm feeling
So the Star State engine, the chocolate chunk came out.
yeah, I also ate the first half of the chocolate bar. So it was like something. Some parts of something stated whatever's in this working on it.
Real.
And it's on fucking Periscope. That's the fucking craziest thing.
You got the whole thing.
You always do great. I thought to yourself, oh, you bought 4 bars and train last week like a soldier. But as it was happening, I should have known. I had that feeling like round around wasn't. We should be standing next to the referee. I should have known this was a hoax.
Listen, I mean, no disrespect. I know a lot of great people who make a lot of great edibles. Chocolate doesn't really ever sit well in my stomach. It's weird. Wow. A chubby dude who just chocolate is not in it for me.
You ain't a chocolate guy. I'm gonna remember that.
No, sir.
How many weeks a month do you travel?
Probably 20 weeks. I do it 20 weeks on the road, and I spend time with my family. So I do 3 weeks at home during the year. And then I'm doing enough work in town where it's good to be home, you know? It's like I can make decent money just even staying in the city.
You go out every night during the week?
5 nights a week, I've said.
Damn.
Actually, I'll probably get up 6, dude, honestly. I try to take one off, though, just to make sure that I'm able to know what I'm doing when I get to the club, you know?
If I'm in training, I want to be out 6 nights a week. You get 6 cents. If I'm fucking around, I like to do 4.
Yeah.
I'll go out one night and bang 2. Just so I'm out 3 nights and I can stay Friday night with my family and leave it open. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean on the road?
Yeah, I have to go out twice a month, man.
Yeah, twice a month. That's what I like to do.
Twice a month is the most I can do. 6 nights. Let's do this shit. Do this shit. Do this shit. Oh shit, Lisa Sciatic. Oh, look at you. With a new shirt on. What'd you do with the old shirt?
It's not bad. It's not. It's in the trunk of my car. I just didn't want to wear a stinky shirt. But, oh my god, that was fucking... And you just eat them like they're nothing, which is the weirdest part to me.
There's no fucking state of mind. Like,
There's no state of mind, but these things have taste.
it's chocolate. It's chocolate. I don't taste nothing.
I was thinking about it the other day. Mushrooms have shit on them. He just told me.
Yeah, not all of them.
Oh, yeah, they do.
The ones I give you, I clean off.
You don't clean nothing off.
Yes, I personally clean the fucking mushrooms off of you. Why would I lie? Before you came in, I was telling Lee that, you know what, man, I really like the holidays. But those 5 days afterward just really rough on me, man.
Yeah.
I just want New Year's to fucking come and go. I had a nice time New Year's. I'm happy Joe had the open for him. Down at Dolphin, Tony Hinchcliffe, nice fucking people.
Wow.
We did the show, got the fuck out of there. Nobody hung out, nothing. But, I was home by 11:45.
That's beautiful.
Man, nobody got their feelings hurt. My wife was but that's it. I'm not doing it no more. I've done enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
25 years. I've done probably fucking 20 years of New Year's. That's it, man. I bombed hard on fucking New Year's.
Because it's hard.
New Year's is hard. I bombed fucking hard. One of the hardest bombs of my life was Miami Improv, where I was fucking kicking ass as a feature act.
Yeah.
New Year's, like 99. Oh, did I eat a bag of shit? And I ate Salazar.
Oh, really?
Oh, boy.
I saw him at a diner in New York not long ago.
How bad does it look?
Dude, I swear to God, Joey, I'm walking with Sarah Tiana, you know her.
Yeah.
And there's a guy sitting in the diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning. We've been at the comedy clubs and stuff. We're gonna eat. And I'd never met Angel in my life. I'd only heard stories about him, right? I'd seen a couple pictures. And I was like, I think that's Angel Salazar. He's drinking a glass of wine in a shitty diner. And we go in, dude, and it was him. And we sat there and talked to him for a while. We tried to fuck Sarah a little bit, which I respected.
Yeah.
And then, and that was it.
What's your name?
Yeah.
When are you going to develop with me?
It was cool to see him, man, because I only heard stories.
He works in percentages. He's an interesting fucking fellow. You know what, man? He gave me a lot of encouragement early on. You know, I can't lie to you. He's a good dude that way. When I got to meet him, it was, I appreciated what he had done. That was a little too fast for me. He was rocking and rolling, Jack.
Yeah, he's a party hard. That's what
He goes hard. And I was going hard at the time. And I was going, wow. This guy goes fucking hard. Like El Paso. We get to El Paso. It was Tuesday through Saturday, man. Let me tell you something. As soon as I got down there, there was somebody waiting for me with a chunk that just got over a border in somebody's shoe. That first time, I
smell like a size 10, huh?
I get fucking lit up. This shit was fucking tremendous, you know. And from there on, every night there was somebody at the club who had something so passive, bro. When he would come to town, the phone at the condo would start ringing the night before.
Wow.
People, because Angel had people wanted to take him out. That Scarface thing, people will be, when he's 80 in a funeral, in an old man's home, every day somebody will be taking him out, taking pictures of him, checking him out, buying him lunch, bringing him clothes. It's amazing. People fell in love with that character hard. It just goes to show you, he still sells tickets. He's not selling out,
Right.
but he still sells tickets. He's not fucking Michael Jackson,
Right.
but he still sells 100 tickets a show. Doesn't matter. He takes pictures. People go there, look at him. It's 30 fucking years later. It was 30 goddamn years ago, right?
That's amazing.
83, well, yeah, 83, 90, boom, boom, yeah.
That's amazing.
He was born in 94, right?
88.
88, 94. Who gives a fuck? So it's fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, fucking late, bro. Unbelievable. I'm just happy to see you alive every time I come back in here, man. It always boosts my spirits to know you're still going. You know?
we ain't going nowhere.
I know.
We ain't going nowhere.
Indestructible.
We're gonna take Lee for a ride now. We'll talk with him and shit. Kick him out the car, make him walk home and stuff. Meet a hooker. His name is Luigi. In a car. We need to scare Lee a little bit. Man, Lee's never really had fun.
Yeah, we need to get you out of one of the neighborhoods one night, dude. Get you in a little clan outfit.
Sure.
Take you out of one of the
I feel like we're rain right now.
Oh my god, I'm joking, bro. I don't think you make a good clansman, Lee.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think you would.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, you can cross over though. Because you have to be Christian first to make a clansman, you probably do.
I think it's like, I don't know, you just can't be Jewish.
They'll be like, hey, what are you talking about?
What do you want to do this year, man, as a comic?
This year, man, I want to get this other special. I got my new album that's gonna come out soon. We just locked it actually about 3 days ago. Called 30-pound bag of hamster bones. And so I'm excited about that. And what else, man? We got a couple of great shows that we're pitching, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, you know, or at least being an honorable boyfriend. You know, I don't know if I've ever been that in my life, dude. You know, I was out there, you know, licking pussy after dark, you know, out there in the streets and just tasting the flavors of the universe, you know.
Now that you quit drinking, it's a different game out there. It's not that easy to lure them back.
Oh, no, girls want you more now.
Do they?
Oh, I think in a heartbeat, yeah. I've had more offers these days for I've just had more offers, I think, just because
Because you look like you do. Like, oh, look.
because I'm clear.
If I got sober, it's not like you're gonna be like, oh, Lee, I want to suck your dick.
Well, no. They might, Lee.
I don't think so.
You know, bro, they might. Look, I didn't think it. I've never thought I was very handsome, Lee, if that makes you feel any better.
You're stunning, sir.
Well, it's nice of you to say. But yeah, I think so. Those are some of my work dreams, you know. Outside of that, I want to be a better brother. I want to have a little bit more relationship with a God, you know, a higher power. Yeah, those are things that I want to do, man. And I want to help other people somehow. I just want to do something, even if it's little, you know, answer the phone when somebody calls if I know they need help. Not that I would, even if it's some muppet, you know, that I normally wouldn't fucking answer, you know.
You're 36. This is about the time that you gotta sit there and go, Jesus Christ. What's next now? I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this.
Yeah.
What the fuck does it go? Where does it end up? I joined the Beatles.
Yeah.
You know, this is I moved here, you know, like at 30-something. And it was rough. I don't know for sure. And I'm like, if I fail at this, I don't have a lot of options. I can sell over the phone, I can sell cars and shit. I don't think I can sell things over the phone for 20 fucking years, so I gotta make this comedy shit work one way or another. Like, that's how I didn't know. This was it, man.
Wow. That's brave, bro. That's brave, because
I had done everything else.
Yeah.
Come on, who the fuck are you getting? I had every opportunity in the world for it. I'd be a brick mason, a roofer, was the thing? An electrician.
Oh, fuck, an electrician.
I could have been a fucking, those people who would pipe for the fucking pipes.
Yeah.
The irrigation pipes. Some guy fucking, when I was 19, said, listen, man, work the summer. If you like it, invest a little bit. If you like it, you fucking stay around. We raise your salary. If you like it, you buy in. He goes, I'm partners with these two guys. We make a little fucking, we cut it up every month. It's not a lot, but at least you make some money. You know, it wasn't a bad deal, but I had great opportunities when I was a young man.
Yeah.
Fucking great opportunities. And they would come to me and go, listen, man, stick around. You're a sharp guy. Stick around. Stick around. I want to run this place tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can't be like that. You can't, because of stupid shit. I lost great jobs, you know. But I'm happy I did. Because I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't found what I really wanted to do. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%.
It's kind of awkward why you're going through it. I know
right.
A lot of people right now that listen to this are going through that.
They're going through stuff.
Transition from one situation to another.
Yeah.
It seems like you just have to keep fucking pushing.
Yeah, because your life or your higher power has a plan for you, bro. Even if you, and I'm not trying to sound like some Christian weirdo or anything like that. I'm just saying that life has a plan for you. You just gotta fucking, if you're out there get ass eaten through a car window or whatever you're doing, just know that that doesn't define you, and that's just a little speed bump. That's just a little ingredient in your recipe, man. Because, dude, I used to bury a guy's shit in my neighborhood for free when I was growing up. He died.
I was such a fucking. The other part of this holiday, I didn't like that I had a great Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve was fucking phenomenal. The family, we had a great Christmas too. That was all cool. It was like Tuesday and Wednesday got real. Like, what the fuck do you do all day?
Damn, you had a tough time after that Christmas.
My back's white. My wife's back was hurt.
Oh.
I was at the park with the baby, to be honest. She had riding a little bike with her and stuff like that, She got a bike because I was a fucking blast. But, after that, it was like, what do? You wait till 10:45 to go to the store.
Yeah.
You're like fucking tired. I want shit to happen. You're like, come on, baby, let's shoot something.
Yeah, life slows down.
Life slows down, man. For me, fuck. I ain't getting no younger, dog.
Yeah. You don't need it? Like, you don't feel like you need, like, 3-4 days to do nothing? You probably do. See, that's what I'm wondering, too. How do you not feel like that, man? That's how I feel a lot. That's how I feel sometimes. I'm happy to have that downtime.
I had downtime. In my world, that was downtime.
Yeah.
Those couple of days over Christmas, that's downtime.
You had too much of it.
You're recharging, blah, 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 blah. In the back of my mind, I want to be writing. I couldn't really write. Everybody was around me. It's kind of distracting over the holiday. It was just...
Yeah. It's a bit much sometimes, bro.
I did write the fucking book, though. I did write the book every day, whether it was a sentence, a paragraph, a new chapter. I cut something in. I did do that, which was interesting.
It's good.
But the problem is when you go on the road, I lose that. Because the computer I have on the road just sucks fucking dick.
Wow.
It's a service. And my wife is going to give me a note. I don't know what the fuck happened. I got to ask her what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
See, I really do. But I only focus on that stuff when I'm home. And I only focus on it when it's early in the morning.
Yeah.
I really like to lock myself in and think two ends of the pipe. And I watch that shit,
Daddy work, yeah, it's good, man. When your brain is nice and
you get to watch the Ronda Rousey fight.
Loose. No, honestly, bro, I don't like watching women fight, bro. I watched a lot of women street fight when I was growing up. What? A lot of, yeah. These chicks are always fucking fighting around now. So some of it I don't like. I do respect it. I think these women are tough and talented, unbelievable.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
What did you think?
I thought, well, personally, I've said this before, that I thought just unsure that I was like, why are they making Wanda the favorite? She's been gone for a year, and this other girl has been crazy good for a while. And my dad was saying today is that she usually attacks and just gets people down and in 12 seconds they're done. And she didn't seem like she had the same urgency this time. That's what he said. And he's a very amateur fan. And to me, I don't even know about that. It just seemed like I don't know if she has to be there for a contract or it didn't even look like a fight was put up to me.
I thought it was very sad.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched the replay.
Like I said yesterday, I said, right before it started, I went to the bathroom. As I was pissed, I said, you know what? Ronda's going to win this fight. Let her win. Let her retire. Vent her frustrations on the media and how she felt and how she was treated. Tell a few people to go fuck themselves. You never see Ronda Rousey again unless she's a spokesman for Fox Sports or something.
Yeah.
You know what? Nunes will fight somebody for the interim belt and she'll get the championship back. Nobody's feelings get hurt here. This couldn't end no matter what. I come back, I sit down, I put my feet up, and they're off. And I see what happened. A part of me was so fucking sad. A part of me was so fucking sad because a part of me thought that she'd never recover from that if it took her that long. Say what you want about Conor McGregor. He got choked out. And a week later, he was out there talking shit. That was the difference between Ronda and Conor.
Do you think the difference is because
that was the big difference, okay? You can't sit in your house. We all lose. I understand you worked hard. I work hard. You work hard. Lee works hard. We all fucking work hard, bro. To do anything in this business, to make a dent in this business, you have to work hard to excel in your field, whatever field that you do. You have to put that extra fucking hour in that nobody knows about. You know what I'm saying? When you get to work like, but you want that fucking IT job or whatever job you want, you gotta put an extra 2-3 hours on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what life is all about. Even if you do it at home, you wake up 2 hours earlier, we all fucking do that shit. What are we talking about? Rousey. But, now she's saying, they made a statement and thought nobody was sadder than I was. It's not like I bet her or nothing. There was no reason to. I was very entertained with Dominic Cruz and the other guy. If I was going to bet anything, that fight, I was just going to sit back and watch. And while it was going down, man, I thought about everything. And I'm like, again, I saw hitting pads with the guy. I saw her doing nothing different.
Yeah.
I didn't see nobody different sparring with her. I didn't see no kickboxer in there sparring with her. I just saw her hitting pads. And it all came to me, and I felt sad. And I feel sad that she lost. I can't imagine how bad she feels,
Yeah.
to lose 2 in a row like that on national. This one here, I think a lot of people feel the way I did. She wasn't even in the game.
Yeah.
It seemed like at first when she got hit, it came to her that she was in the fucking octagon. That's what it seemed like to me. And she was all gone from there. Like Rogan said, she threw a couple kicks, which is something out of her repertoire. And the move she does so greatly, it was gracefully that your chick escaped her and returned the punch in there. So,
Yeah, I think maybe you could be right. It was just a contractual thing,
I have no idea. And I have no interaction with this guy, but why do you guys think she sticks with a certain coach who, from whenever you hear, is
Maybe they love her.
no one likes him? No, well, she's dating someone else who she brought to that coach.
I mean, who knows? I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
well, man, sometimes loyalty is loyalty, even sometimes if it's blind. If that's what it is with him and her, God bless her. At least she's loyal with someone, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man. They get
A lot of the tapes are being released from the fight and stuff. People have said something. Listen, I'm not an expert in boxing or MMA that talk about who's a good coach or who's not a good fucking coach. I don't know anything about that shit. All you know is the results. the octagon or in the ring. You know, I know Freddie Roach is good because the Filipino guy back down has been champion for 2,000 years. I know whoever trains Floyd Mayweather must be good because whoever trains him, I know the guys down Winklejohn down there, down in New Mexico, they're good. They got John Jones, they got BJ Penn, they got Carlos Condit. The list goes on and on and on. I know a lot of camps that are fucking great. That don't mean the people are going to be great there. Why Ronda, after she got knocked out by Holly Holm, why didn't she go start anew? I don't know.
I mean, she's been busy. She's done a bunch of advertising. I mean, who knows? It's a good question, man. I don't know enough about it. I gotta fucking piss so bad, man.
So then go fucking pee. I gotta do some shower traffic. Again, this show is presented from my favorite motherfuckers in the world, Onyx. Let me tell you something about Onyx. I've been back on the shroom tech sport again. I gotta tell you people something unbelievable again. I tried to order the Head Force protein today. They didn't have it. So instead, I got some Alpha Brain and I got one of the Club Bats. That's how I'm rolling in 2017. I suggest you do the same. Alpha Brain. Start with Alpha Brain. There's a money back guarantee, right? And they don't even want the product back. You think you're not sharp enough in 2017? It starts at Alpha Brain, bitch. Go to Hunter.com right now and press in Church, CHURCH. You get 10% off your first order. Hunter.com. Again, the code is Church, CHURCH. I want to thank my main man, Rory Oliva, for the badass Bruce Lee book. He brought me a fucking an old Jeet Kune Do book. You know, I love you, Jack Wilkins. Kaplan 4-3, Talking Land, Nick Ferrara, Ray Majewski, Darren Carter with his fucking push-ups. Spooky over the holidays, looking good. CJ Blake and Rachel A. Little over there getting all married down there in motherfucking Houston. Close that door for you.
Yeah, I gotta slip, Jay.
What's that? I don't know what the fuck I want to do in 2017. I just want to fucking live, Lisa. I want to do a podcast a couple days a week with my main man. I want to be a better dad. I want to try to be a better husband. And that's all you can fucking be, you know what I'm saying? I know I don't want to travel anymore as much as I'm doing. I got some cities I gotta go out of respect, you know, so I gotta pick my fucking cities next year and make up my decisions, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I think it's, look, man. I mean, I just love watching you work, man. So I'm happy you
watching you work, but I'm happy that when we spoke on the phone today, you told me about your decision. Okay, listen, I'm happy when anybody gets sober. I gotta tell you, some people do that. You're my enemy. You can't do anything. I got sober. I've been sober 8 years. I got the utmost respect for you because I know where you've been.
Yeah.
Listen, man, you want me to look you in the eye and tell you being sober is fun? I'm sorry. I would never fucking tell you that. Damn, man. I've had moments of clarity because I drank with the coke. I went on like a 30-day or like a 40-something day no reefer thing where I just ate pot cookies from the pharmacy and I didn't smoke. And I remember how different everything felt. And I wasn't doing coke for a while. It's different when you have control of your life. Totally.
Yeah.
See, you could always turn down the bread off the fucking cheeseburger.
Yeah.
You could always go to the fucking gym. You could always, not drink and drive and shit like that. But something I always gave into was those fucking drugs, man.
Yeah.
My life had total control, except those drugs. But those drugs ruin everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Just like Lee and I spoke about. All the alcohol, all the heroin, all the pills. You think you're making it happen. I thought I was making it happen. Believe it or not, bro, I was booking big-time movies. I booked my comedy was seeing shit.
Yeah.
You think my comedy is shit now? You should have seen it 10 years ago. Because there was no emotional connection with cocaine and drinking.
Yeah.
There's no emotional connection. You just up there like a parrot, just fucking talking stupidity. So once that whole goes up to the stage maybe 3 times. I never thought it looked good. I always thought you would give me like the wrong impression. I don't know why, and I have friends that do it. I've never said nothing. It's none of my fucking business what people do. In my mind, I just never liked it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can see that.
A lot of comics like it because the bar owners show more booze than the comics drinking.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Shows the comics drinking.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He's up there doing a shot. People are going to start sending him shots. And who's not going to do a shot? Let me do a shot with you afterward. Let's do another fucking shot. Next thing you know, you fucking puking on stage. You get burnt naked on Joe Rogan's podcast weighing in tonight. He lost by 2 pounds.
He lost by 2 pounds, but they're both under obese, so I think that Ari has to pay now.
Who?
Ari has to pay.
Oh, who won?
Well, Segura was 219 today, and Burt was 221. So, but they both have to be under 227. So then if they're both under 227, then Ari has to pay.
Wow. What was the price?
No price, just they were both trying to get under obese, and then there's no price.
What does Ari have to pay?
They're going on a trip or nice.
It's a good deal. I gotta take a trip, man. I gotta slip out here, Joe.
Where you going?
I gotta go home. We actually gotta put an episode of our own podcast up, so we're gonna go over that.
Listen, I'm happy you dropped by and opened up the fucking universe, my friend.
Dude, I wouldn't have it any other way, man.
No, man, I'm fucking happy that you can come by and show there's a fire out there and shit.
Fucking burn it down, bro.
What a fucking night tonight, my friend.
That's what's up,
Rock
dude.
and roll. And listen, I couldn't wait to get out of the house and do a fucking podcast.
Amen.
I did one last night with those guys. It went well, and if that would go well with you, whatever's burning down, it's fucking close.
Let it burn, baby. Trump, baby. Let it burn, dude.
Don't say that.
Sorry, just let it burn, dude.
Don't say that. We're trapped in here with no bicycles.
We'll borrow your daughter. It's supposed to borrow your
We
daughter.
got no bicycle in here. Look at it. We got a chair to barricade ourselves with no oxygen. We'll be dead within 2 fucking minutes. Take us through this place.
Hilarious.
All right, my brother. Where you headed this weekend?
This weekend I'm in town. I'm in Virginia Beach in a couple of weeks. At the Funny Bone the last weekend, January 26th through January 24th through the 28th.
Are you writing your sobriety down? Are you writing about your sobriety at all?
I mean, right now I'm just
I'm talking about on stage. I'm not talking about
yeah.
No. I'm talking about putting a notebook about you. What are you feeling? What the fuck is different? Why would I go back to drinking or hanging out with characters like Joe Diaz at 2 a.m.?
No, right now I'm working, man. I didn't have a dad growing up, so I still have a lot of emotional issues and stuff from growing up. So some of that stuff I got to deal with. So, I mean, I'm always doing my comedy. I love my comedy. I'm happy to have it. I feel blessed to have this skill and ability, but at the same time, I'm dealing with other personal stuff first, because that's what I got to get right. But at the same time, my comedy is I feel like better than ever. So, it's all simultaneous. As long as I care about myself to keep working at stuff, then everything else will work itself out.
I gotta respect that, man. I love you. Whatever you want to do. If you want to do bongings, if you want to do heroin, I love you either way. If you want to stay clean, I love you. What can I tell you? I just want you to be happy and get the best. Like we talked about before the show, listen. If you know anything about me, bro, I can't drive a BMW.
Yeah.
I know the fuck I am,
Yeah.
For me, living here now and having a great time, like I said, 20 years later, I've seen so many people that had more opportunity than me manage. Sometimes I look them up on Facebook, I see them in real estate now or something like that, but they manage from this.
Yeah.
You know what? This wasn't really a dream for me. This was more like, let's see what can happen.
Yeah.
In 2 years, if I book an extra row, I'll be happy with that. Can you imagine? All I want to do is be an extra. I never thought Mitzi was going to make me a regular and shit like that.
Yeah.
Just to be in this situation, to wake up and to be with Lee. I'm telling you, man, I'm fucking ecstatic.
Yeah.
The type of comedy is too much fucking pressure. If you look at it now from outside, there's a level of comedy. You can live your life and do great. Margaret Cho's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
else is doing